amigos on the bay will be rolling shit. Amigos on the bay will be.
Hello, hello. Production, can you hear me?
Got the Migos on the beat, looking for the on the bait with it. amigos on the beat, we'll be rolling shit. Got the amigos on the beat, we'll be. amigos on the bay, we'll be rolling shit. Amigos on the bay, we'll be Amigos of the bay will be polishing. Amigos on the bay will be. amigos on the bait will be rolling shit. Got the amigos on the bait will be. Amigos on the bay will be polishing. Amigos on the bay will be.
StarCitizen Day.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. I'm seeing racers go from first to third to second to first. Oh, that overtake. Oh my gosh, they're so close together.
I remember seeing it last year and working at the event there and seeing how it came together, but this is so much bigger and cooler than last year.
The fuel coming down that section there.
Vertical keys again and into the slalom. What a fantastic display of racing. Oh my god. Oh, big damage. Oh my god.
Oh, Amogus takes down Bob.
Well, the vibe's pretty good. Everyone seems to be loving what we're doing here. When you walk in to the auditorium for the first time, it literally hits you. It's pretty insane. Yeah, I couldn't be happier. Honestly, I'm pretty proud of the team. They killed it.
Everybody's trying to do their best, and basically, yeah, and we succeed, obviously. I mean, that's the plan.
His energy's through the roof.
I love that whole setup. Yeah, it's really nice. I like that we can bring the community together with a more competitive aspect, bringing esports to another level.
To be here, wow, what to say? It's an experience, you know? It is the peak of my career, like racer.
I'm just so appreciative. You have no clue how much work went into this. Man.
You should be really proud of this.
Yeah, like it's something really special. It's great.
Well done.
Hopefully you can do it again. And thank you so much once again. Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody, have a good night. Thank you so much.
All right, welcome Australia to Enter Atmosphere 2956. My name is Crucian. You guys saw me in the video, but I just want to first of all welcome you. I'm going to be introducing my partner here in a little bit, but before that, we've had the pleasure of doing these events for this is the third one now. We did it in LA, we did it in Manchester if you were there, and now we're here in Australia. This is my third time here, and I'm so happy to be here with all of you up there in the VIP lounge and down here in the arena. So thank you all so much for being here and coming. There's so much hard work that has been going on behind the scenes. The ship racers, the competitors are all getting ready to put on the best show that we possibly can for you guys. And we brought some special guests with us. We brought Chris and Sandy, and Tyler Whitkin is here. So you guys will be able to not only see them in the panel. I'll be asking them some questions, and then of course you're going to be able to talk to them later in the meet and greet. So for now, we're going to be here enjoying the show. I just want to say thank you all so much for being here once again, and I'm just super appreciative. So without further ado, I want to introduce Corsair, the managing director of ATMO Esports.
Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. All right, thanks, Crucian. He's got a bit of work to do, so he's got to run off and get upstairs and get this show underway. But as Christian said, big thanks to everybody who come out today. We really appreciate it. It allows us to do what we do. Like Chris said, this is our third go at doing this live. So it's like he said, it's a massive amount of work. We've been working on this since August last year. And it's all coming together today. So thanks to you guys for coming out. We appreciate it. It's probably, we did a thing in Melbourne at Fortress as well. We had about 85 people there. This is a bit of a step up. You know, we're looking at 500 people here today, so it's pretty crazy. I'm also just going to go through a little bit of housekeeping rules. I got the cool, boring stuff. Okay, so as you come in, you saw the goodie bag station there. You also can use your ticket to scan back in there and pick up all your goodies. We just wanted to get you inside so you could view the start of the show. So go back there, get your goodie bag when you got a little bit of time. You got your drink ticket in there, but also you've got your challenge coin in there, which looks really friggin' cool. On the back of the challenge coin, though, is a unique number for that challenge coin. You'll need that for the meet and greet later on in the day. So try and get that done before the meet and greet, because we'll call out those numbers on your challenge coin to head over to the meet and greet in some kind of, decent order. Just a couple other things. We got the photo booth out here on this corner behind the wall downstairs. As you come in the main entrance to the right, there's a photo booth there. Free photo. If you want to head on over there, Caesar's over there. I'll take a photo of you with anyone you want to, and you'll get a little printed out souvenir portrait print there as well. So check that out. Tavern's over there as well, but also just with food and drink, just be conscious of everybody around you watching the event. Just try and make sure that you're not getting in their way too much, but you can eat and drink in here, so feel free. But that's pretty much all the major stuff. We got a banner station too as you walk into the tavern. If you want to banner to cheer on your favorite teams here today, they would really appreciate it. We'd love it too. So there is a banner stand in there. You can just make your own banner and you can wave that up there too, and annoy the people behind you. So feel free to do that. So without further ado, I'm going to throw this up to Crucian. We're going to kick off the show up here. And welcome to Enter Atmosphere 2956 at Fortress Sydney. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome here to Enter Atmosphere 2956 in Fortress Sydney here in Australia. I'm so excited to be here. And of course, we have Lens Nation, who's going to be breaking down all of the race stats and analysts for you guys. Lens, how you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. There's energy right behind us. And first of all, welcome to Australia, Christian. We're so glad to have you here, mate.
Hey, man. It's nice to meet you in the flesh. And, let's kick things off here because we have the racers, and we need to kind of, break it down a little bit for them. We're going to be talking about the racers and who is going to be racing today. So first, let's take a look. We've had all these racers all from Australia. So that's one thing I love. We're showing off the ANZ region and, showing how fast we're going to be going today. So let's take a look at those graphics of the racers to kick things off. All right, and first off, we're going to be talking about Dupe. Lens, I want you to tell me a little bit about Dupe. I know he can go fast. His favorite ship is a Peregrine, but he's the master of the dual sticks. Let's talk a little bit about him before we move on.
Okay, there's a debate. Is it Dupe or is it Duop? Okay, I'll let the audience decide. He is my mate. He's from Perth, representing Western Australia, and I'm coming from Western Australia. Now, he goes fast. He's an amazing pilot, and he won the Crux Cup 2955 Open GP, flying a P-52.
Oh, wow.
Along with Astromatic. They both represent Southern Cross Alliance, which is our own very own Australian org. And he can be very capable, and he's definitely one of the people we are looking at today.
Awesome. Well, I know Dupe, a lot of people are saying that he's definitely been practicing and just manifesting here at Enter Atmosphere 2056 and hopefully going to be trying to go for that win. Next, we have Iceman, who, is a beast in that P-52 Merlin. And then, unusual. You got that stick and mouse combo, stick on left hand, right on mouse. But what can you tell me about Iceman here, Lens Nation?
Iceman, he's solid ice, but warm and fuzzy too. Okay, he's a very cool guy, and I don't know why he has BM in his name. Okay, let's speculate on that. However, he's not just using joystick and mouse. He's also using pedals, mate. And he's using the racing pedals, like we use for the wheel driving.
Oh, wow.
So he's got that setup going. So he brought his own, and he set that up last night.
Okay.
So they're sitting right there. So that is Iceman. Now, Iceman is also leading the 24-hour team for SOAR team, which is happening. The 24-hour race is also coming. So he's the team leader of that, which we will see his skills. He's a great leader. And he's very chill when he's flying. So a lot of good things are expected. He's a man of few words, but he's very solid on the speed.
All right. Well, next we're going to be jumping on to Wayne DC. And of course, Wayne DC, I know he loves Ocean Spectral circuit here, but his favorite ship is the Oppo Nox. He's going to be flying in mouse and keyboard. But tell me a little bit about Wayne DC here, Lens.
If you have met him, and I know you have met him, you know he's the person we all love. He's the big man himself, big heart, and what a wonderful person. He's also coming from Southern Cross Alliance, he's part of that, but he's also representing Top Hanger Intergalactic Racing Department, which is my team. You shorten it, it becomes third, hence my number 3 on my jersey. Yeah, that's just, he's one of my best mates, to be honest. He really cares for everybody. When it comes to racing, we call him Mr. Consistent. Because his whole strategy is just don't crash. Just keep putting down good lap times and just not crash and get a good standing in the race. And multiple times he has proven himself by just doing that. Of course, he loves anti-grav. His favorite track is the 5th race today, the Spectre Dream Motion track created by Ecobit. And we shall see what he does there.
Awesome. Well, I mean, Wayne DC, I know he has his brother here racing, but we'll talk about his brother here shortly. But we got Ant 5, favorite ship being, the Peregrine. But Ant 5 also, from Avenger Squadron, also does a lot of dogfighting and PvP. So love seeing the combination. Ant 5 having both skills, not only PvP, but also here racing today with keyboard and stick. So it's kind of opposite to the other races where they have, stick and mouse. So he is flying with keyboard and sticks. That's going to be an interesting dynamic. But tell me a little bit about Ant 5, Lens.
Okay, so again, controversial logic. Is it Ant 5? Is it Ant's pants? He says it's Ant's pants. And when Ant's pants fly, they definitely use a keyboard and a mouse and a joystick to play. He comes from Frontier. He also, yes, as you said, Avenger Squadron, but he also represents Frontier Security Services, another really important org in Australia. And he definitely comes from PvP fighting, and we are surprised today that he has actually chosen to actually race in this event and not go for PvP because he is very, very confident in the PvP fighting. But as we all know, if you're a good PvP fighter, you're also a great racer, and we will get to see that. And he uses a very unique setup. Another fantastic thing that I see in him is that he uses toggle to go fast and slow.
Awesome. Well, our next racer here is going to be Blortorg, who is Wayne DC's brother. His favorite ship is that Dragonfly, and he's going to be operating today in mouse and keyboard. Lens, break down Blortorg and how he's going to be taking on the other racers in here today.
Yep, Blortorg. Everybody's gonna love him when he comes on the stage. He is Wayne DC's arch nemesis. They are twins, mate. They're twins. They don't look like twins, and they just go very hard on each other. Blortorg loves to race, goes fast, and just like Wayne, he also loves anti-grav racing bike. And we shall see what he has for us today. It'll be interesting to see the competition between the two brothers.
All right, well, for our last racer today is going to be Mistrust. And again, all of these racers are here from Australia, which I love. We want this region to show out as strong as possible, but Mistrust, loving the Apoa Nox and also operating mouse and keyboard. What can you tell me about Mistrust here, Lens?
Mistrust, it was my very first friend in the game, in StarCitizen. True story, and he is from Sydney, right here, and he loves to low fly. He's an amazing pilot. He's an atmospheric pilot. He loves to just put on some anime music and loses himself on the tracks. Well, he is here. He's also part of the low flyer clubs, and as you can see, his selection of character, he's a man of style.
All right, well, with that being said, Sydney, Australia, are you ready to see your racing competitors? Make some noise in the building. Let's get our first competitor up to the stage. Is going to be Ant 5.
StarCitizen since 2022, 3 years, or 4 years, something like that. Got me into racing was my sensei Tails 247, a mate of mine that introduced me to it a long time ago. And my favourite ship though would have to be the Buccaneer. I think what drew me into racing was you get into this really nice flow state. It's not like what you would with PvP where you sort of, it's all sweaty and chaos, but what I like about racing is you get into a nice relaxing flow state and you just zooming around the track nice and almost meditative. Yeah, so I ended up signing up with Avenger Squadron about a few months back, and I've always been into shooting things. My favourite thing to do outside of ship racing is get a bunch of mates together and go shoot a bunch of people. I'm really excited. Like it's gonna be good fun. It's good, nice to meet everyone. Like to see, put faces to the name, and have a few beers afterwards and have a bit of fun. It's gonna be a good one. Awesome. I hope they enjoy the show. There's gonna be a lot of action, a lot of high pace, and also a bit of entertainment as well. I think Iceman and Dupe are gonna be going very quickly, so I'll be trying to play catch up with those fellas.
Alrighty, for next racing competitor coming up to the stage, you're gonna see Iceman!
My name is Warthog, and I've been playing StarCitizen since about 2016. Okay, well what initially got me into ship racing was I was a loner and I couldn't find my place in the StarCitizen world, and my brother joined Southern Cross Alliance and Wayne DC. And he invited me to come along one day to a Discord channel, and I got involved with that group, and I discovered that I had an unknown passion for ship racing. And I got into Gravlev ships, and I loved it ever since. My favourite ship would have to be a Dragonfly. I bash and crash my way around the tracks, and it can take the pounding that I give it. He is going to be my greatest adversary, and I'll make sure that I do everything I possibly can to destroy him. There is a rivalry, it's a brother's rivalry, but there is a competitive rivalry as well. There's no quarter given between me and him. Outside of ship racing, my favourite thing would be exploration. Just the thought of going down onto a planet's surface and just wandering, exploring, looking, finding is my thing. The message I'd like to give to the StarCitizen community is get on, find a community and have a go. There's nothing wrong with being a novice. There's nothing wrong with being a beginner. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Get on, have a crack and enjoy it. And you'll find that once you get into a good community, you won't turn back. Playing by yourself, I'm sure that there are people out there who like their solitary play, but there is a level of involvement that's in a community that you can't get just by yourself. And the motivation and the friendships and the camaraderie and the competitive aspect is totally different in a good community.
My ID is Iceman. I've been playing StarCitizen for just over a year. March last year is when I started playing and started getting into racing at the end of last year, and I've loved it. Yeah, I've been following it for a long time. So pretty much since COVID, watching all of the StarCitizen lives and inside StarCitizens, I've just been taking all that information in, really enjoying that side of the game development. Originally getting into racing, I wanted to improve my piloting skills. That was kind of the gateway. And then I had huge encouragement from Dupe, who's racing with us today, and also EchoBit, and just really enjoyed it far more than I thought, to the point where when you jump on a racetrack, it feels like you get into the flow. It's just one of those game loops that you can easily pass an hour and just really enjoy it, come away relaxed, and yeah, it's just fantastic. So my favorite racing ship is the Connie Aquila with the P52 Merlin in the boot. I love exploring and I love the racing component of the P52 Merlin. I love exploring. I can't wait for more and more of that game loop to come around. One of the things that I love to do is just going and exploring different terrains on planets, doing low flying in a Connie, as silly as that sounds, but just checking out all the terrain, all the different points of interest. I just love that kind of game loop. Oh, I love Microtech. I'm not sure, Iceman, Ice, but I do love just flying around. Beautiful scenery, the mountains, the snow, it's great. Competing tomorrow in front of a live crowd, I'm both excited and terrified, especially since I'm racing with a lot of my peers, people that have been teaching me how to race and encouraging me how to race as well. So for me, it's just it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to be able to do this type of thing, and I'm grateful and yeah, excited, ready to go. I guess my message to the community at Bus Citizen Sydney and the global Star Citizen community is just to jump in, have a lot of fun, but for the day and for the race, it would just be to support all of the races. They're all a great bunch of lads. We've been training together and we all just want to put on a really good show today. So hopefully you give everyone a huge round of applause for all the work they put in.
All right, for our next racing competitor, of course, we have Wayne DC coming up to the stage.
DC, I've been in Star Citizen, 2014, I think it was. The moment that the Orion went out for sale, I looked on the website, there it is, got me hooked instantly, just looking at that wonderful ship. I originally got started in racing in Star Citizen when I joined the Southern Cross Alliance. I was looking for a good Aussie organisation, multiple organisations to choose from. I looked for the one that had the most players. I thought they would be the most active. Joined it not ever thinking that there was going to be racing involved. I'm an industrialist, that's what I like. Racing popped up. Spectra Ocean Dream Circuit was on the radar at the time, and it holds a special place in my heart because it was my very first race. My favourite ship, well, there would be two. Corsair, just for daily drive, but Gravlev racing would have to be the X1. I just like the smooth feel of the X1. That's my track. Oh. I love that track. I can get on it for hours and do endless, relaxing laps. So hopefully, I don't stuff it up. My favourite thing to do in Star Citizen is just to relax in an asteroid field. Just go out there with a mining ship. After a hard day of work, I just want to do nothing. I don't want to tax my brain. I think all day. I just want to get out there and relax. A wonderful asteroid field by myself is my thing. I am a team player. I am not an individual player. When there's some organisation going on, you won't find me in a gunner's seat. You won't find me in a pilot seat. But I am looking forward to the team play side of being in the ships. The engineering is what I'm looking forward to. Fighting the fires, adjusting the power grids, repair, that's me. So that's the part of the org that I'm looking forward to. If I had a message for the Star Citizen community, it would be to, regardless of your abilities and your skills, jump in game, find yourself a like-minded group of people, figure out what you like to do, and just play your own game. You'll sort yourself out, you'll find what you like and dislike, you'll find where your abilities lie, and you will just have an absolute hoot of a time. Just enjoy it.
All righty, that was Wayne DC. But for our next racing competitor who's taking the stage, it's going to be Mistrust.
My name is Mistrust. I've been playing Star Citizen for about 6 or 7 years now. What got me into ship racing? I was working with Lens Nation on a few of his machinima videos, and he was like, let's go make a series called Top Hangar, and you're going to be the Stig, and you're going to fly around Loreville outskirts in various ships trying to set the best time so that our various guests in a reasonably priced Aurora MR can try and match or see how well they do against those times.
And your favourite ship?
Oh, my favourite ship would be probably the P-72. My favourite thing to do in Star Citizen is low flying. I absolutely adore trying to get my windscreen as close to the surface of a planet as possible without exploding or hitting a rock. It's a joy. I love the speed. I love the proximity of death in those situations. Yeah, I love it. When you do it right, it brings a lot of adrenaline. When you do it wrong, it's over very quickly and you're back at the hangar. Both. I'm excited because the guys I'm racing with are awesome, but I'm nervous because I'm a little inconsistent in my racing. It's kind of, if I'm feeling a little tired for those 5 minutes, I'm going to crash on every corner. If I'm sharp and on point, you better watch out, I'm going to beat you. If there's anything I'd like to say to the Star Citizen community is, if you'd ever like to learn to race, come find me in game. I'll teach you the ins and outs of how to fly a ship with a technique that will get you around all the corners, through all the checkpoints, and into flying at speed and with extreme joy.
All right, that's incredible there by Mistrust. And our next racing competitor taking the stage is going to be Duop.
My name is Dupe, or Duop, and I've been playing Star Citizen since Hangar Module, and then a bit of cargo running in 2019, and then since 2022, pretty solidly, and getting into racing from then. The story behind my username is I had a friend that I played with, and he had a Futurama-themed username, so I needed to match it, and I wanted it to be one of those names that kind of looked like a picture at the same time, because that was cool at the time. And yeah, so that's how Dupe or Duop, being the Democratic Order of Planets reference, came into being, and it's stuck. What initially got me into ship racing was being found attempting Loreville outskirts in a Mustang Gamma one time on stream by EchoBit, and brought into Southern Cross Alliance, and just hitting time trials on Snake Pit became my addiction for an unhealthy amount of time, and that was in the P-52 Merlin, which I also then flew in a community ship race and got the win there last year, so that's P-52 is definitely my favorite ship. I like going fast, and I like the edges of the track to be whooshing by. I like that feeling of speed. My message to the Star Citizen community is really, like, have fun with it. Every little part of this game is amazing, and you know, don't get caught up in, I gotta jump here, deliver there, complete this contract, grind credits, buy ships, all that. It's like, goof around, have fun, like spin around a space station a couple of times before you land, pick out a cool outfit from a shop. Just engage with all those little fun bits and build your own little story within the game.
All right, there is Duop or Dupe for you, but our final competitor taking the stage is going to be Blortorg. All right, those are going to be all your racers, and now they're going to be getting ready here to compete here in a few moments. But before we do that, we're going to kind of break down exactly how the races are going to be working today. So, Lens, let's kind of jump into the first race of the day here, because I'm super excited to get all these guys racing. We're going to have quite a few different races, tracks, and a couple open GPs as well, which means that they're going to be able to choose their own tracks. And then, of course, going into the first ever Gravlev showcase that's going to be here at Enter Atmosphere in Sydney, Australia, which I'm super excited about because we have never shown Gravlev racing on the big stage yet. So break down that first map for me, Lens.
The first race we have today is the Rickard Memorial. Okay, now this is the only race today which has that old ring-type checkpoints. Yep. And there are 25 of them. Okay, now this is very important. Remember, all other races are those gate-type checkpoints. Yep. They are racing this race in the 350R, which has been buffed up in the latest patch. It is pretty much the second fastest ship you can fly, but this is big for those rings. So the race lead will be decided in the first 3-4 checkpoints. We shall see that today, because if somebody is passing through that checkpoint, the others will have to concede their position because the two of them cannot fit in there together, right? So the weather prediction, a lot of earth-shattering kabooms probably, so we shall have some entertainment, but who crashes, who goes fast, we shall see. That is the Rickard Memorial in 350R, the first race of the day.
Yeah, using the 350R, that's going to be very, very interesting. And the 350R is a pretty large ship, so it's not going to be like the P-52 like you mentioned. They can't get through those gates. They're going to have to give up that position and hopefully catch him on the next checkpoint there. So that's going to be interesting. All right, Lens, let's jump right into race number 2 that we have. What's race number 2, and what ship are they going to be racing in today during this competition?
The second race, Snake Pit. Obviously, and they are flying that in the Archimedes, the P-72. Now, on the snake pit, it's all about bleeding G's, as Jacodin calls it. You know our friend Jacodin.
Yes.
Bleeding G's, because both the maneuvers, you can pitch and turn, right? Or you can use the yaw and drift to turn. Now, P72 is perfect for pitch turns. It doesn't like much of the yaw, but you can still manage it if you have the skill, but it's definitely better than the 52. So you can do it, and when you're coming to the turns, now it's all going to depend upon how they use the boost, mate. This is all about the boost. Entering the Nanos Alley, Emerald Avenue, up to the tight right-hander 180-degree turn, if they don't have the boost enough to make that, they're going to lose positions. Extremely important. We will see some true skill, and it'll be interesting to see who's drifting and who's doing the pitch maneuvers.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting because Snake Pit, by the way, if you guys are watching, whether you're watching from home or here in the stands, make sure you pay attention because that track makes everybody look like they're going at supersonic speeds. It's going to be a lot of fun, so make sure you stay tuned for that map for sure. And let's jump right into our third map, Lens Nation. What map is that going to be and what ship they're going to be using here today?
You'll be very happy. Mr. Hurston gave us the Loreville outskirts, right? We took it on the lease, and it's our third race of the day. Now, this is a race, mate, where the weather comes into play because a lot of the people just play PU, but Loreville, in the Arena Commander now, you have weather. You have really gnarly rain, and it can get very, very dark, which is good because we have the Mustang Gamma to go through on this track because it has the best lamp. You know, the light amplitude, the latest new technology we have. It has the best lamp possible. So, which is again very good because Gamma also has the worst precipitation on its canopy. If it's raining, you really can't see through it, and it's very, very big. So we're gonna have the Mustang Gamma flying on the Loreville outskirts. It's a very wide track. You can have side-by-side racing, but it's a very long track for Mustang Gamma. It's not that fast, but that's where we shall have a lot of overtakes. That's going
to be a good one. I love Loreville outskirts, especially the weather that has been implemented, in the last few patches. That's going to be very interesting. So it could be raining, it could be not. Let's see what happens. That's going to be interesting. So let's jump right into race number 4. Lens, tell them about this next map and what they're going to be using.
Okay, this is the Noodles track, minus Lament. The first 0G track.
Yes.
The first 0G track in today's competition. Now, minus Lament. I will say the speed will kill you. If you want, and they're doing it in the Peregrine, remember, very fast ship. Now, the thing is, you want to stay in the bracket of 400 and 600. If you are pushing up to 700 meters per second, very dangerous. But if you have skill, you can pull it off. Now, this is another track where the eye tracking, because we have Tobii eye trackers here, the eye tracking is very, very valid because you got a 0G racing, you got to point the ship this way, look where you're going, bring your TVI, boost through, and it's a technical racer. I'm specifically looking at Mistrust in this one because he loves to low fly. That will help him a lot. But control your speed, Peregrine. You can also switch between SCM and nav mode. You can decide, I'm just going to do this in that nav mode. Or you can decide SCM, very, very safe. We shall see.
That's going to be a good one here. All right, we got our race number 5. Let's jump right into that one. And then what map is that going to be, Lens, and what ship are they going to be using today?
This is a community-made track, Spectra Dream Ocean track. Now, this was made by Ecobit of Anzia Racing, which is amazing. Shout out from ATMO to Anzia, because that's another Australian community, and ATMO is also half Australian. So this is a beautiful track. Anti-grab. This is an open race. Pretty much going to come down to if the racers are going to choose the Nox or go with the X1. And the problem with the what's going to happen is the Nox is 3 meters per second faster than the X1, correct? And now Nox can go very fast, and the X1 can corner very fast. So we're going to see who picks which anti-grab bike to fly or to race on this track. The overtakes will happen on CP6, CP7, CP14, and CP21. Those are the overtaking tracks, because otherwise you're just capped by your speed. And the jump really helps you as well. So we shall see.
Well, it looks like we're about to get ready here for race number 1. Just a quick thing here is that as the racers go through all the races, you're going to see they're going to tally points. And then, of course, throughout race 1 through 6, they're going to be tallying those points. And then race 6, 7, and 8, 7, 8, and 9, they're going to have those sudden death points where points are doubled. So there's going to be a lot riskier. And, of course, depending on points, crashes, etc., throughout the races, we're going to crown a winner here today at Enterprise Fair 2956. So without further ado, I want to introduce some incredible people. We got Croncy and Cyberfox, who's going to be breaking down the play-by-play for you guys here at Enter Atmosphere 2956. Take it away, guys.
07 Star Citizens, and welcome to EA 56. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves already. I am joined once again by the amazing CyberFox, who hopefully some of you guys got to see us cast Manchester. What's it like coming to Sydney, coming to my neck of the woods?
Coming from the tail end of winter in Britain to summer, beautiful Australia. It's absolutely, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm even more thrilled to be here with you, Croncy, again, to be casting with you. It's a real pleasure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this event. I feel like this isn't going to be another race night. This is going to be a mixed grid, which we didn't see in Gravity Rush last year. They have different backgrounds. They've got different experience levels. And honestly, that might make this even more exciting because you mix the variety with nerves, and then you get drama.
Yeah, 100%. I got to say, we've been talking to a lot of the racers over the last couple of days as they've been coming into the city. A lot of them very, very excited for the event. Some definitely more competitive than others. Very excited to see some maybe some throat slit on the stage or something. But it's going to be a good time. Now, the first race that we're going to be going to is Rickard Memorial. Now, this is the classic racetrack that a lot of you at home have probably already experienced. It's the classic. It's the OG. Take us through a little bit about Rickard.
Well, so they're going to be racing with the 350R, and this is on the planet of Green in the Ellis system, and it's at 1 ATMO. So it's going to be a momentum-heavy, close-quarters, atmospheric circuit with the powerful but weighty ship. And so they've got to balance their straight-line speed with disciplined drift control through tight checkpoint squeezes. So I'm expecting a little bit of early chaos and late-lap precision racing. What do you think we're going to see today?
I mean, this is the one that theoretically most of our racers should have the most practice on. Obviously, our flight model's gone through a couple of different iterations since the introduction of this racetrack. The racetrack itself has had a couple of updates, but you know, this is the very first one that people get into when you first get into racing, right? Whether you're going to PU or in Arena Commander, this is the first one you go to. So I'm interested to see what happens here. To give our competitors a little bit of a perspective of what you might see here, the fastest lap that we have at the moment on SCR, notably in an Origin M50, so not the 350R that we're going to be seeing today, is 1 minute and 2 seconds, just shy of 1 minute and 3 by Jellyhead Maid. So probably not going to see that exact time here today. Probably something a little bit slower, but should be a good time.
Absolutely. And with our racers, because they've been practicing this track and because they've got different disciplines, I'm expecting to see a little bit of different approach from each of them. For example, I think Iceman, because he prefers generally aerodynamic racing above anything else, I think he's going to take up this challenge and be a real competitor for this event. Whereas Wayne and Blortorg, as our Gravity or Gravlev racers, I think they're going to struggle a little bit. I think they're probably comfortable with the 350R, but the track with its verticality, with the long straight lines, they're going to have to control their throttle. They're going to have to try not to overshoot. So it's going to be a bit more of a challenge for them. So I'm expecting to see Iceman compete with Ant, Mistrust, and Duop, and have like a four-way sort of head-to-head going on for this track.
I mean, I do like that prediction quite a lot. I mean, I love to gamble a little bit when we're doing some racing and whatnot. So I'm going to call it. I think Ant's got this one. I think Ant's got the first race, you know. Might not get there for the rest of them, but are you going to put yourself for Iceman?
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Iceman just purely because it's the 350R.
Okay.
I think the where Ant 5 really flies well is in sort of the 0G style ships. So the Fury LX and the low Atmo tracks, whereas this is 1 atmosphere. So I think he's going to be competitive for sure. He's got the pilot skills because he was a PvP pilot, has trained with Tails 24/7 with Avenger Squadron. So he's very skilled. So I think he's going to put up a bit of a challenge. But yeah, my money is on Iceman.
All right, well, there's our predictions out of the way. And for those of you at home, if you haven't participated in this track before, there's a couple of really, really tricky spots. Let's go through just a couple of these turns. A couple of them are a little bit awkward. A couple of them have some pretty aggressive hazards if you've never participated in them before. So in the start, we're going to be going left into ring, through ring 0 into ring 1, and then we've got a large straight as we sort of come down through ring 2 around to ring 3. Now, there's a couple of different hazards that are going to be big and important for our players to miss here. There's quite a lot of billboards around this area. If you do want to cut around these rings, I mean, I've crashed on these rings a billion times, honestly, trying to cut a bit of time. Where do you think today our racers are going to have the most trouble?
So I think one of the checkpoints with the billboard right in front of it. I've heard from Wayne that it's one of the most treacherous lines and one of his most favorite corners to plow right into the geometry. Like Mozzie on a windshield, he said. He sought some advice from Dirk, a racing sensei from XGR, and Dirk is famous for his superior speed, so he's offered some sage advice for this track to Wayne. Slow down, manage your speed, and focus on your entry and exit lines. And I think what you're talking about those dangerous checkpoints, it's not about your speed going through the checkpoint, it's not about that you control the ship, it's about the line that you take. You have to go slightly wider, slightly lower than you think you might in order to pull up to avoid the billboard in that sense.
So it sounds like we already have our racers ready to go on the track. Those at home and those here at Fortress, are we ready to see some racing? Well, too bad, because I'm going to keep talking. Gotchas. No, we're about 30 seconds away, guys, so get very, very excited. Let us know in the chats at home, whether you're on the SE channel or any of the ATMO channels that are posting it. Who do you think is going to take this first race? We've got quite a few races to go through today. We've got 9 going ahead.
And it looks like Blortorg's just resetting himself a little bit, maybe having a few issues with his inputs, going to set his speed at the highest point of the track, just to make sure that everybody's on a level playing field here at the moment. The 350R, just for our audience awareness, is one of the fastest ships in the game in the current flight model at the moment. It's fastest in the straight line. It's got a huge straight line speed performance, and it carries its momentum well through the corners, but it's very slow to rotate, and it demands early pre-nosing to hit the apex. So what you're going to see is a lot of drifting around this track, and I think these racers are going to be up for the challenge for the first track. They're going to get used to the 350R, and then we're going to throw them into another track with another ship, and just basically throw them right off. Yep. So the muscle memory is going to be really screwed by the end of this tournament. It looks like the grid is set and Blortorg is coming back down to his position. So we might be ready to go in just a second, waiting for the countdown. You
bring up a good point, though. A lot of these events, we tend to either stick with the same ship or the same kind of ships, but because we have such a wide range today and we're going through, it's going to be a lot more interesting. People get to show off their skills a little bit more. We might have some favorites going, differently into each run. And it looked, we are on. We are on.
And it's a dramatic start already with Duop stuck on the line. AMP5 taking an early lead. I think Blortorg is in second. I missed the start of that, but it looks like it's quite clean.
Iceman having some sort of issues with his engines, apparently, constantly falling down to earth. Look, this is StarCitizen. Sometimes we have some chaotic starts, but either way, we've got a couple of races going very hard into it. Mistrust flying through those rings on the chase at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Mistrust is just about to do a quick overtake. Oh, very, very close to the checkpoint. Very, very small entry points there. And it looks like AMP5 pushing it a little bit wide, drifting a little bit, coming really close to each other. Ooh. And Blortorg joining into the battle in a moment.
Bit of an explosion there from Duop into one of the checkpoints. Iceman, after that explosion onto the ground, has reset and does appear to be fine.
As well. Blortorg and AMP5 really close to each other, back and forthing. I can't believe how close we are. It looks like AMP5 is cutting this corner a little bit tight with Blortorg drifting through. AMP5 clipping a little bit.
You could see that one being a disaster for the last 10 seconds going into that turn. Very, very awkward. Iceman with some expert maneuvering there, going into the black as they come around these corners. Duop with another explosion there in the bottom left.
I'm not surprised to see Blortorg being consistent from, and AMP5 has just chipped the checkpoint again. But yeah, Blortorg and Wayne are some very consistent racers. They take it slow but steady. They're drifting. They are managing their speed. But Iceman is coming up on a racer as well, very close. It looks like there might be an overtake. It's very, very close through the checkpoint. Iceman taking a upper position. It looks like he's 5th. So he's going to catch up a little bit.
Blortorg, notably the only racer that we have at the moment on their second lap. So still quite a bit of a distance in between our runners here, as though, we've seen a lot of explosions already, a lot of mishaps here. We can see Wayne DC coming down towards the back straight, is going to miss that ring and have to come back around. Duop with another explosion. This is a lethal race to start us off today.
Meanwhile, Mistrust is catching up on Blortorg, cutting the distance between them. Blortorg still taking it very, very carefully through the corners. Mistrust overcooking it a little bit. You've got to be a racer, not a chaser, to survive this race. Blortorg taking it nice and steady. He's still in first place. Mistrust in second. And it looks like we've got Wayne DC in third. So the consistency is what's pulling through here, is what's making the difference in this race.
Indeed we do. Iceman just getting through into lap number 2 now. Still waiting on Ant5 and Duop to make their way through. Going a little bit slower so we can just make sure we get these completions, as it does matter. Make sure you get your spots in so you can get your points. And I think we're going to see Blortorg pretty soon as we come around these sections. Likely going to be our first place finisher for this first race, assuming no more issues. But I'm not going to jinx it, I swear.
And we can see Mistrust here lining up his TVI, drifting around the corner, pulling in nice and slow. And I think... Oh, Blortorg just doing another, just lapped somebody, I think. Still in first position. Mistrust still on his heels, hot on his heels, but Blortorg is not submitting to the pressure, coming across the start-finish line and completing the race.
There we
Mistrust
go.
just a few checkpoints behind. I wonder if he can finish the race in time. And we've got Wayne DC coming in. Oh, no, there's a bit of a back and forth between Iceman and Wayne. Fourth and third, third and fourth. They're battling it out for their positions. You can see Iceman just undercutting Wayne here. They're going to squeeze through this checkpoint. Very, very close together, nearly hitting each other. Looks like Wayne's just a little bit in the lead. Third and fourth, battling it out towards the finish line.
Yeah, now let's give a big round of applause for Blortorg, our first finisher for race number 1. That deserves a big round of applause. And then we've got Iceman and Wayne. Let's see what's happening with this battle, because this is very, very impressive. Looks like Wayne in front at the moment, coming into the final stretch as Duop, another explosion there in the bottom left. Let's see, Wayne ahead at the moment. I don't think Iceman's going to be able to make it. Wayne will cross the finish line there, followed by Iceman. And let's see what happens with Duop and Ant.
Well, this was exactly as we did not predict. And it looks like Ant is now drifting a little bit. This heavy, weighty ship, probably not quite what is used to compared to the more agile ships. Duop also struggling a little bit. Missed the checkpoint. Has he? No, he's going the right way, so that's good. And just a few checkpoints behind Ant. I think if Ant keeps colliding, Duop might catch up. But they've got 40 seconds to complete the final lap to try and complete the race without landing on 0 points.
Yeah, so still quite a ways to go for some of these races here. But what an interesting start to our race here. Very, very chaotic in that first lap. We had a couple of issues. Really interested to see what happened to Iceman there. It almost like the engine had turned off or something. Not 100% sure, but then was able to come back and at least secure, I believe, 4th place. So... you know, not the end of the world for Iceman, and plenty of races left to go in order for him to score some points.
It might be something to do with a control input issue. We can see that both Ant5 and Duop are in precision control mode, whereas the rest were just in their SCM and nav modes as standard. So it could have been something to do with the inputs.
Very possibly. So there we go. First race, Blortorg in first, Mistrust in second, and Wayne DC in third. So very interesting start. Very, very interesting start there. I'm very curious to see how the next race is going to go, because it was a little weird. I really want to know what happened to Iceman's ship there. Hopefully nothing too rough. But let's talk about race number 2 that we're going to be going to next, which is one of the classics, one of the first community maps that got put into the game, Snake Pit.
Absolutely, and we're going to be challenging our racers now with a more agile ship, a Kruger P-72 Archimedes. So instead of a big, weighty, boaty ship, they're going to be in an agile snub fighter that has a huge nose authority, really, really nippy. They're going to be close to the ground instead of having these sort of wide open spaces. So even more of a challenge to stay alive, to make sure that they don't crash. I think it's going to be high intensity. It's wall-to-wall street circuit style racing, where the ultra-precise snub ship rewards the technical mastery, and it punishes even the slightest misjudgment. So I expect more of a tight-packed race in this one, and maybe some razor-thin overtakes and milliseconds separating the field, or at least that's what I hope to see.
Yeah. Now, notably, we're going to be racing in the P72. The fastest lap that we have this on SCR is actually in the P52, the little cousin of the Archimedes, and once again by Jellyhead made.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing a bit of a pattern here. 26.228 seconds, so quite fast on fastest lap here. Fastest race we have from Boltok, 1 minute and 41 seconds. How do you think those are going to compare to the numbers we see today?
Well, I think a lot of these racers are going to be comfortable with the P72, but not necessarily comfortable with the track. Although they do like it, it's a completely different racing style from what we've just seen before. So it's going to throw them off a little bit. We had an issue with the start line in the previous race. I'm hoping not to see that this time. I think they're going to get off to a clean start, but it's just the first 2 corners that might end up deciding the race. So Ant 5 has been practicing the dolphin lines for this race, which means that you down pitch through the corners blind, but agrees that it's not necessarily the most practical way to fly this race in a competition. Because obviously if you're going blind, you might crash into somebody. Hopefully we're going to see a little bit more of a survival focus from Ant 5 and from Duop, so that they can get through the race and complete it before the timer runs out. But yeah, my trust is in the teams and in their practice to use this P72 as best they can, stay as close to the checkpoints and as close to the corners and the hairpins as they can to get a good time, but not overcook it.
Yeah. Now, I'm glad you brought up the confidence with the P72, because notably the winner of our first race, Blortog, mentioned to you that it was a complete disaster. Blortog not at all excited for this race, just hoping not to get 0 points, which I think that's a noble recruit.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the strategy that you need to focus on in Star Citizen, especially when you're racing in the PU rather than an Arena Commander, although we're in Arena Commander today, is just making sure that you go through the laps slowly. Maybe do 10 laps in an Aurora to begin with to get your strategy in, to get your focus in, to learn the patterns of the tracks, to learn the layout, and just focus on survival. If you can get 10 laps down without crashing, then that's when you can start to increase your time and put some pressure on increasing your speed, increasing your velocity, looking at your throttle control, and maybe moving up to the faster ships. I think it's very interesting when you come to racing for the first time, you feel like you want to put the pedal to the metal, but that's not necessarily the strategy that works. And a lot of the racers here today, they've only just started learning these tracks about a month ago for this tournament.
Yeah, we had some decisions to make about, what did we want to showcase. And I am glad we chose this racetrack in particular. We have a big history of this racetrack, obviously in the racing community, but then also at ATMO itself. One of my favorite races of our Gravity Rush last year was Snake Pit. It was an insane race. We had so many close calls, so many fights coming in some tight turns. So this is probably going to be one of the more entertaining races today, in my opinion. I'm very, very excited for it. Now, there is a lot of hairpin turns on this this track. What do you think in this track is going to be the most difficult for our racers?
So I think, honestly, I'm not too concerned about the hairpins, because I think the P72 is like the ideal pairing for the track. It's got enough of a pitch up to be able to pitch round those corners and do those tight turns, rather than what we just saw with the 370R. So I think boost discipline is probably going to be the most critical. You've got to make sure with the snub fighters, the boost can deplete quite quickly. And if you get to the end of the first lap and your boosters run out, then you're kind of stuffed for the second lap. So you've got to time your boost so that you've got enough regen for the second lap, and then do the same for the third. So for me, the strategy is all about boosting rather than I suppose, having a difficulty with a particular corner or anything.
Fair enough. I will say one of the most competitive corners that we get to see a lot of the time is Turn and Burn. This is that last corner just before you end up on the start finish line. There's a big straight section for it, and you'll see people come around close contact with that far turn in the far back there of the map. You see a lot of the differences of the race's capabilities sort of come around there. So in those last few turns, that's where you want to look. That's where you want to see just how our racers are approaching this track.
Absolutely. And one of the quirks of this ship is the amount, and the track, is the amount you have to roll. Because it's not just right-hand turns all the way. It's not just left-hand turns all the way. You have to do a few right-hand turns and then roll your ship 180 degrees and then do some left-hand turns and then roll your ship again. And I think that is going to be one of the difficulties that these racers face, is the handling of the ship, is making sure that they snap their craft into position, and then manage the Gs as well, because you're going to be getting rolling Gs and you're going to be getting Gs from the vertical pull-up as well. So you've got to manage your character. And while they're getting their characters set up, they're probably going to be thinking of their strategy of how am I going to survive this race, go fast, and not black out? Because if I black out on the Snake Pit, if the fastest lap is 26 seconds by Jelly Headmaid, if you black out and you lose 5 seconds and you have to restart your ship, There's no nav or SEM switch because it's a snub ship, but you're going to reset your ship, and then you've got to get back up to speed. Yep. You're already going to be half a lap behind, and you're at risk of being overtaken, even in this mixed pack and mixed field.
100%. I do also like that you mentioned there the rotation of this map. There's a couple of maps like this one, Yadar Valley, where I swear you spend half the race sideways, which is very, very fun to watch. It sort of reminds me of going through like a weird comet or something as you're traveling through. So if you're ever practicing that at home, that's something that you want to check out there. So we're just having a couple of login issues here, so we're getting those squared away for you guys before we get into this race. But let's get into a couple of predictions here. So obviously, we just had Blortog finish first in the race number 1. Based on information that you you acquired from Blortog, not super confident in that one. Where are you sitting for this next race?
Absolutely. So when I spoke to Duop, the love of the snake pit crept up on him. So with the P72, he says it feels like it's racing go-karts. He was introduced to the track by EchoBit, who found Duop racing a Mustang on stream one night and invited him to show him the ropes. From that point, he said he got hooked for about 3 weeks straight, and using the P72 initially and then switching to the P52. So for him, it's just about getting used to the track again, bringing back that muscle memory. As for technique, he said rolling quickly to switch from the left to the right-handers can be tricky. You need to sort of boost to snap your rolls and maintain momentum. He's also tried the non-rolling lines, which require you to pitch down blind around half the corners, leaping and diving like a dolphin, but I don't think we'll see that here today, even though Dupes achieved a 33-second lap time with this technique. So I did place my bets on some of these aerodynamic racers in the first map. I'm going to stick to it in the second map, and I think my second pick will be Iceman. Iceman's been drilling this track. He's been super comfortable talking about it. He's been on a good stint and put in some decent lap times, around 40 seconds. So I think as long as Duop's not putting in time trial lines, because you're not going to see those sorts of things in a real race, I think Iceman's going to be a real challenge. It's already paid off, and you can see Iceman amongst the top 10 in the Arena Commander leaderboards. He, along with a lot of the Anzia racing community, has been putting in some time with EchoBit. And he said that if you can complete, EchoBit give him a challenge, if you can complete the 10-lap challenge, 10 clean laps in a row, this puts you in a different mindset and helps you to understand that fast times are no good if you can't be consistent. Iceman could do well here if he puts his training to use when the pack starts to spread out a bit. If he's got a good first few corners, unlike the start from the last race, he might find that the stars align, providing him with open air in front, but if not, he might keep on pressure for the rest of the race and for the other racers.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Now, we had our racer interviews earlier that we showed to you guys on stream, and I do have to say, Mistrust, very, very confident with low flying. Right?
Absolutely.
That's something that I feel like is actually going to be a huge boon here, because the entire race, like, you are on the floor almost the entire racetrack here. Low flying is actually a huge, huge boon here. And Mistrust, very comfortable with the P72, right? So likes it as a comfortable cockpit. I love that it's a walnut dash and a white trim with green windshield, trying to sell us the P72 over here. But yeah, very, very comfortable with the P72, very comfortable with low flying. This track very much lends itself to that. So that's where I'm going to put my money for this race. I think I'm going to go for Mistrust and see how we go there.
I think that's a safe bet. But when I was talking to Mistrust, he said that his character was named as such because of the way that his character behaves in Star Citizen. So he said when he's doing a bit of PvP, he tells his character to pull out a gun, and then sometimes the character sort of drops it all over the floor. And then he tells his character to start shooting, and instead of shooting, it starts reloading. So he says he can't trust her, and so that's why he named his character Mistrust. So although he's going to be the most comfortable, nearest to the ground with the low flying, it's not going to put him off at all. Can he trust his character to do what he's asking his character to do? So we've been through Iceman, we've been through Duop,
yes,
and we've been through Mistrust. Is there anybody else that you would like to talk about of our pack today?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Wayne. Now, Wayne and Blortog obviously practice a lot together, as you can imagine, and they have put a lot of time together on this track, but also, Wayne also not super comfortable with it, bringing it into a competition space where it's a little bit of a different environment, the nerves start getting to you, it's a little bit more awkward. So we'll see how Wayne ends up putting around here. Getting lap times around 70 seconds, which like a little bit slower than you want to be doing on this track. But as we saw in that first track, as long as you're not crashing, you might actually get a leg up on some of our other competitors here. So don't cut yourself out too much just yet. Safety is just as important. Unfortunately, in the F1, if they crash, they don't get to restart. So
Fair enough.
you get a little bit more penalized there, obviously. So Wayne thinks a direct collision unlikely. I do want to point out, I think in the, not the practice runs, in the previous event that we did last year, Gravity Rush, sorry, it slipped my mind for a second. We actually did have a couple of collisions because the fighting was just so close, especially on those last couple of turns where, you know, you're not even looking to your right as you're coming around the turn, and then all of a sudden you're inside someone else's ship. So we'll see what happens here, especially when you do get into the more competitive mode. Collisions become a little bit more likely. So Wayne specifically calling out collisions there. Don't jinx it for yourself.
Absolutely. Now, although these ships are small, it is a very tight circuit track. It does bring these racers together quite a lot. And so it doesn't really matter how much you practice on your own. It doesn't really matter about time trial times. It doesn't really matter how much you know the track. It matters about survival. It matters about your awareness. It matters that you sort of know your place, your position within the grid as you're going around the track as well. And as we've just seen, that being a little bit overly competitive can sort of bite you as well. And so when it comes to Ant 5, when I spoke to him, he's been practicing some super competitive lines. And despite his advanced piloting knowledge, it's one of his least favorite tracks.
Yep.
He says he hasn't put enough time in it to feel super competitive, but that's probably not a bad thing from my perspective. So from what he was saying, it sounds like he'll decide on his approach on the line. So he hasn't made his mind up yet. Respond to what's happening, what he can see in front of him, and then just sort of see how it goes. He might spice up the competition a bit, or he might like to keep it steady. I hope he opts for the latter. It's a quick race, though, so he needs to have a sharp start like everybody else, which kind of forces his hand a bit. But going back to the layout of the track, the history of the track, and this ship and track pairing, what do you think we are going to see of the grid through the race? Do you think it's going to be tight? Do you think it's going to be spread out like we've just seen? Do you think we're going to have some upsets?
Historically, when we've run this track, especially through Gravity Rush, it sort of splits into your three zones, right? There'll almost guaranteed be 2 races fighting it out until the very last turn, and then we'll sort of see where everyone else goes. It sort of mixes itself about. I almost guarantee someone's going to blow up on Drifter's Paradise right at the start of the race. Happens almost every time. Someone just takes it a bit too hard. It can be very deceptive when you're coming down that straight for the first line, right? And you're just going a bit too fast. So that person inevitably ends up in the back trying to catch their way back up. And then, yeah, like I said, when you come around close contact and you go through turn and burn, you end up having these fights where it's a lot of back and forth. So I'm hoping that that also happens because it's very, very entertaining to watch. Now, once again, guys, we're just having some login credential issues that we are trying to get through fixed. So we're going to get to this race really, really quickly. But that's all right. It means you get to look at mine and Cyberfox's faces a little bit longer. We want to thank you guys for watching so far here at EA 56. It's very, very cool to have everyone come to my hometown here in Sydney and see everyone, as well as showcase a lot of Australians. We have a bunch of Australians in the racing. We have a bunch of Australians in the PvP tournament later, which you might notice why I'm wearing a competitor badge instead of a staff badge. Get to go see that later. Someone told Crucian I was good at PvP or something. I don't know what's going on, but it should make it for a pretty good day. Let's quickly, I just want your prediction. So we know all the 9 tracks. What's the most exciting track that you're looking for today?
I mean, Yadar has always been my favorite, and it's always going to be my favorite. It's the pinnacle of track design, and if you've heard us talk about this track before, we'll come back to it when we do reach Yadar. But it was one of those tracks which were developed by the community and CIG hand in hand together. And I think that camaraderie between the community and the dev team is what makes that track so amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And here we go. We have a great look at our awesome people here down at Fortress. Can we get a big cheer, Fortress? No, there we go. Slight delay there. We have an amazing amount of people here down at Fortress watching us today live, both here in the arena and in the tavern. And if you're watching at home, we appreciate the support as well there, guys. So it's going to be a good day. We also have a panel after the racing, which is going to be quite fun. And then there's also a meet and greet later today with Chris, which should make for a pretty good day. You know, we didn't get a live CitizenCon last year, so this kind of feels a bit like a CitizenCon light.
It does. It definitely feels like a hot production. Everything is just so beautiful here. The venue is set up perfectly for it. We've got our sim pits ready. Go Wayne! Go Wayne! We've got our sim pit set up. We've got our LAN computers set up. So people here aren't just in the audience. They're enjoying the rest of the venue. They're having a drink. They're having a fly around Star Citizen. So they're getting the full mini SitCon experience.
Yep.
And later on, when we do the dev panel and when we do the meet and greets and when we do between our whatchamacallit, our races and our fight or flight, we're going to have a few giveaways. So we're going to have like quite an entertaining day. My recommendation as well is when you do a meet and greet, try and think what you might like to get Chris to say on record. I got him to record a soundbite for Discord that says, "Hello, Wayfarers." And so now, whenever I join my org, who are the Wayfarers, we press that button and we've got the king himself saying hello to us to get us into the game.
Absolutely love it. All right, guys, we've still got some login issues, so we're going to throw you guys to some ads. We'll be back ASAP with race number 2 here at EA 56. We'll see you soon.
Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. that is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
All right, welcome back here to Enter Atmosphere 2956 here in Sydney, Australia at Fortress, and we're getting ready for our next race here. So while we do that, we're going to cover a little bit more of the other races to come. I know when we tossed it over to the casters to get the race underway, we kind of stopped here at race 5, but let's go on to race number 6. Lens, happy to have you back, my friend. I hope you're feeling good. I know the energy has been so far amazing here at Enter Atmosphere 2956. How are you feeling so far?
Hey, it is amazing. And we are down under, mate. Things go up and down. So it is to be expected. We're having a great time because we have so many. Every time you guys in the stream see the ads, we have, when the Zap ad comes, these guys go, yes! It's a lot of energy. It's completely different vibe when you are live. So I'm feeling great.
Awesome. Glad you're feeling great. Well, let's cover where we left off here. Let's talk about race number 6 and what ship is going to be upcoming here for these ship competitors shortly.
So the 6th race is the XGR. They made this track, and which was included into StarCitizen. It's
Nice.
the Kaplan circuit on Orison, right? Kaplan. Now, this is an amazing track. Like, if you fly it, if you ever flown it, you have a huge straight and then duck down and come back. Reverse 180 plus down. It's very, very gnarly. And then you have your favorite section. I know, I've seen Gravity Rush, the slalom section, because that's the toughest bit. That's where you have to stick close to the pillar. That's the test of any racer. Can you do that? Can you do that? And of course, the atmosphere also of the planet comes into the play. There's a lot of winds there. And Fury LX is the best ship to do it, but you can also go with the Razor. But this is an open race.
Nice.
So we shall see. We shall see. Are they going to race in the Fury? Because I've seen them practice with the Fury LX, but I've also seen Razor in there. So how they tackle that. Then they go, weave through, get in the cargo alley, and there are 2 very long straights. So tricording is very much valid if you want to use it. Tricording. So what you do is, because Fury LX, the engines, the gimbal with your thrust input. So you can thrust, pitch your ship down, push forward. You know who told me that? Jacodin. So thank you, Jacodin. A shout out. So
Awesome.
you can do that, but it's a very tough maneuver because there's not enough space. So are you going to do that or are you not going to do that? We shall see. Depends upon if you're in the lead, where you are on the lap. So very, very tough track to do.
Yeah, I mean, I love Kaplan Circle, like you mentioned. There's just some spots that are very dangerous, but the thing is, the way that, Star Citizen allows you that degree of freedom where you can just turn and burn, it's absolutely incredible, and I'll just, I can't wait for that one for sure. Especially it's an open GP there, so they'll be able to choose whatever ship they're most comfortable with as well. Just a reminder there, Lens. But let's jump over to race number 7, which is, another one that I'm excited about as well. Lens, break it down for us.
Okay, the next one is, and I'm going to tell you right now, Icebreaker. And when this comes up, CyberFox will definitely mention, as Splen used to call it, the Icebreaker, because he loves to talk about that. It's a beautiful, beautiful track, very beginner-friendly. Anybody who is getting into the racing, this is a track you can go and race on. Now, for me, it's like a small version of Spa-Francorchamps, the Formula One racetrack, because you have a beautiful right-hander, just like Spa. Then you go in, then you have this beautiful up and the curve going down, which is just like a Rouge and the Redillion section on the Spa, and the cherry on the top, mate. And the back, when you have the Whistler's Run up to Speed Trap, that's like the Blanchement from the Spa. But it's a very small, compacted version. Now, for this one, they will be flying a Razor.
A Razor.
A Razor is the ship.
I'm excited. I'm excited. A lot of people don't like to use a lot of the bigger ships like the Fury, the Peregrine, because they're a little bit wider and everything. But I think the Razor in this one is perfect. There's going to be a little bit of a hill they have to take and kind of turn a little bit of almost an upside down, or sometimes you can take that turn in a full 360. But it's going to be pretty great. So I'm definitely excited for that one.
Can I point something out about the Razor?
Yeah, go for it.
In the latest patch, it has actually been nerfed a little bit. So it's not that fast anymore. It's slow ship. That's why it's valid. This is why it's a great pairing. Because the sections on Icebreaker, the wall, which you find very exciting in Gravity Rush, like they literally scrape it. That's what's going to happen with the Razor. We will see some really good skill.
Hey, man, I love it. I mean, that's what I love about Star Citizen. Every patch brings a whole new dynamic, not only for ship racing, but also for dogfighting as well. So I'm very excited to check that one out. So, all right, jumping right into our race number 8. Lens, what do we got coming up here shortly?
I don't know if you are a fan of this, but everybody is not a fan of this track. This is the Skyscraper Narcop, man. It's a very, very tough track.
Yeah, that was hard.
Neon City, have you tried it? Have you tried the Skyscraper?
Yes, I have tried Skyscraper, and it's not my favorite. I'll tell you that right
so
now.
we are on the same team, bro.
It's not my favorite.
The turn 1 is so deadly. You go up, left, down, and then you have to take a right-hander immediately. So many 180-degree turns. It's all about pitch and maneuvering. And they're doing this in the M50. Now, M50 doesn't like changes, and on the Skyscraper, there's so many changes. So it's going to be super tough because M50 likes to buck. So what we mean by that is, like, if you keep your TVI and your crosshair on the point and you roll your ship, it's going to do that oversteer. A lot of oversteer. Very hard to manage. You got to keep your TVI below your crosshair to take turns properly, not roll and not stall. But Skyscraper is going to be a test of the skill. A negative pitch turn can also be done. Like, you can do a blind turn using your pitch under the ship because it's very fast changes, but very advanced technique. I'm going to be looking at the screen if anybody actually does it. So that's your 8th race.
I'm gonna call out some great guys over by Laser, who's helping coordinate all these races. But Laser, who's AGT Mad Cat, and Luigi, shout outs to them. But they had a note on this race alone, and they called it masochist. So that race is gonna be a little bit of a definitely a fun and dangerous one. But let's jump into our last race that we're gonna be seeing today here for race number 9 before we crown our winner. But Yadar Valley, which is one of my favorites as well. Oh, yeah. But what are they flying in, Lens?
Okay, Yadar Valley in the Fury LX. Great pairing, great pairing. Yadar Valley is where Ant's been grinding a lot. That's his favorite track. You always see him just killing on that track. It's beautifully done. Now, doesn't this remind you of pod racing from a movie franchise, maybe? Right? It is a beautiful, beautiful track. Now, you will get to see some really crazy lines. These flags that you're seeing on your screen, the racers love to cut very close to these corners, and there are some gnarly sections. The turn 1 is the deadliest turn of all these tracks. The Skyscraper first turn is also, I think, second most deadliest, but the first turn, the Drifter's Paradise, it is just, oh no, not the Drifter's Paradise, that is from the Snake Pit. The very first turn is just so gnarly. That's where the crashes happen. It becomes more deadly on the lap 2 and lap 3 because you're coming with the fastest speed possible, slow down, and then you drift extremely hard. And then you have to be ready for the next very short straight and then take a right-hander. It's going to be hard. And then you have the Heaven. You go up, and then you come down
right back
to the
down.
rock bottom. And it can take you to the Heaven or rock bottom very, very fast if you don't control your speed. Fury LX is a great choice, and right after that you have a mini slalom section, and then you got to take a left turn. It will be interesting to see how Yadar Valley goes. And it is fantastic because the last 3 races, double jeopardy, double points. What's going to happen? How the racers are going to take that? A lot of strategy will come into play at that stage.
No. That's going to be an interesting one. I think Yadar Valley is definitely one of my favorite. I mean, Kaplan is also fantastic, so I can't wait to see. They should be getting started here. It looks like we're almost ready to go. So, again, we're here at Enter Atmosphere 2056. I'm so excited, but I want to talk a little bit about what's here on the desk, Lens. But we got some incredible figures here from Pigeon Spaceport. We got the RSI Scorpius. I believe this has the Avalanche skin, which looks absolutely incredible. So those of you that are here at the event will be able to win one. And don't worry, those of you at home, we got something special coming up for you in the next few weeks. So if you guys are, if you guys are watching from home, just stay tuned. We will be giving away some of these, incredible model kits that are already painted. That way you can have something live, not only in-game, digitally, but also on your desk. So they look absolutely incredible. So shout out to Pigeon Spaceports for supporting Enter Atmosphere 2956 as a supporting sponsor this year. So shout out to them, man. It looks absolutely incredible. So, and then of course we have our presenting sponsor. We got Corsair, who we just did a giveaway on stage earlier. We gave 2 incredible citizens a combat mission. And I'm telling you, they had a good time there. The combat mission was some rock, paper, scissors, and we still got a lot of gear to give away here shortly throughout the show today. So make sure you guys are sitting in those seats in the arena, so we could hopefully choose you to have another combat mission and hopefully win a prize. But Corsair recently came out with the Galleon 100 SD, which is pretty much a keyboard and a stream deck, all put together. hardware is incredible. If you're a mouse and keyboard player, you can have a lot of those hotkeys at your fingertips and take control in Star Citizen. So shout out to Corsair for helping us out and sponsoring, of course, Enter Atmosphere 2956. Thank you so much to those incredible sponsors for allowing this all to happen. Without them, it wouldn't happen. So appreciate it. But Lens, so far, we saw race number 1. The crowd is absolutely, enjoyed, race number 1. But the thing is, like, Rickard Memorial is like one of the difficult ones.
Yeah.
And, I'm very excited because the rest tracks are just going to start elevating that hype, because now the racers are going to start hopefully getting a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more, hopefully, get those nerves out of their systems, and hopefully now we can turn and burn as fast as possible. So let me know what's coming up next here once we're ready to go.
Yeah, but one thing I got to say, though, it's a different feeling, as you told me, because when we're going to do the analysis, like, dude, when you are in the crowd, completely different vibe. It's also true for our racers. It's one thing sitting in your sim pit and doing it from the home, completely different experience here, because they had all the gear ready for them. They had to do their own key binds, and then again, the audience is right in front of you. Very different experience. So I think first race went okay for that. Like, it went all over the place, but that's okay, because this is live, and this is to be expected, and this is where the challenge also becomes intense. The second race we have, Snakebit, Cyberfox, Croncy have been educating you about that track. It's a fantastic track. The first turn, you got to drift it. Drifting is the best strategy, or you can pitch it, but because the ship is 72, it's a valid strategy. You can definitely pitch it because it doesn't like to yaw. But it's all going to come down to Nina's Alley, Emerald Avenue, and the close contact. As Croncy was talking about that, you have to bleed your Gs. You have to be really good to use your boost. If you have enough boost to last you up to the last turn to the right-hander, which is the close contact, you can gain 2-3 seconds on your competitors. And after that, you have to take a turn, again, balance your Gs, and go to turn and burn. Again, very tight left-hander. And Croncy's nemesis, the last pitch turn, just before the start and finish line, which is also my nemesis. I don't know how the racers just don't even think about it. It's a very tight gate, very tight CP, and they just have to fly through that. I want to see if we will have some crashes on that checkpoint. Hopefully not. Our racers are ready for that, hopefully. So what do you think?
I mean, it's going to be good. And just to kind of, let the crowd know and everybody watching at home, whatever, if you're tuning in, really appreciate you guys. But I think that's going to be good. And remember that every crash is also, it's going to be those negative points that they're going to be getting. So crashing is something that is going to go against some of these racers, and hopefully in those double points, which is going to be round 7, 8, and 9, they're going to have to hopefully make those back up. So, there's a lot of the standings currently are a little bit of, I would say, of a surprise so far. But I think as the races are going to go, again, we're going to talk about comfortability, and hopefully these racers are going to kind of let loose a little bit and kind of concentrate and vision, how they actually want to race. Something that I saw Dupe today, kind of like he was laying down and literally visualizing the tracks in his mind with some music, and it was so cool, like seeing how some of these competitors are getting ready, especially to, kind of compete in a live environment, which I think was amazing as well.
Well, you should, as I said, they love the music, and I think a lot of Star Citizen players love it, because of course the music inside the game is amazing, but when you're racing in your own zone, you also want to put on your comfortable music. Mistrust, as I said, he does that. He does that every single time. He puts his anime music on, sometimes something from Warhammer, and just lets loose, just slow flying. Exactly what Wayne does on the Spectre Dream Motion track. It's very cathartic. It's very meditative to do. And if it helps you to sharpen your skills, why not? But here, the only soundtrack they have is the audience. They're going to be cheering.
Yes.
So that's what they need to play to. Maybe practice with that, hey?
All right. Well, as we're getting ready here, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a quick break as well, and then hopefully we can, get some more combat missions ready for some of the citizens here. But thank you all so much for those of you guys that are here at Enter Atmosphere 2956 in person, and for those of you watching at home, thank you all so much for the support. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer.
The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada?
07 again, Star Citizens.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we're back. Small little break there. Look, it's not a Star Citizen event unless something goes a little awry, but we are back. And as you can see, we are here in the Snake Pit, and we are just about ready to go. We're going to be getting a countdown for you guys very, very soon. We're only 15 seconds away, so get very excited. Race number 2 coming to you very, very soon, guys. Let's get in the chat. Who do you think is going to take the prize for this one as we get our countdown beginning? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And we're off. We're back. We're racing.
And we've got a very quick pull off the line. I'm trying to see who's in first place, who's in second. It looks like Mistrust has taken an... Oh, no. We're getting a fight back between Duop and Iceman. Really close together. Iceman hitting the ground.
Iceman with a little clip there around the corner. And very far ahead, it looks like. We're getting a great view there. Mistrust a little bit further behind.
Quick overtake.
Absolutely huge. Ant way out of ahead, though, already in that back section there, that turn that I was discussing a little bit ago. As we are going to come around, I think our leader is going to be Ant, and it is not even close at the moment. Iceman a little bit further behind, followed by, it looks like, Mistrust and then Duop, I think. No.
Looks like Iceman has completed the lap in first at the moment, so he's taken the
No,
lead.
Ant's got the first place.
Sorry,
Iceman just a little bit further behind, but catching up quite quickly.
Absolutely, and we can see the ship's rolling. We're into Duop's POV. Bit of a down pitch turn, fighting those Gs, redding out a little bit. Struggling a little bit with the yaw, but keeping it tight, nosing down a little bit. He's staying a good distance away from the checkpoints. He's not taking too many risks here, but he is keeping his speed up, and his boost meter is being monitored very carefully. He's on 36% boost. He's letting it refill before he comes into the next lap. And here we go with Mistrust again, sort of pushing it to the limits a little bit. Could be going a little bit faster.
Indeed. Ant is going to go first into lap number 3, followed by Iceman. Iceman is on the chase, though, about 2 checkpoints behind, catching up very, very quickly. Only 1 lap left to do it.
Mistrust coming in really close. Oh, just an overtake.
Not just an overtake, Ant with a collision there. Iceman is going to be able to capitalize on that and is now in the lead.
This is an absolutely thrilling race. We can see Iceman's POV here, keeping his inputs nice and smooth. Oh, drifting on the 45s a little bit, spinning around. And he's coming around the final few checkpoints. Oh, and he's a bit wide. Just skipping at the geometry and doubling. Oh!
Another big collision there from Ant. That is going to be Iceman at first across the finish line here in race number 2. All of that way for such a quick race already. Ant is going to be our second place position there. That is crazy. That last overtake, I was talking about that section of the track and how crucial it's going to be. Mistrust now going to come in to cross the finish line here with 80 seconds left. A lap time of 49 seconds is still very, very impressive there.
That's astonishing. That's sort of a good pace to keep in a race like this. And you can see we're using precision mode, Wayne DC here, using the VJoy mouse input to just make sure that he stays as close to the geometry as possible. Drifting a little bit, using those main thrusters.
Do not like how close he is getting to the ground there, honestly, as we come around the back section of the track here into our final few turns.
I think he's going to be thrilled to have survived this race nonetheless. And I think he's going to make it, to be honest. I think everybody's going to finish this race, unlike our first race, which is good to see. Down pitching a little bit here, coming to the final stretch.
Yeah, look, if you think that you guys were waiting long enough for this race, the racers were ready to get this one going with how fast they completed this track there. And there we go, race number 2 complete. We are done with that one. And what a very, very impressive race it was there. Looks like it was, I believe, Ant got the win there, followed by Iceman. We'll get double check on that when we throw it to the analyst test later. But that is going to be race number 2 already done, already in the books. And a very, very impressive one. So we're going to keep it going. We're going to move to race number 3. And for this one, we're going to one of the newer tracks. I mean, at this stage, it's a couple of years old. But we're going to be moving to Loreville Outskirts.
I love Loreville Outskirts. It's a really flowing circuit. It's got broad straights and medium corners. And we're going to be flying it with the Mustang Gamma. And the Mustang Gamma has some really nice agile rotation. And you can see the video that's coming up, that sometimes we do get weather issues in Loreville as well. And as Lenz alluded to earlier, the Mustang Gamma has the worst cockpit view for the rain. It causes some major issues sometimes, but we will see who decides to go into the precision targeting mode to avoid the rain versus who is completely comfortable with this map. Now, when I was speaking to Ms. Trust, as the resident top hanger, the Bob, he has flown round this track in every ship in the game that he can afford. In an Argo Mole, in a Polaris, he knows it like the back of his hand. So I believe that we're going to see at least Mistrust battling the rain, even if it's in the dark, just taking the risk and flying it because he knows it like the back of his hand, whereas the others might have to think carefully about their strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Now let's talk about times. The fastest time on this track on SER is in a P52, and it is 53.832 seconds. Quite fast there for us. Fastest race we've got there is Boltok in a 1 minute 41 seconds. So very, very fast here over in Arena Commander. This is one of my favorite tracks. It does feel like a bit of a spiritual successor to what we just saw in Snake Pit as well as Yadar Valley, right? They've got very similar ideas. It's kind of refinery vibes, you know, as we go behind the giant, I don't know what it's called, the Hurston building, whatever it is, the giant thing that you can see there that's definitely got way more gold than it should have. It's very cool, very, very atmospheric, very dope place to go to. So I'm excited to see how our players can do here. And this is one of the tracks that I actually mostly enjoy doing in the PU. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. It is a beginner-style circuit, and we've got a beginner-style ship to go on to this track, so we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But it is one of the first major race venues that was drawn up by XGR, originally known as Loreville Gateways in 2951, or in 2021. And it hosted the first mission-style race, which was later adopted by CIG as a Wild Star Racing mission. So it was one of the first early community uses before the official CIG geometry was put in. So the current track has these advanced visuals. It's got these memorable landmarks. We've obviously had the city rework as well in that time. And so it's just this beautiful landscape to race in. So I feel as well that the learning curve is quite friendly for this track compared to more technical circuits. It's quite wide open. You're not as close to the ground as you are in Snake Pit. So there's the ability to make a few mistakes. Like I said, Wayne's raced this in every track under the sun in the game. So it gives you a bit of flexibility and freedom. And here we are in the Mustang Gamma. Can you tell us a little bit about this beginner race ship?
Yeah, so this is one that you've probably raced before if it's been your first time jumping in. So very, very different to a lot of the other ones we've got. Wouldn't be your first choice for top speed and whatnot. So we'll see how it goes in this track. But one thing I do want to mention, because you were talking about the design of the track and whatnot, probably one of the only ones we have where the actual obstacles themselves can become a bit of a problem, right? It's not just the turns. Some of the gates are a little bit too close.
That little letterbox.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You've got those little slits, right, that are really, really hard to get through. So you've got to be a little bit more careful, especially in that back section, that can make this a little bit more interesting and a little bit different. But this is going to be very cool to watch, especially now with the light amplification mode. We're gonna get to try to see that for this one and see if that changes anything, and should make for a pretty good race. Now, the Mustang variant has a higher nose authority and an agile rotation for its size. So, yeah, a bit more of an unpopular ship in general, but I like that we get to bring that into the format and see how, you know, some of these more professional races can adapt to that kind of vehicle.
Absolutely. I don't know if I would call all of them professional racers. We do have quite a mixed bag here.
Shots called.
Professional for their discipline, right?
Yes,
so we've got mixed disciplines here. We've got Gravlev racers, we've got PvP pilots, we've got atmospheric racers, we've got people who are more comfortable with zero-G. So there is a slight difference in disciplines. So they are all professional, but professional racers, yeah, I would challenge that. We can see that two of the racers started off in precision mode, but now they're back into the inside cockpit view. So they might be battling some of this weather. It does look quite clear to me. So I think they've got some favorable weather conditions here. We don't see any rain. I don't see any darkness. So they're flying it in the best conditions you can hope for, really. The Gamma itself, a beginner race ship, quite large. And there's a bit of an issue with the boost tank on the Gamma. It runs out quite quick. So when you're boosting around this track, there's some really long straights. You've got homeward bound, you've got from the drop to start finish, and you've got from brake check to the Skyway as well. So there's lots of really, really long straights and then windy bits. And you're going to see racers run out of their boost and need to regen it.
Yeah.
So it might be that they switch between nav mode and SCM to try and conserve some of that boost regen. I don't know if we'll see that advanced strat, but it's something to watch out for.
That would be lovely to see today, but as you can see, we're already almost ready. We've got our racers on the line. We're just double checking everyone's all good to go, and then we'll be getting a countdown going for you guys very quickly before we start. What's your prediction? Who's getting this one?
So I think that AMP5 is gonna take this one. He's enthusiastic about Loreville. He's a little bit apprehensive about the change in ships, which is what I spoke to you guys about before. But because the Gamma turns on a dime, it means that the muscle memory sort of conflicts about how he's normally used to flying. He's normally used to sort of pre-nosing and drifting a little bit in those sorts of zero-G low atmosphere tracks. So he might end up pulling himself straight into some of the geometry. We'll see.
Yeah, that definitely could go that way. I'm very curious to see how Mistrust does here. Very comfortable with the track itself, not so much the Gamma though. So, and that's going to change a lot of it. If you're a lot more comfortable with all the turns and everything, but then you suddenly change everything about your boost and everything about your turns and your rates, it can make it a bit awkward. So hopefully, gotten a lot more practice in it, but. Look, I like it when someone's comfortable with the track, so I'm gonna put it towards Mistrust for this one.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think he's got the most track knowledge of all the racers on this track for this event. And he kind of finds it like meditation, like Lenz was talking about, putting on the music, getting into a flow state. And Anzia has like that tofu run that goes all around Loreville. And Mistrust was telling me that he does the Loreville a few times and then goes out to do the tofu run and then comes back to do Loreville again. And then he does the lap times for Top Hanger as well. So he's sort of just going to be in his zone here. And it sounds like we've got 60 seconds to go. So let's look at another racer. I think Iceman's a good one to talk about. He's not fond of the Gamma when I spoke to him last. Painful was the word he used. That being said, he's also admitted to be a glutton for punishment. And honestly, I think that's true of all racers.
100%.
And probably all of all Star Citizen players. He said that he didn't quite understand the Gamma's flight mechanics at first, but believes that, you know, time behind the wheel, time behind the controls will turn frustration into familiarity. The more hours you rack up in the pilot seat, the more you love to learn the quirks and detail of each ship. This is why we put events on like this, because we love getting to know the ships and the flight models in StarCitizen. And Iceman really enjoys the variety of competitions like this and sees the beauty in trying all of these different ships.
All right, guys, we're going to get going. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off with Ant5 and Duop taking a bit of an early lead. We can see some rain on the views. 3 people going into precision targeting mode. Wayne in position 5, you can see coming around this first corner, lining up to go around this first hairpin of the drop before they go down to under pressure. You can see that this feels a little bit slower because of the way that the boost works in the Gamma. You go really quickly for a little while and then you sort of hit a brick wall. This looks like it's going to be a much tighter pack, much more under control. We can see Ant5 coming really close underneath the checkpoint.
Blowtalk with a little collision there. Like we were saying, the obstacles of the racetrack itself a little bit more evident in this one, as you've just noticed. So we'll see where this ends up taking our players here as Blowtalk resets.
And Ant5 has dropped several places, and now he's back in first. I think he's battling with Iceman at the moment. Ant5 getting so much rain on his cockpit window at the moment. Iceman coming in for a nice, wide, sweeping turn to go through this letterbox.
Which notably, Duop has pushed into first place through that letterbox as well. So we actually have a very tight pack at the front here with our racers as we move into the later stage of this first lap.
This doesn't surprise me that the racers seem to be most comfortable with this track and this ship pairing. It does seem like they are very much in the zone with this. I'm not seeing a lot of juddering about. I'm seeing some very smooth lines. Some of them keeping the TVI on the crosshair, some of them sort of in the wider view, but making a good job of it, taking some wide sweeping turns rather than turning too tight, which is one of the issues that we normally see with the Gamma.
Yep, so Duop is going to be our first place position going into lap number 2, chased very quickly behind by Ant and Iceman, and not too far behind Mistrust, though. Just as I mentioned, Iceman, collision into the side there is going to cost him quite a few positions here and a bit of a reset. So a little bit more distance now. Ant and Duop still fighting, but don't have as much pressure behind them.
Absolutely, and Duop is just really precise here. We can see on the main screen that he's lining up his TVI with his crosshair and just flowing gently through the corners. You can see taking those wide, nice turns like I spoke about and pulling it back up so that the crosshair is in the right position. And we can see now that Duop is still in first place. AMP5 has just overtaken him. It looks like there's a little bit of a battle.
Yeah, big battle here in the back section of the track. As you can see, going into that straight, into these checkpoints, we have a huge fight between Ant and Duop. Though it looks like Ant is going to take it first into this final turn, but this is exactly where on the first lap, Duop took it a little bit tighter and was able to push ahead, and the exact same thing happens here. We're going to push into the letterbox with Duop in the lead.
This is really interesting because it turned from a one-person fight into a 2 or 3 or 4-person fight then. We've got Wayne DC coming up, just being very steady, very cautious. And a very close overtake there, Wayne, bringing it back, keeping it calm underneath that letterbox. Under pressure is literally what he is right now.
Yeah, fighting Iceman there, someone who was in the leading pack, but got pushed back here, and now Wayne giving them a run for their money. As we see some of these races come around for lap number 3. Currently, we have Duop in the lead, followed by Ant. Then we have Mistrust, Wayne DC, Iceman, and currently in last place we have Blortog.
I am astonished. We've got some racers who are quite low to the ground as well, as Iceman's taking a higher position. It doesn't make too much of a difference in this atmospheric track. On Icebreaker, you get if you're in a higher position, you get a little bit more of an advantage. On Loreville, not so much. Iceman down pitching to try and avoid colliding with the geometry there.
Sorry, very important. I've got to bring this up. Duop was in the lead, did have a collision. Ant5 now way ahead in the lead going into the back straight. So that is going to be a massive development there. This also might give Mistrust the opportunity to push into second place position. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, this is a really smooth race. I feel like this is probably going to be the most disciplined race we see. Wayne DC coming in really, really close, keeping calm, keeping it very close to the checkpoint, really close to the geometry, turning a little bit late. I think he just missed that checkpoint. He might have to turn back around. It looks like Wayne is going to... Yeah, I think Wayne's sort of lost the plot a bit. What is he doing?
It happens sometimes, especially in the call of competition. You know, Ant's currently still fighting Duop for the lead, even though Duop had that crash earlier. Possibly a missed checkpoint there as well for them. So Duop coming around now, almost lapping, I think, Mistrust, possibly one of our other competitors, as we come around for the final turn. Duop in the lead here. Oh, sorry, fighting for the lead here. Ooh, I think that was a very, very close finish, but I believe Ant took that one just barely ahead of Duop.
Absolutely. I think it was Wayne that was in the rear that Iceman was lapping at the moment as well. We can see Iceman's view here, though he has completed the race. So we should punch into... Let's see who's still flying. They're still counting down at the moment.
Yeah, so there we go. Wayne completed through. I think we've still got Blortog. Blortog on the track, still going. Mistrust flying off into nothing. I love that.
Blortog's had a little bit of a collision. You can see that his wing is damaged. Hopefully he doesn't clip again. Oh, struggling. Struggling, keeping it calm under pressure.
That is the secret strat right there, going over that hill as we come through. Blortog going into this straight at the back.
Yeah, I believe the damage was from the start of the race, so he's been fighting this the whole way. It's been a bit risky for Blortog because just one extra chip on that and he'd be losing control. So he's managed to keep a level head about it. Looks like we're counting down to the next few seconds before the match ends. We've got 30 seconds left. Can they finish and complete their third and final lap?
I hope they can. For those of you here at Fortress in the venue, do we think Blortog can finish? There we go. I can hear the cheers from the commentary booth, and I'm very glad about it. All right, guys.
40 seconds. I believe he's on under pressure coming up to the Skyway.
And there we go. I think we just heard some of those comms, the no pressure.
Yeah.
As we come around for this final turn. What an interesting race. A very, very interesting race that we've had here with Ant and Duop having huge fights over the course of those 3 laps. And Iceman in that first pack as well until about halfway through the second lap.
Absolutely. And he's just completed brake check. 15 seconds, 13 seconds to cross the finish line. Well done to Blortog for completing cleanly.
Yeah, 100%. There we go. And that is our first 3 races done. Feels like we've been here for a while. Maybe we have, but that's awesome because we're going to go to our analyst, go through what happened for the last 3 races, and get your next 3 races set up, guys, so that there's minimal time. We'll be back very soon. Throw to you, Crucian.
All right, we're back here at Enter Atmosphere 2056. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back here. But, man, that was those two other races went fairly quickly there. But, you know, that's what happens when things work. So that's, you know, feeling good about it. But, man, what a race so far. We have a lot of different you know, different lead changes. I see a lot of Dupe and Ant going at it, but in that race 3. But we're going to break everything down for you here shortly. Let's kick it off with race number 1, Rickard Memorial. Lens, what do you got for us? What did you see? And, you know, we saw Dupe coming in that first place spot.
Well, what I got in the first race was a lot of crashes, my friend, and that was very glorious. And we, as we like to call it, 3 racers got StarCitizen. That was but Dupe showing his dominance in all 3 races, and it's very close between Ant and I. So talking about the first race, Dupe was very conservative. He knew he was in the first spot, and the checkpoints very tight, and he had very, very clean lines throughout the whole race. He didn't, I will say, I've seen him race, he wasn't really pushing that hard. He was saving it, because why lose the lead? Use your leadership economy. So that was really good to see from Dupe. And then the second place we have Wayne, I'm sure, Mr. Consistent, proving his consistency. Well, he took the opportunity because Iceman had a late start, and Blowtog and Mistress also suffered. So Wayne jumped there, used his knowledge of the track, still kept it very easy. But then again, a lot of crashes in the first race.
Well, in Rickard Memorial, too, you got the 350R, which you got those, you know, it's a little bit wider. You always want a smaller ship, especially when you want to go through those checkpoints. So, you know, like with the 350R and Rickard Memorial, you definitely saw, that's why you saw a lot of those crashes overall, right? So that was a tough one. But still, we have some of the results here where we saw, of course, Dupe take first place, Wayne DC taking second place, Ant 5 in third place. And, you know, those are going to be your top 3 there. And we'll get the points, you know, put together here towards the end of the results. And then we'll show you guys a quick update on who is currently in the lead. And now, one thing I want to say, Lens, is just remember that as they crash, even though you're seeing the leaderboard on the screen right now, as they crash, they're getting about 3 to 5 seconds minus because of those crashes. They are getting penalties. So that's something that you guys need to understand, that even though they may look like in their first place, if they crash too many times, those penalties can put them down in that second place spot. Because, you know, it's either, you know, crashes can be either a DNF, but in this tournament is going to be a time penalty on that one for you. But any last thoughts on Rickard Memorial here, Lens?
Well, the Rickard Memorial delivered. Very happy to have those very tight rings. That's a shout out to the old Arena Commander that we used to have, right? It is glorious. And P350, the 350R, great choice for that track. That was a really good pick because we kind of forced our competitors to be like they have to concede, you know, and we saw that. And it delivered on the crashes. Crashes are glorious.
All right, well, let's move on here to the breaking down the snake pit. And this one, of course, one of my favorite maps. I'm sure you guys saw a lot of, you know, pitch and yaw, or you saw a little bit of drifting. There's always 2 ways to take the track, but normally that pitch and yaw is a little bit more, I would say, more advantageous because you're able to make those turns a lot quicker than you're trying to drift. So, but let's take a quick look at how they turn. There's that turn here and that pitch and yaw, just turning it around and smooth goes. But again, it's very, very dangerous here when you are not, you know, paying attention to the ground or that geometry, as we call it, throughout these races. But Lens, break down Snake Pit for us.
Snake Pit, first thing I want to point out, we talked about Mistrust having beautiful lines as a low flyer, as Croncy was mentioning. We got to see some beautiful low flying capability as he drifted throughout the way. Very savvy on the boost as well, so just wanted to shout out for that. Other than that, Dupe again, kept very clean lines, his boost management at the back straight, so I'm calling it back straight, but through the Emerald Avenue, that was just fantastic. Really well managed TVI, he was bleeding his Gs, and his run through the Emerald Avenue and through the close contact and then going to turn and burn, that was just textbook, and he was still not pushing too hard. So Dupe is definitely showing here himself to be a clinical pilot. And then I have to say a word for Ant and Iceman. They both delivered crashes for them, so their markings got impacted by that. But Ant will come into more force in the third race.
No, that was that was definitely a good race, and we saw there Duke take another lead and win there next to Iceman. Actually, it was Ant5 in second place, third place Iceman, Mistrust in fourth place, and then Wayne DC and Blowtorch coming in fifth and sixth place overall. And, Snake Pit is not an easy one to learn. But also I want to give props to all the racers because some of these guys are playing in, mouse and keyboard can be really, really good as long as you're practicing. And, you got Wayne and Blowtorch love that mouse and keyboard. So, and I think they're doing very, very well. You see a little couple crashes there. But overall, I mean, you saw Wayne DC in race number 1 and Rickard Memorial take second place. It's really, a lot of people see, different, keys when we went over the racers. So you see a keyboard on left and stick on right, but still, you have mouse and keyboard. That's why I love about Star Citizen is the diversity of controls that you can use to play the game even at a high level. So, but let's jump right into the next race, which is going to be Loreville Outskirts. That one was a little, you saw them racing a little bit in precision mode in order to, kind of get away from that weather. But Lens, what are your thoughts on that race?
Well, Mr. Hurston came out on the lobby to watch that race. That's how exciting that race was. When we started, you said, oh, lucky, they don't have weather. And then the weather came, right?
Yep.
So it's very dynamic. Now, here's, you can see on the screen how bad is the precipitation on the screen. This is how Loreville gets very gnarly. I want to give a specific shout out here to Mistrust, who used an amazing technique. He bumped up his FOV. So he was very close. Instead of using the precision mode, he just increased his FOV, decreased his FOV, I should be saying. So his view was compacted. That I have never seen that, that way of technique, and that's where he's smart. And then again, shout out to Ant, because he didn't use any precision mode. He just flew that whole track, as you said, that he's been racing here, he's been practicing here. Cyberfox and Croncy, they were mentioning that, and that showed on the performance. He was just so good. This is Ant flying right now. He just knew the track. That was very, very cool. But very exciting competition between Dupe and Ant. They were exchanging places back to back, and then Dupe had a crash. So from what I understand, is his first crash so far, and that will give him negative marks, but also give the advantage to Ant. Iceman also getting there, but he had a few crashes as well, but he was quite fast. And using the high altitude to go fast, that's a really cool way to use the atmosphere and the 1/8 scale of the planets, because the gradient of the atmosphere is very thin in Star Citizen.
No, that's going to be a good one here. Loreville Outskirts, too, just like you kind of mentioned a little bit, but you saw a lot of lead changes, Ant-Man Dupe. But, Loreville Outskirts, it's one of those you never know what weather you're going to get. But, smart of the players to use that precision mode, so hopefully they can kind of dodge a little bit of that, about that. But still, man, I love seeing, Ant5 just bringing it up a level and hopefully can keep that momentum up and hopefully see what happens if see if Duke continues to dominate like how he is in the first 2 races. But, shout out to Ant5 on that one. But overall points, so far, we have, let's talk about race 3 results where we had Ant5 in first place. We got Dupe in second place. We got Mistrust in third. We have Iceman coming in fourth place, and then Wayne DC in fifth, and Blowtorch in sixth place. So shout out to all the racers so far. Putting on, hopefully they get a little bit more comfortable. We're going into race 4, 5, and 6 next, which is going to bring even a more kind of interesting dynamic and see how these racers go on about it. So anyways, results so far. Let's go check to our points leaderboard here shortly. We got Duop, who is currently leading. All right, we're still waiting for the officials to kind of land on the points overall, so just give us a second on that. But so far, let's talk about the next races coming up here shortly, Lens. For race number 4, just to remind everybody, where are we going?
Noodles track, that's minus Lament. That's where we're going. Yeah, from now onwards, ATMO has called it the Noodles track, right? Now we're going to see. You see, we have close competition. We have Dupe in the mix. We have Ant in the mix. They're definitely contending for the we don't know the points, but we know they're contending for the first 2 places. Iceman and Mistrust, they're in contention for the 3rd place, right? Now, Mistrust is a low flyer. This is a 0G track. The SCM and the QD mode, very valid, and I have seen him practice in the nav mode. So will Mistrust swoop in and maybe get points in the Miner's Lament track, because he's going to use eye track. So for the audience, when you're watching the stream, keep an eye on Mistrust flying.
Yep.
We might see something good. And then Dupe is going to deliver, absolutely going to deliver with his clinical flying. I think that's what we can classify it as. And this is the Peregrine in the mix here.
Yep.
Really good ship. And it's the perfect ship to go fast, because it's very, very fast at a straight speed. So what you do is you got to keep looking where your TVI is, and you got to turn your ship that this is where I'm going to go next, and you boost, and you bring your vector indicator in alignment with your crosshair. You need to be very skillful here.
Yep.
And that's what we are expecting.
Well, I'm excited because you talked a little bit about Toby, and it's going to be a little bit advantageous here because Toby does have a feature called Camera Boost, which is going to allow him to see a little bit in advance, which is going to help, especially on those corners and turns. So that's going to be interesting. I'm not a racer. I'm more of a dogfighter, so I use Toby to dogfight. They got the target eye gazing. It's good stuff, man, when I use it. So I'm not going to say I'm good, though, but, hey, I try my best, man. By the way, if you got a poster, all right, if you're here at Enter Atmosphere 2056 and you got a poster of the F-8 Lightning, we're best friends now, okay? Because that's my favorite ship in the game, even though it's not like, the meta, but still good. So if you got one, I appreciate you. So, I thought it was a good match here to land the F8C. So, but overall, so far, racing has been incredible. We're going to gain some momentum here. It's fine. I think our graphic is having a little bit issue, but let's talk about the overall points so far. Lens Nation, we got Dupe with 16 points, Iceman with 13. We have Ant 5 with 13. So we got Iceman and Ant fighting for that second and third place spot. And then you got Mistrust, who's not too far away with 9 points. Wayne DC with 4 and Blowtorch with 3. But I want to mention something about Wayne DC and Blowtorch, okay?
Yeah.
I want to mention that for the first time, we're going to be racing on a Gravlev race, which is Ocean Spectral, made by Anzia. And I'm gonna be honest here, like that could change a lot, especially that also that race 7, 8, and 9 are double points, so they can catch back up. It's not too late for everybody, so it's definitely going to be an interesting dynamic here. So overall, though, after race number 4, which is going to be Miner's Lament, Lens, where are we going next?
We will be going to the Spectra Dream Ocean track. And if you look at the track layout, it's funny if we can have it on the screen or not, but it actually looks like a Nox. The design of the track looks like a Nox, as if an X1 came and bumped it in the rear. It's just really funny, or it looks like a 400i. This is a beautiful track. Very, very meditative. If you just want to go relax just for a little bit, this is the track where you want to go. It is absolutely a breeze to do it on Nox or X1. And this is an open class racing. The racers can choose whichever vehicle they want to use. So we will probably see a difference between Nox or X1. Now, Nox is 224 meters per second. That's the top speed without the boost.
Yep.
And X1 is only 3 meter-seconds below it, so that is at 221 meters per second. Nox is extremely fast. It is very, very maneuverable, but X1 can turn much faster. So this is a battle between the brands. It's a battle between the manufacturers. Let's call it that. Why not? But then again, our racers are also there. Wayne calls this the home track. It's very nice. All the different racers have their home tracks, right? Like Ant's got his Yadar Valley, and Mistrust had the Loreville outskirts. So this is the home GP for Mistrust. So we shall see.
All right. Well, our next race is ready. So right back to you, Croncy, Cyberfox. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, well, we're getting set up for Miner's Lament at the moment. This will be a 2-lap race in 0G with the Sabre Peregrine. And Lens, I'm really impressed at your knowledge of this ship and this track. Absolutely accurate, where you've got to turn pre-nose first and then use the mains to get yourself in the right direction. Now, this track is in Yella's asteroid belt near Grim Hex in Stanton. So it's a really detailed track. It goes a little bit like spaghetti all over the place. We've got over 20 checkpoints for these races to go through. So it's a high-risk 0G arena where the Sabre Peregrine's raw thrust and vector mastery are put to the test. Pilots must manage their speed precisely. They don't want to oversteer. They don't want to boost too much because they've got to navigate all of the debris, and they've got to make sure that they get a wide enough entry before they go into the corner. And that's challenging because there's basically no reference points, right? You're in space. You're in the middle of space. There's nothing. There's no geometry that you need to focus on before you can see your checkpoint over there. in order to, like, it's basically if you go in a straight line, you're stuffed. You have to go around, but how wide you go will change your strategy. Now, Miner's Lament was named for a tragic mining disaster in 2868. A storage hopper overpressurized itself and burst, and it killed a bunch of miners. The abandoned facility was later stripped in 2918, and visitors began informal races along the asteroid debris, so among all of that chaos that was created. Over time, this evolved into the modern WildStar racing track that we know today. The great thing about this, from my perspective, is the fact that this is a real race in the verse that I can imagine sort of like, it's almost like The Expanse, right? You go in there, I can imagine like 20, 30 racers on this track and it being a real spectacle. We had the cinematics of Loreville, and now we're out in the gritty, dark black of space for this. I would love to sit out in a vista view on Grimhex or somewhere on an asteroid with a few snacks, watching a huge race going around Grimhex and going around Miner's Lament. So really excited for this one.
Not just that, this is one of the ones where you are going to be watching this from the perspective of the side of every ship, pretty much. Any of our racers who are using Tobies are going to have a huge advantage here as we go through. It's just easier to just be looking completely at the side or the right of your ship as you go through. So this is one of the ones, not a beginner track, not remotely a beginner track. Personally, I love the atmospheric tracks a lot more. I think they can be a little bit more fun, but more importantly, the skill level is a lot higher on this kind of one. So this is going to be a really, really fun one to watch. Notably, best lap time on SCR in an Origin M50 is with Head An. But one of my favorite races of all time, and honestly, it's like 90% because of his name, Dunk.
Yeah,
the good old
absolutely.
Dunk, with the fastest race of 3 minutes, 22 seconds. So very, very fast here, and you'll notice just why when we get into the race in just a moment as our racers get into their positions.
Yeah, and you'll find with races like this, the time trial time for one lap doesn't necessarily add up to the full race time. So there's a bit of a difference between the scr.gg time trial times and the Arena Commander leaderboards as well. So Dirk has top times for the fastest race and the fastest lap in Arena Commander, which we snapshot earlier this month. But on scr.gg, it's Head An in the M50. So you'll find that there's a little bit of a back and forth between the leaderboards, depending on the style. Now, with this track, it is purely 0G. It's highly technical, and it's through these mined-out asteroids, and it's got high speed gaps, which requires a lot of precision and a lot of vector control.
Yeah.
It's been growing on me slowly, but I still think it's a little bit too long. And the reason I mention that is we just spoke about these quick 1 minute 16, 1 minute 38 sort of lap times. I don't think we'll be seeing that at all today. I think we're going to be seeing people be a lot more cautious. There's less of a risk for collisions because you are out in the wide of space. So it'll just be through those keyholes, those sort of hairpin bends where you go through one keyhole and then turn around 180 and then go through another. And there's one other place where you have to avoid an abandoned caterpillar. Those are going to be the places to watch out for drama. But otherwise, I think this is going to be a clean race.
Yeah. Now, you spoke with some of these racers over the course of the last few weeks, and I want to go over something that Duop and Ant, as you know, they've been some very, very well-performing racers today, how they are taking their approaches to these. Now, Duop is taking a pragmatic approach. With little time in the Peregrine, he's actually been using the Firebird as a bit of a stand-in, just to learn the layout, you know, get used to the track itself, and his priority is finishing. Just look, collisions will come very plenty in this track, so you will get punished for it. So just make sure you get that. Sit back, stay in SEM, capitalize on others making mistakes, which already we've seen over the course of the first 3 tracks. That's exactly something that can happen.
Absolutely right. And we might see some of that higher level strategy of switching between SCM and nav, maybe taking the things, maybe taking the corners slower in SCM where they're a bit tighter, where they're a bit more chicaney. Ant 5, when I was speaking to him, he said he expects this track to be a little bit messy, especially in the opening phases. He's been experimenting with that toggling switch that I just spoke about to help rotate the Peregrine through the tighter sections, but he says results have been mixed. So he emphasizes that, like Lenz was talking about, you need to pre-nose heavily and you need to manage your speed carefully through these checkpoints. Ant, to me, sounds analytical but cautious.
Yep.
he knows this track can punish overcommitment very carefully.
Yeah, it certainly can. This is going to be a very interesting one to watch. Thank you for watching so far here at EA 56 as we're about to get race number 4 underway very, very soon. As you can see, we've got our racers here ready on the track. Just making sure we get our last preparations. Everyone's controls are all working perfectly. And then we'll be getting this one underway. Now, I keep on asking you about predictions.
Absolutely.
And we've got 60 seconds to go. So we've got 60 seconds for your predictions. Give me in 20 seconds, who do you think is taking this one?
I think we're going to see another battle between Dupe, Mistrust, and Iceman on this. AMP5, like he said, he's been experimenting, so I'm not sure if he's comfortable with this track or not, because he's been like not in the pilot seat long enough in Miner's Lament. So yeah, I think Iceman is hyped to let loose. He's the one that I've got my eye on. Of course, this is one of the most unique tracks on the schedule, so I can't blame him for being excited, but I do agree that like preparation is critical here. You need to study the layout, study the checkpoints, know the correct speeds through the tunnel to hard right sequence. That could give you the real edge.
Yep. Now I'm going to give you the countdown here. Let's get going.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
Let's go. Zero Grav Racing, Duop with a huge start here. We've got Ant5 and Iceman. We've got this big, and Mistrust as well, actually. We've got a huge... sorry, I cannot speak words. This is a good race so far.
Mistrust going sideways through the checkpoints, really holding his speed quite high up. He's going from 3rd to 4th to 3rd to 4th. You can see the head tracking being a real benefit on these 0G tracks as well, because you can't just drive forwards. Duop spinning around. Yes. The trouble with this track is you don't know which way is up, so you might find that, oh, and he's blacking out. He's managing to keep control. He's just got a control of his character. It's still on the black. He's still on the edge. Oh my gosh, he's really pushing it. He's going to hit it. He's going to collide. And he survived. What's going on? What
Absolutely
a piece of luck.
Huge there. Putting every effort into coming back there, but the collision is going to mean doesn't quite get there. Ant is going to take the lead at the moment, not getting punished at all there, keeping it very, very chill as we come around the backside of the track. Notably, Iceman was able to get ahead of Duop just before during that blackout. Duop trying to get back in, but not able to get there. Now, Duop, Iceman and Ant still very close together, although Iceman blacking out there, Ant about to black out, and this is what happens in these 0G races.
And here we come through the keyhole. So this is an exciting piece. You got to thread the needle. Oh, and just squeezing through there absolutely beautifully. Pulling his TVI to the left, spinning it round. Absolute masterclass. AMP5 pulling up through this. Again, like I said, there's sort of no way is the right way to do it. Everybody has a different up. There's a different verticality to it because you've got to orient yourself differently. Duop struggling a little bit, pulling himself around, trying to pull it into the checkpoint, getting the TVI over. Absolutely fantastic. He's got control of it again. Push those main thrusters. Is he going to miss the checkpoint?
Gets it in. Struggling, but leading. Right? A lot of this sort of awkward movement, trying to get themselves back on track, is working for them, pushing themselves back into first place from 4th a little bit a while ago after we had that first blacking out situation, and now we're into lap number 2. So huge performance here by Duop, and then we have a bit of a fight here between Ant and Iceman as we follow into our 2nd and 3rd place positions. We can see the Mistrust a little bit further behind, and Wayne and Blortorg taking it a little bit easy, just want to finish the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're looking into Mistrust's view here as well, drifting into the start-finish line, flipping around, ready for the next corner. Mistrust has definitely studied this track, overcooked it though, just missing the geometry. He's got to pull it back around, and you know, fair is fair. Obviously, Arena Commander forces this, but when you race in the PU, it's always good to go back around and be a good sport to get that checkpoint in and continue the race as well. Wayne DC coming into, he's just come through the keyholes, taking it nice and easy. Position 5th, battling out with Blortorg as well, his twin brother and arch nemesis. Blortorg driving a little bit slower, flying a little bit slower than Wayne. Wayne feels a little bit more comfortable, but as you can see, taking these nice wide corners, not overdoing it a bit too much. Duop now
Yeah,
giving
just
us
threading the
completely
needle,
different
going into the
flavor.
next turn. Oh, that's rough. Look, that needle is already hard enough to get through, and then the second that you've got to go through the turn afterwards makes it pretty rough. But Duop was so far ahead just earlier, as we had Ant have an explosion a little while ago, that no big competition for him at the front. So as long as no more major issues, Duop should be able to seal this one and take another first.
Absolutely. So we got Duop in the lead, Ant5 in second, and Iceman in third. It looks like we've got a battle between Iceman and Ant5. Second and third, and they're going through the keyhole at the moment as well. Iceman just a little bit behind. Ant just in the lead, so Ant's gone through the first keyhole. Iceman is coming through the first one. Ant's now in the second keyhole. Iceman drifting through. He's gaining a lot of distance here.
Notably,
reeling him in.
Notably, Duop has crossed the finish line, so has secured another first place position. Well done, Duop. Let's see how the rest of our competitors go, as we do have this fight between Iceman and Ant coming into the final few turns.
It looks like Iceman has just overtaken Ant, and Ant has overtaken Iceman again. So we do have a bit of a back and forth here. I wonder if there's going to be any collision between them. They are...
Iceman's that was a missed checkpoint!
Oh,
very, very rough. Ant had the opportunity to try to get back on Iceman, but just a little too wild.
Ant's done just the same. He's just missed the checkpoint.
Yeah.
The pressure must be getting to them. He's pulled it back around. Ant is now in third. Iceman is in second. I wonder if we can see coming across the start-finish line. So it looks like Ant is completed in third and Iceman in second. We've got Wayne still on the track, Mistrust still on the track, and Blortorg still on the track, with Mistrust coming in fourth at the moment, taking it nice and easy, using that drifter lifestyle. Mistrust is very comfortable with the drifty style, so I think he's just going to be very calm, very consistent, taking it nice and wide, taking it nice and easy, and making sure that he manages his thrust, not blacking out, you know, not pushing too hard like we saw, not being too much of a sweat, going in slightly backwards, trying to reorient himself, losing a little bit of orientation. But
Look,
you know,
in the Zero G races, it can get very, very awkward when you're positioning through. But we got some professionals here. It's okay. Now, Mistrust a little bit further ahead than Blortorg and Wayne DC, so it doesn't have a lot to panic about here. Just trying to finish the match in that now 20 seconds left. And there we go. We're going to get through the finish line here. Mistrust is going to pick up fourth place. We still have Wayne DC and Blortorg on the field. And unfortunately, I don't think either of them are going to be able to make it.
I think this track is too long to be able to complete the time. They're just coming through, well, Wayne is coming in the keyhole checkpoint, and it looks like we're going to go back to...
Ooh, bit of a collision there for Wayne. So, yeah, I think that's going to seal the deal for those two races. That is race number 4 in the books. Duop, followed by Iceman, and then Ant are going to take that one. And what a awesome fight there between Iceman and Ant at the end. Just unfortunately, Ant just barely failing that checkpoint around, so close to Iceman, almost catching up, and then that one problem. So fight to the end, but then just like a brutal problem there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was good to see the back and forth throughout the entire race. It goes to show that these racers have been practicing. They have learned this track. I certainly couldn't pull off something like this, especially live in front of an audience of everybody. They managed to keep their calm. They managed to stay collected. But yeah, that back and forth was really exciting. Again, just as I was saying, it's one of the most spectacular tracks to watch. I would love to be stood on the edge of an asteroid or at Grim Hex watching this battle out live in the PU.
Start betting some UEC, you know, throwing a couple of reclaimed waters in there, you know, why not? Make it a bit entertaining. But there we go. That was race number 4. We're going to be moving to race number 5 in a second, and this one's a little bit different. If you're familiar with our System 7 races, we're going into Gravlev. And in particular, we're going to Spectra Ocean, an awesome community map made by Anzia Racing, and actually partially made by a little podcast co-host that I'm aware of. I think his name's Salty Mike or something. Something weird. So we're going to be going down here. Gravlev, bit different.
Yeah, well, again, we've got the racers used to Zero-G racing, and now we're going to throw them a new challenge. This is Spectra Ocean Dream Circuit. It's got 1.1 atmospheres, which doesn't really make any difference, really, to these gravity vehicles. They've got an open choice. We heard Lenz talking about the difference between the Nox and the X1 velocity. Whoever lives closest to the speed cap is going to be the winner of this race. Whoever keeps up to that 225, 221 meters per second is going to be the most competitive racer here. However, I would like to give a shout out to EchoBit, who just 1 day ago beat the world record by 8 seconds on this track.
Very, very impressive. Not just that, but like getting the world record on your own track is pretty cool. Very, very cool. So well done, Echo Bit there. Now, yeah, this is a bit different. Obviously, we're moving things around. Obviously, some of our races are going to be a lot more comfortable in their ship racing, and now we're going to change it up a little bit. Now, we were talking a little bit earlier about what is the vehicle that you want to use, because this is GravLev Open, right? We haven't introduced that yet. All the other ones have been here, a specific ship. And you were telling me, yeah, the Nox and the X1, those are kind of your two choices, but there's a bit of a difference between the two.
Absolutely. So the gravity bikes, they operate under a hard speed cap, and is maintaining proximity to that cap is the core mechanic. As you know, I suppose, like as you're flying around the verse and as you're going with these grav vehicles over this rough terrain, your speed drops as you're a little bit less smooth. And so you just want to keep your TVI centered on that crosshair for as long as possible. And as you're going through the turns, it's not a pull and a thrust and a heave like you do with ships. It's a smooth, gentle process to try and take these sweeping wide turns. Now, what happens in Spectra Ocean is you've got two specific areas where you've got to go over a hump, over some ground, if you want to cut that corner as tightly as possible. And that's where you can see an issue and a difference between the Nox and the X1. The X1 is much more stable. It can handle that little bit of jittery and stay at its lower speed cap of 221 meters per second, but be a little bit more predictable. The Nox can go a little bit faster, so you might see some sweats here trying to push as fast as possible. But if they do, and they go over one of those islands and lose a bit of control, you might see a bit of a mishap, which comes into our second challenge for this track. Because it's not officially an Arena Commander track, when they get destroyed, when they get crashed, they get sent back to the spawn point, which is not the latest checkpoint that they were at. So if you crash somewhere in and amongst the 20-odd checkpoints, it looks like there's 24 checkpoints here, you have to go all the way back to the start. So this is a 6-minute long, I think it's a 6-minute long.
Yes.
This is a 56-kilometer endurance track. About 6 minutes, 20 seconds was the
That was the record that
was the record that Echo landed.
So we shouldn't even be expecting that, really, right? We're expecting more around probably the 7-minute mark for some of our races, assuming no explosions.
Exactly. So this is going to be an endurance race. We're going to be in for the long haul. We're probably going to lose a little bit of what's going on and have to try and figure it out. But this is really going to be the difference where Wayne and Blautorg will have their advantage. Now, Wayne is approaching this strategically. He believes the Nox has a significant top speed advantage over water, and if someone can run it cleanly without blacking out, they'll be almost untouchable. However, pushing that pace risks the vision blur, the blacking out, and loss of control. So he's leaning towards the X1 as a middle ground, but this is really his track. So he's less about the outride speed over the Nox, more about stability and recovery if things get loose. But for him, this race will come down to risk versus control. And I can see that Wayne and Blautorg will have a bit of a rivalry here, but I can also imagine them just loving the scenery of this track, just enjoying the moment. It might be 7 minutes, and we might go here, oh, this doesn't feel quite fast. But you watch Wayne and Blautorg, they're going to be sat back, they're going to be relaxed, they're going to have their music on, they're going to be super chill. We've got the beautiful water physics going on here. We've got the beautiful pink skies. We've got the lovely trees and the landscape around. So I think it's going to be something to watch and something to enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it is one of the longer ones. Being an endurance race also brings up the changes. So it's not just that we're moving from ship to GravLev, but we're also turning it into endurance. You know, this is bringing out sort of all stops. Now, I'm glad you were talking about Wayne there. And very much expects Wayne to be one of the stronger competitors today. So this is something that our other competitors are aware of and maybe even a little bit scared of. We'll see how it ends up going as we start launching into, what is it called? Winner's Circle. Winner's Circle, the awesome map there. So it shouldn't take too long for us to set up here as we move into race number 5. A reminder, we're doing 9 races here today, showing all of the different kinds of strategies and things that you might see from our races, including my favorite, Yadar. That's a while away from now, but I do love some Yadar. Let's have a look at, so Duop, once again, absolutely crushing last round, getting the first place there. Admits he's never completed 2 clean laps on the Nox without incident. as a Gravlev aficionado, I can understand that completely.
Absolutely.
100%. It is one of my favorite things to do, is to do Gravlev races. I think it's one of the more rewarding types of races that we have in the game at the moment. But sometimes walls just tend to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it was good to see the Gravlev section in the Daymar Rally as well. We saw, who was it? Diplomat.
Yes.
Just launching himself off of the terrain and flying through the map. And we might see a little bit of that strategy here, because between some of the turns, I think it's between checkpoint 8 and checkpoint 9, you can hit the landscape and basically not have to race on the ground for that. For those checkpoints, and just sort of fly and bring it in, and land at checkpoint 9 and carry on the race. So it might be an
While
interesting...
maintaining a lot of your speed too.
Exactly. So it might be an interesting strategy. We might see some people launch and be in the middle of the air. Mistrust has tried Gravlev racing before. He's been playing for 6 to 7 years and likes to experiment. And it's like getting ready for Daymar Rally over the course of a few evenings. He's been sort of driving to Ghost Hollow back and forth with the vehicles and the grav bikes, and he's been crashing out a lot.
Yep.
He says that the Spectra Ocean is a dream, and he's looking to be significantly more relaxed. He might start doing extra laps while waiting for the others to finish, if he finishes early, he said, just to drive around and enjoy it a little bit. But
that's a cold shot. That's a cold shot.
Yeah. But there's no markers here, so there's a lot to learn for everybody watching. There's a lot to learn for the racers as well. I can see already we've got Blortorg and Wayne in the X1, and it looks like Iceman, Amp5, Duop, and Mistrust are ready in the Noxes. So we're going to have a bit of a battle of strategies here.
But like you said, you know, the difference in top speed is not super aggressive between the two vehicles. So really it comes down to how much do you trust your vehicle to not blow up on the smallest little bump, right? So it's always been the case that there's always those small differences between the Gravlev. For the longest time, if you just wanted to not explode, you'd use the Dragonfly just because it has more parts. The more parts it has to lose, the less likely to explode. So it'll be interesting to see that one as we start moving into this race. Now, as always, I'm going to ask you for a bit of a prediction. It sounds like, based on what we were saying before, we might already have a bit of a favourites, even among some of our other competitors. But how do you think this one's going to go?
Yeah, my money, even though they're in the X1s, is on Wayne and Blortorg. I think they know this track inside out. Iceman, Amp5, Duop, and Mistrust selecting the Nox. I mean, that's a sort of... It's kind of a giveaway in itself that they're willing to take that risk, but it's whether that risk will pay off or not. So yeah, my money is on Wayne and Blortorg.
Yeah. Now, also, this is going to be a 2-lap race, so this is going to be a bit of a longer one, guys. So make sure you settle in. If you're here at Enter Atmosphere, go grab a drink, go grab some food, get yourself ready for this. If you're here at home, make sure you grab some popcorn, get ready, and let us know in the chats who do you think is going to take away race number 5 here at the Winner's Circle.
And while we're waiting for the racers to get ready, let's talk a little bit about the history of the track. In 2955, the Winner's Circle location became known for its hyper-real water simulation, and it attracted Gravlev sport clubs and competitive riders. Spectra Ocean Dream Circuit was built specifically to support time trials and tournaments, and is optimized for the grav bike mechanics rather than the ships. And this is because grav bikes work best on smooth, flat surfaces. The design philosophy was simple: maximize the surface contact to maximize speed.
Yeah, which we certainly love. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off on this beautiful track here at Winner's Circle, Spectra Ocean. Let's go.
And we've got Wayne DC flying in third person just to manage the first few corners to make sure that he doesn't collide with anybody as he cuts
and
across
almost
the track.
collides with someone immediately. So maybe not a strategy that's going to work out for him. Could cause these issues instead. But you can already see way more of our players are right on top of each other than have been in these previous races, though it looks like Duop currently out in the lead.
Yeah, and you can see that Iceman is coming up really close to somebody, cutting it fine.
I believe that was Mistrust and Iceman right on top of each other here. You can see this fight just in front of them. So that should be Mistrust just in front of Iceman. And this fight's going to be huge. Now, when they do get onto these straights, there's not going to be much of a difference until we get into these corners. Whoever's going to take it tighter is probably going to get out in front.
And you can see the very precise management of speed here. 224 meters per second. Coming in as wide and swooping as possible. You can see 5 Gs building up here in Mistrust's view. with a swoop from right to left, bringing it nice and easy. Oh, and a nice quick overtake as well.
Not just
nice and
that,
close.
not just this overtake, this is Duop that is in front of the two of them that they are catching up to and have been so over the last 20 seconds or so. So we've actually got a huge fight in the front here. Meanwhile, Wayne DC and Blortog a little bit further behind, it seems. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one pans out.
I just like how clean this has been so far, even though the race has been really close. I just love the wash as well of the Gravlev in front of you. It just feels speedy, doesn't it? Even though it's wide open, you can sort of use the streams to like almost slipstream, like know where you're going, give you a bit of a visual reminder, wonder how somebody can afford to live on such cinematic spaces in these really expensive sky apartments. I don't know how that
As people
works.
explode in Gravlev below them 100%. So there we go. We can see still a big fight here between Iceman and Duop. They're right on top of each other. Ant seems to have, I think, fallen behind a little bit. We might have missed possibly some collision or some missed turn, some missed obstacle there. And we have Mistrust here following, it looks like, Duop and Iceman. So yeah, so we still have this section, this section of three races in the front that are having an awesome fight here. This is really entertaining.
Oh, and a really hard turn there by Mistrust. Not making up much distance between the races here. Still, the pack is just basically spread out and holding position at the moment, despite the earlier back and forth. Iceman taking a very sharp turn, but bringing it in comfortably. Still, again, bringing that speed up as quickly as possible, cutting a few bits of the terrain just to make sure he gets up to 224 as quickly as possible, going in a straight line as quickly as possible. You can see as well the boost meter on the right, boosting halfway down, releasing, replenishing, and then boosting again, making sure that he's boosting as much as possible to keep his speed, keep his velocity as high as possible. Zooming in to see how far behind he is.
Getting a bit of a cinematic view there. Ant, not sure what's going on with Ant here. Possibly an issue here on the water, but we still do have this big fight between Duop, Mistrust, and Iceman. And it seems like Mistrust still in the back of that three. Over we go to Wayne DC, a little bit further behind as well. But once again, watch how quickly that speed climbs as they get onto these straights, though not at the full speed. If you look there, 206 meters a second, we're sitting so just a little bit below max speed, just keeping it a bit cozy.
But he's still using that boost discipline as well. Still just using a little bit of boost, letting it recharge. Using a little bit of boost, letting it recharge. Iceman going into the red here, so he's risking it a little bit. Still, I suppose, using the boost to get around the corner is his strategy. Cutting it tight, trying to get an inside line by the looks of it.
Yeah, very much so. Trying to cut off Duop here. And every time we keep cutting back to Iceman, that distance is getting shorter and shorter. Meanwhile, Mistrust a little bit further behind, just trying to stay solidly in third place. Just needs one of these races, really, to make a mistake. And it'll basically be all over, right? But here we go. It looks like Iceman's going for an attack there, in the wake of Duop's water coming off the Gravlev.
Yeah, he is reeling him in. And I feel like he is trying to take a slightly tighter line, coming in. So a wider entry and a tighter exit, boosting all the way up to 170, and then around, holding the boost throughout the entire corner. Did he take him?
I believe he did. Yep, I think Duop went a little bit wide there on that turn. So Iceman, our current leader, moving into this position. Duop's now got a little bit of time to make up for, and Mistrust also just on the heels of Duop now. Oh, that always scares me. Always scares me. You come off that height and you land on one of those sections, but luckily all good for Duop.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a risk using the air to try and come around a corner. Not really what's expected at this part of the track because it wasn't the checkpoint 8 to 9 like I spoke about. But still using that boost to maintain a 224 meters per second. Meanwhile, Wayne and Blortog are just taking it nice and easy, chilling, enjoying their time, looking at the pink skies, just taking in all the sights and scenery. Meanwhile, Duop and Iceman still just battling it out. I think using a little bit of a ship racer strategy as well, cutting the corners as closely as possible, coming as close to the geometry as possible, and just making sure that he still reels him in. So we had Iceman reeling in Duop, and now we got Duop reeling in Iceman. Duop now cutting the corners even narrower than Iceman.
Oh, punished a little bit there. Came out a little wide. Hasn't lost a lot of distance there, but still making a run for it. Now, we were here in this situation earlier. That was a bit of a mistake there. Way too wide. Now that distance has grown. All Iceman needs to do is stay consistent here. Mistrust, once again, still behind on this pack, but right near, waiting for one of these players to make a mistake.
Yeah, it looks like the sort of smoothness of this track is being challenged a little bit here, just to get as close to the scenery as possible. Blautorg showing exactly how it should be done, taking it a little bit wider, TVI on the center, and then boosting to get up to the maximum velocity. You can see taking a very wide arc around these apartments, around these struts.
Notably, that is Wayne DC just ahead of them. So they've been pretty much in the same pack most of the race, keeping it quite tight there. We'll see how that ends up going for them as we move into the later stages of this race.
It's good to see this sibling rivalry as well. I can imagine Wayne and Blautorg have been hotly debating this track, and probably like every time they've been practicing together at home, like one coming first and the next one beating the other, I bet whoever wins today is not going to let the other one forget it. So there's a lot on the line for these two brothers.
There is indeed. All right. Whoa! Back to Duop, and it looks like Iceman, maybe a missed checkpoint. I don't know what's going on there. Or is that the finish line that we might have crossed? Yeah, there we go. Just a couple of comms. There we go. So yeah, Iceman is going to be our winner for this race. Well done. Duop was very, very close to getting into that first position. Was in first for like most of lap 1 and about half of lap 2, but not able to quite get there. Mistrust is going to take our third place position here, which we're starting to get a couple of names repeated here.
Yeah. It's funny to see, again, we're looking at mixed disciplines here, but Iceman and Duop just pushing every single discipline that they come to. They've really put in the time. They must have put in the effort to learn this track and to learn the knocks to achieve this, especially, you know, not long sort of being asked to do this competition and not having long to prepare. You've got to put in the time. 6-minute track, it takes a lot of discipline to pick up the new style of a new ship, something that they've not been familiar with. They're familiar with the atmospheric racing ships, not Gravlev ships, whereas Blautorg and Wayne are more comfortable with this style of racing and more comfortable with this style of vehicle. So again, we've got Blautorg just behind Wayne.
And they're getting across the finish line just now. So with that, that's going to finish up race number 5 at the Spectral Ocean, I believe is what it said earlier today. No, at the back of the Spectral Ocean, that one's done. So Iceman, we believe, is going to take first place there, followed by Duop and Mistrust, which, like we said, we've got a couple of names that are starting to repeat quite a lot here. It's going to be interesting once we do get to the point, seeing where everyone's at. We've seen Duop consistently get top 3 so far, Iceman as well. And then Ant and Mistrust kind of doing a bit of a dance here. They're getting some top 3. Whichever one doesn't get top 3, the other one has. So with 4 races left, really curious to see how that's going to develop.
Absolutely. So this was pure racing. Just forward and left and right, no vertical complexity. The objective is simple but unforgiving. Just stay as close to the speed cap as you can, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, 100%. All right, we're going to be moving to another race, and this one is another open, but we're going to be moving to Kaplan Stadium. I love Kaplan. I love Orison. City in the Clouds. Someone play the ad that always used to play all the time. This one's going to be a lot of fun. This one's going to be really cool. So this is one of our first open ship races. And from what we can tell, we're going to see probably 2 ships that's going to be represented here.
Yeah, so there is an issue with turbulence in Kaplan at the moment and on Crusader in general. So the wind physics can dictate the outcomes. There is a severe turbulence on Kaplan circuit due to the current weather, which applies to the ship sort of on a 1-to-1 scale. So we saw this in Gravity Rush, where we had fast atmospheric ships being shoved into the geometry. And the meta to avoid that is to choose a ship that doesn't get affected by atmosphere, and that is the Fury LX. So the Fury LX is one of the first ships that the racers will have been practicing with and deciding what to choose for today, for this race. Because it has no atmospheric drag model, it's completely immune to the wind and turbulence. And in the latest updates, in the 4.5, it can also bichord and trichord now, and it can exceed its nav cap very briefly on a straight as you're boosting, but there's a risk of overspeeding. So it depends. Can you take the Fury LX in this windy circuit at those high speeds and maintain it to avoid the wind bug? Or do you choose something a little bit more reliable, a little bit more sensible?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. One of the things that I really do love about this track, though, is while we've seen already a bunch of really technical racing, this one has a little bit of a unique section. We've got that slalom section at the start that our racers are going to have to go through and really just rewards consistency. So it's going to be fun watching our racers do that. We were talking about the Fury LX here. Some of our racers actually prefer the Razor, mostly due to comfortableness with it, which in these races, being comfortable with a vehicle can be crazy, right? It can be the big difference maker, especially if you haven't been using the Fury over and over again 30,000 times over the last 2 weeks, right?
Exactly. So again, we talk about mixed disciplines. So we've got our atmospheric racers versus our 0G and 0 atmosphere sorts of racers. And so it'll be those 0 atmosphere racers, maybe AMP5, the PvPers among us, who are more comfortable in the Fury LX and might choose that as an option, whereas the atmospheric racers might choose something like the M50 if they're taking a risk, or the Razor. So it'll be interesting, shall we say, to see who chooses which ship, given this is one of our only open selection races.
Yes.
Now, Kaplan is a section-based track. The defining factor is obviously the wind and turbulence and the instability, but we start with a start-finish under some tunnels with moving through the pillars, and then a sort of slight descending right to go around the catwalks, and then you start a slalom. So you do need a track that can grip the atmosphere.
Yes.
So if you're going to use the Fury, you're going to have to flip the mains and use all of that tricord, all of the thrusters to push you to one side to survive the slalom, and then to push you to another. So again, different styles, different disciplines. And it looks like our racers are loading in. So we might get our first glimpse at the ship selection if we can get into this track.
Yeah, it's going to be a cool one to watch, this one. This is also one of the only tracks that just has a lot of, like you have that major straight at the top above the platform that you get to see that in a lot of these tracks you don't get. Yeah, the train track. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Now, we do see some of them loading in, and I'm seeing a couple of Furies, and it looks like I'm seeing 3 Furies, and we might...
4 Furies.
That's not a Peregrid, is it? No.
Well, they've got it. They've got it in their selection of Arena Commander, and they're deciding now on their loaded ships. We got 1 Razor, Blortalk choosing a Razor, Wayne going for a snub ship, a P72, I think it might be.
I believe that is the Archimedes. Yeah. So we actually have a bit of a range there. Like you said, Fury LX. We've got 4 players on the Fury LX, but then we've got a couple of changes. So you'll see this in a moment once we get down to the track and we get this one started, but this is going to be a really fun one. I'm really excited for this one. We're another 3-lapper. It's going to be a little bit faster than that endurance race that we just saw, but should be a lot of fun. Now, you have to imagine as well, we've had quite a few races back-to-back now, as we got rid of some of those issues we were experiencing before. You're starting to get into the bit of the dog days of the tournament. Endurance for our players is going to start coming into it now, right?
Yeah.
I'm hoping none of them have been having drinks down there, but that could be a part of it too. So what do you think? Like, this is a very unique structure, right? A lot of these races are probably either just jamming time trials over and over and over again, or if they are doing races, it's kind of a one and done. Do you think, like, do a lot of our races even attempt to do, hey, let's do 9 races back-to-back different? Or what would you do in your, I know it's a completely wild question. What would you do in a preparation for the tournament itself?
Yeah, so again, the trouble is just the switch. It's the constant switch between different atmospheres. So this Kaplan is 0.8 atmospheres, so there's quite a bit of atmospheric grip that you'll see from the snub ship and from the Razor, and less so, obviously, 0 atmospheric grip from the Fury LX. And switching between the two kind of really screws with your muscle memory. And so I don't know anything that I would do in order to switch from ship to ship. I would probably do the opposite. I would probably stay in one ship for as long as possible until I've learned how it feels. And then I would move to another ship and then learn how that feels and stay in it for as long as possible. And then I would move back. So I just try and keep my, not just muscle memory, but just my familiarity with the ships overall. I think the trouble with when you're learning something new is you feel sometimes that, well, I've got to do exactly as it is on race day. I've got to switch ships because we're going to be switching ships. But that actually makes it harder to learn. And there's a difference between learning knowledge and testing knowledge. And I think switching ships quite regularly is testing knowledge. So I would learn, and I would sink in my knowledge by sticking in one ship for as long as possible, maybe doing it for a few days, maybe a week, and then switching my ship.
Very interesting. And honestly, I think a lot of our racers probably did a very, very similar thing. So we'll see how we go here for race number 6 at EA 56. Hey, that almost rhymes. Hope you're all enjoying the show so far. We have 3 more races to go after this. Then we got a cheeky little panel coming up a little bit after that. So make sure you guys are watching that. And we've also got some PvP going on later today where I am going to crush Gen Desperado. That's my goal. That's what I'm here for. So let us know in the chats wherever you are. If you're on Star Citizen channel, the ATMO channels, if you're watching this in 5 years' time, let us know who do you think is going to take race number 6. We've got a couple of favorites that are coming up across our little crew here. I have to say, anyone that's running the Fury LX, I'm a fan of. So I think, you know, we've been seeing these big fights between Duop, Iceman, Ant, and Mistrust. All of them are in the Fury LX. I think Duop is the person to beat, though, at the moment. I haven't checked the points. I haven't seen where we're at, but Duop appears to be bringing the A game.
Yeah, I think, though, as the disciplines change, as the versatility is built into this tournament, I think we're going to see some of the races sort of start to catch up. So I'm expecting that we'll see high performers in the later rounds, in the later 3 rounds, than in the first 6 rounds. So you might get a bit of a back and forth as we continue through this tournament. Now, in terms of the start of this race and what we're expecting to see, I think that we're going to see, I suppose, the snub ship take an early lead because it is nice and light. So you might find that the chicanes will be one of the early definers of who's going to take the lead in this track, with Wayne probably cutting it a lot tighter in the P72 and Blortorg following probably close behind in the Razor, whereas the Furies, they might take it a little bit wider, so they might struggle with the first parts of the track. But then as you get along to the other parts, so the Cargo Alley, Skyscraper Valley, those long sweeping sections, and then into the sort of trench run between all of the struts, that's when you're going to see the Fury LXs take over, because the snub ships don't have much boost, so they can't maintain that high speed for as long as the Furies can. The Razor can probably keep up, so it might be that Wayne takes an early lead with Blortorg, then the Furies take over, and then Blortorg will probably come and, you know, pressure Wayne. So it sounds like we've got 60 seconds ready to start this track. Do you have any predictions yourself for what we're about to see?
Like I mentioned, I think Duop is the person to beat at the moment, so I'd be very scared there, but I've been really, really enjoying watching Iceman and Ant have their little fights, so I'm hoping to see a little bit of action there. I do want to mention Mistrust, apparently, in preparation for this track, decided to try out the best ship in Star Citizen for the race, which was the Mole.
Absolutely.
And I have to imagine that did not end too well, so that's why we didn't see the Mole there. The M50, obviously not a favorite for these races, but one of the ships that you mentioned earlier on as a potential choice for this track, and that didn't end up happening. So very curious, maybe after the races, to talk with the racers and see how that went. But we'll see how we go here. We got 20 seconds to go. Everyone, get excited. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off for race number 6. Can we get a big round of applause for our racers?
And exactly the opposite of what I said is happening, with the Fury LX is taking a huge lead. Wayne's stuck behind in the main start-finish section, and Mistrust going to start the early battle around the slalom, going in his, struggling a little bit, but he's sideways completely, trying to pitch up and pitch down, trying to use that discipline of aero, but it's not going to work. Ant5 being a little bit more of a comfortable racer in the Fury, taking it as you would expect to, using the 45s, using that bicording and tricording and drifting technique, coming through Cargo Alley and coming up to the sort of trench run area, bringing it around nice and neat. So it looks like we've got Ant5 in first, Iceman close behind him in second.
And I believe Duop may have missed a checkpoint and is actually going back to restart.
What an early upset.
There was a very, very close fight there where Duop was behind Ant, but that's going to be a missed checkpoint. So at the moment, we have Ant followed by Iceman right next to each other. Duop has got a lot of ground to cover here, and will even have to, hopefully, try to beat Wayne and Blortorg in the backpack.
Absolutely. Now, Iceman keeping it calm and collected, but also using the thrusters, the side thrusters, the verts and the lats, to bring his ship around. So
Ooh, collision there for Wayne and Blortog at the same time there. So that's going to mean Duop probably will be able to push back into the first, fourth places. But we've got Ant, followed by Iceman, followed by Mistrust, moving very soon into lap number 2. There we go, Ant's in there now.
Oh.
And there we go, another collision. A lot of these collisions are pulling off that I actually did not expect. I thought we would see a little bit of a cleaner race here. It's one of those things where it's like, yes, there's a lot of technical racing, but you can be forgiven for some of those wider turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these collisions we're expecting from the turbulence. So Wayne and Blortog are going to be fighting against the wind, whereas Ant, Iceman, Mistrust, and Duop, they're the ones who are just smoothly gliding through, completely unaffected by it. Again, Ant on the 45s just rolling left to right, comfortably weaving in between the slalom here.
Now, notably, I want to go to Duop here, who we did see with that collision earlier, has now gotten pretty much right next to Mistrust. So actually has, after that collision, pushed quite a bit further ahead and is back in contention. Iceman and Ant still fighting first and second. Ant a fair bit further ahead.
Oh, nearly blacking out.
Going into the black, and there we go. We're going to get a pass here against Mistrust, and I don't think Duop's going to let this one go. And whatever objective he missed, never missing it again in his life.
No, third and fourth and fourth and third. So it looks like Mistrust is just a little bit behind on fourth. And lost a little bit of momentum here. Must have lost control, having to do the slalom almost from the beginning there. So maybe overshot a little bit. We missed that through the overtake. Maybe he got put off a little bit. Struggling to build up his speed and momentum again. But yeah, coming through Skyscraper Alley and into Cargo Valley.
Looks
Wayne
like
DC...
Ant over the top, going into the final straight, then turning towards the finish line, followed by Iceman. So we're probably going to see... Iceman in fourth position. I think we've missed a checkpoint there, actually, because Duop is currently in position number 2. So that is going to be brutal. I don't know if Iceman knows he missed the checkpoint.
Yeah, he's turning back around. He can see it. He's lining himself up. We've got Ant5 in the lead because of this mishap.
I
really
think Iceman heard me yell, missed a checkpoint, and then went back. But Ant now very comfortably in the lead. So Duop, after that, this is kind of crazy. Duop had that collision, had messed up with the checkpoint, and now is back into second place and is going to try to fight for first. Now, I think Ant very comfortably in first, though. Ooh, taking those slaloms a little bit wide.
Yeah, just as you say it. Bringing it back round, but he's got that sort of leadership economy that he can lean on. He can take it a little bit slower. He can just sort of take it a little bit easy, not push it too hard. You can see that there's not many high Gs on Ant5's screen at the moment. He's not boosting too hard, whereas Iceman's got to push it to catch back up because he did drop a few positions from earlier. Now going through the trench run, using his boost all the way to the end, he's going to struggle here because he's got to turn around 180 and he's got no boost to do it. Can he pull it around?
Not too bad.
Just got the boost back just in time coming through the start-finish line.
100%. And is now going to be trying to chase back on Mistrust. Now, if we go back to Ant, we can see that Ant and Duop getting a little bit closer together, actually. Duop starting to make a little bit of that distance back, but Ant on that final straight before the final turn, almost just about to get there after this little up strafe here, and I think we're going to see our first place position. And here we go back to Wayne and Blortog a little bit in the further back in the further section. This sort of shows why the Fury LX was a bit of a better choice here for our races, and just proved that you know, kind of what you said, in this situation, in this environment, there's kind of no comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the turbulence fighting. So Wayne's fighting the turbulence. You can see his TVI is all over the place, up and down, left, right, using his mouse to just steady it as much as possible, taking a nice, smooth entry into the checkpoints, but being blustered about, nearly being thrust up by the wind. Again, this is not Wayne's lack of control. This is just him fighting the elements. You can see it's just jittering about compared to his inputs. His inputs are nice and smooth. He's doing very well to keep calm and collected. Blortog doing the same, but the ship that Blortog is racing is a little bit more immune to it because the lighter snub ship that Wayne is in is a little bit more affected by the turbulence.
Now, you might have heard me grit my teeth a little bit just then. That's because Iceman and Mistrust were having this fight between third and fourth position. Iceman collided with the architecture twice during that. So unfortunately, Iceman pushed him much further back into 4th place, and Mistrust just about to finish the race in 3rd. So that's where we're likely going to see 3rd and 4th place for our races today as we get into this finish line. Then we've got Wayne and Blortorg finishing it up here. Who do you think is going to take 5th and 6th? If we, what have we got, 75 seconds? I think we get there.
Yeah.
Or is that 45 seconds? 45 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get around the final lap if this is their third lap. Blortorg having a little bit of an upset, a little bit of collision. I hope he's still got all his wings on him. I didn't see anything come off, but he looks like he's losing control a little bit. Blortorg now overshooting. That collision might have damaged his ship, yes, and he's collided again. So bringing it back up. Wayne on Blortorg's heels. Wayne now taking over Blortorg.
Yep.
But again, overcooking it.
And unfortunately, with not enough time left. So that's going to be the end of their race. And that's going to be the end of race number 6, which is going to be taken by Ant, followed by Duop and Mistrust. And I loved the start of that race. I loved it so much. We had those issues, like seeing Duop miss a checkpoint and then pull it back to 2nd place.
Absolutely.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. So we're going to go to the analysts so that they can talk about the last 3 races and also the next 3 races. And then you'll see us guys in a little bit. So over to you, Crucian.
All right, welcome back. That was race 4, 5, and 6. And what action it brought here to Enter Atmosphere 29:56. Lens, man, that, wow. Kaplan Stadium, we'll talk about that one, but wow. Miners Lament, Ocean Dream Circuit, incredible races so far. We're going in smoothly right now. Very, very excited so far. But let's break down Miners Lament. We're going to kick off with that one where, you know, Dupe really dominated. But Lens, what are your thoughts on that race?
First of all, Noodles track, okay? Just a correction there. Yes, Miners Lament Noodles track, amazing. The racing has really ramped up in this section. Like 3 of these races were really, really amazing. So we got to see the amazing clinical precision of Dupe, right? Dupe crashed twice, however, on Miners Lament, and Iceman did the same. He also had 2 crashes. But Dupe was so far ahead. He had such a lead on that, and he was clinical. He was managing his TVI, and he was subtly giving a love tap to change to from SCM to nav mode to SCM mode to just slow down a little bit, especially through that keyhole entrance and going through that asteroid field. Beautiful performance by Dupe there. I think I gotta call this a love tap. Amazing speed management by Ice. He was literally sticking between 400 and 600 meters per second. I never saw him go above 600. Mostly he was sticking to 550 and 600. That got him the 3rd place. We're gonna talk about Ant. Really good performance there in Miners Lament. He did almost miss a checkpoint during that race. Had to go back, but again, he was ahead, and he didn't have to worry about Iceman catching him up. So really great performance by Ant. His PvP, because he flies decoupled, he's always doing dogfighting in the zero-G environment. This was, I think, more for his benefit that he was able to really perform well on this track. And this is also where we saw the brothers' rivalry starting, the competition between Wayne and Blortorg, because this fight between the brothers will continue for the next race and the race after that.
Yeah, Miners Lament really, you know, as you mentioned so many times, you got to use that Tobii eye tracker to your advantage because these turns are brutal and you see a lot of drifting, especially in this zero-G map. So very, you know, it was, I think Duop showed a masterclass overall and did a really good job. But Miners Lament, man, this one is something where, you know, like Kranzi mentioned, it is not your beginner's map whatsoever. You can see it right there where he missed a couple of checkpoints overall. You know, like this, you know, you mentioned many times, you know, when you're switching between SCM, nav mode, and you need to really be cycling that overall. And man, going through these, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I like looking at the replays right now. I'm kind of like reliving those moments in clinch it over here because I'm like, it's very sharp, and these guys are not going slow. So I think. Where will you rate this map, Lens, overall in in difficulty?
Absolutely, for me personally, top tier difficulty. Because we did one of the races which was called the Scarlet Apex for Enzia, and we had to learn this whole track without the checkpoints, man. So just to do that was a huge achievement for me personally. And Mistrust was our pilot, I was the turret gunner, and exactly where you just saw that collision, that's where Mistrust actually killed me when I was his turret gunner.
Yep.
This is absolutely the toughest track personally for me.
All right, well, finally, one thing I want to talk about, we're going to move on here to Ocean Dream Circuit. This was the first Gravlev race that, that we're doing in person. And, we saw Ant5 a little bit, stay stranded. And there was a little bit of, Duop being in the lead quite often. And then Iceman kind of came from behind and took that with that overtake. But break it down for us here, Lenz.
I love to talk about the Spectre Dream Motion track because my lap time is 9th fastest in the world on that track. This is the track I love. I had to do a shameless plug for myself. So what you talked about, Ant, he actually got lost, bro. He actually got lost on the track, and that's what happens because you don't have any checkpoints. And I should have mentioned that before. If you actually spin around on this track, you can't really tell, okay, where was I going? Yep. If you lose your line, and that's what happened to Ant, he just had to give up. I would love to talk to him later and confirm this, but I'm sure he just got lost. And that was a huge loss for him in hindsight, because he's first in the next race. But what we saw, that Iceman overtaking Dupe on 3rd lap, on checkpoint 6 and 7, exactly where we talked about. Dupe went deep on entering the checkpoint 6. It's not right there on the screen, but they're going to jump up here. But then the island, this island that we're talking about right here, Dupe went deep, and Iceman overtook him and did not give him the lead. Just like we talked about, if you are capped by your speed, so you only overtake in corners, after this, Dupe had only 2 chances to overtake Ice, but he couldn't capitalize on them. He was almost blacking out at that. Yeah. So that happened.
One thing I want to mention here too is that you saw Dupe throughout the entire race kind of managing his boost, hitting around that halfway point, allowing that boost to regenerate, and then coming back to it when he got overtake, he just let it rip. He was trying to catch up there against Iceman in that moment when he got overtaken. So he was like, nope, can't save my boost anymore because I don't have that lead. But it was really cool to see Iceman, kind of playing that same game and just kind of coming behind him and overtaking him because he went a little bit too wide there, man. Kind of like we talk a little bit about sometimes in F1. They got to use that apex to their advantage as much as possible. So especially even in Gravlev, there's those moments where you got to cut those corners as close as possible. So,
yes.
But what was your thought here? One last quick word from you, since this is your favorite map. Well, seeing it in person now. Gravlev, how excited were you overall? Even seeing Blowtorg and Wayne DC kind of just cruising and enjoying themselves.
That's their nature. They just love it. And excitement. I was tugging you while watching it. Oh, look at that overtake. So I was very excited to see that overtake from Iceman. That was so good. If this was the 3rd section where we have double points, Iceman could have done so much damage here. So much damage. But then he's going to miss the checkpoint in the next race, right? Kaplan, he missed that. But love this track. One thing I would love to point out, Dupe was maximizing his jumps. When you go over the ground, you get a huge speed boost in your bike. Yep. And just 3 days ago, me and Dupe were in the same session, and I was telling him, mate, if you do this, that'll be awesome. Not going to take it away from him. He is just so good. Yep. He managed those checkpoints really, really well.
All right, we're going to Kaplan Stadium, or Kaplan, or
Kaplan.
How I forgot how Cyberfox said it, but Kaplan Stadium, one of my favorite maps because that turbulence come into play, and sometimes it makes you miss those checkpoints, which unfortunately you saw Iceman with a huge lead miss a checkpoint, kept on going, didn't notice, and unfortunately dropped all the way down to 4th place. But let's talk about Kaplan Stadium. Lenz, break it down for us.
Bro, Kaplan Stadium, it was Iceman's huge loss, to be honest, because he just won the last race of the Spectre Dream Motion, and he was in a very good lead, but then missed a checkpoint. Didn't realize. Croncy had to shout at him to remind him, go back, do your checkpoint. And so Iceman did, and he was still catching up pretty fast. He was 20 seconds behind when he finished the race. But my God, the benefit of Ice being the first in the spectator motion, just vanished for him. Let's see what happens in the next race. However, gotta give a shout out to Ant. Amazing! He was so good at the slalom section.
Yes.
He did miss one checkpoint at one point, but he had so much mileage ahead of the second place that he could easily go and take care of that. And let me tell you, you could have done tricording on this map, right? You could have just throw your pitch down, use your upward thrust to just do tricording and get more boost. Ant was so comfortable in the last run that he actually did that. He's the only racer who did that in this race on the last lap because he knew he's got it in the bag. Dupe missed checkpoint as well in this one, which is just, he missed that right at the race of the start of the race, but he's the best through the slalom section.
Yeah.
He's got really good technique. He's really, really comfortable with the Fury LX. And he just nailed that. Mistrust took it very, very safe. But I want to see what happens between Iceman and Dupe.
No, overall, so good. Kaplan Stadium was actually a great map. Definitely one of my favorite. I think the slalom portion can really put anybody, there's two ways to do it. You saw the drift, and then you saw, you're pitching that nose and yaw. But what's your favorite method here that you like to use when going through the slalom part here in Kaplan Stadium?
Bro, I have no technique. I have no method because it is such a tough thing to do. How you manage it? I wanna sit down with Dupe and learn it from him. I wanna sit down with Ant and learn it from him. But it is definitely to do with how you manage your TVI. That's the trick, right? It is just amazing how sharp these guys' skills are. Like your eye and hand coordination, your motor, you have to have really good reflexes.
Yep.
And we saw that.
All right, well, let's take a look at our leaderboard if it's ready here. But, after there's just a lot of changes here with N5 really nailing in that race number 6, Kaplan Stadium. We're looking at Iceman with 37 points here. Duop with 36. Wow, right back to back there. And Ant 5 in 3rd. You got Mistrust in 4th place and with 21 points. Wayne DC in 7th and Blowtorg in 3rd. But hey, I'm going to keep mentioning this. Our next 3 races are double points. So Wayne DC and Blowtorg can shock the leaderboard and hopefully come out knocking someone off their feet, off that 3rd, 2nd place spot, because it's not anybody's win just yet. So let's see how they turn out here to win. And I'm looking forward to it here shortly. But for our next 3 races, I'm going to go ahead and send that over to our casters. But thank you all so much again for watching Enter Atmosphere 2956, whether you're here or at home. Thank you all so much. We're going to be heading to our last 3 races. And then we'll come back here shortly to close it all out. And then we're going to jump into our panel with Chris and Sandy Roberts, and then, of course, with Tyler Whitkin. So, casters, Cyberfox, Croncy, on you guys.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Icebreaker. 3 laps, 1.4 atmospheres on Utopian Microtech in Stanton in a Mirai Razor. It's going to be wide open, it's going to be low drag, and it's going to be an alpine racing environment. This is going to be momentum focused, and you're going to have to keep as high on the track as possible because it's so thick, the atmosphere, 1.4 atmospheres. You're going to have to try and hit the checkpoints as high as possible so that you don't get the atmospheric drag if you go down to the floor.
This is a very unique track in that one of my favorite to watch, by far one of my favorite to watch. I cannot stand racing in this track. I feel so sluggish and slow and so awkward. So I'm very excited that I'm not in the racing portion of this and trying to see what some real racers can actually do on this track, because you will notice some of these turns, this is not your regular atmosphere. It's very, very different to a couple of these other tracks. It might have some similarities to Yadar Valley, to Loreville outskirts, but you will notice just how different it is.
Yeah, and it's interesting because usually we associate moons with having lower gravity than what our reference point is, which is Earth. But this one has much thicker atmosphere than the other tracks. So you're going to see, again, a different discipline, variety being the challenge of EA56. The history of this track is that it was discovered by an XGR racer, Steve CC, at the edge of an ice lake cliff.
Which, what a legend of the racing series, right? An absolute mad lad.
Yeah, so he joined us for some of our previous events. But yeah, this is before any geometry was built. He found the edge of a cliff and The track was built around this dramatic drop and the surrounding research-based environment. Originally, it was harsher and tighter, but the track became more approachable after CIG added the advanced research laboratories and vertical tower features. So historically, it was challenging to practice in the PU due to storms and whiteouts. So you heard from Lens earlier that this isn't just Icebreaker, it's the Icebreaker, because it is so bright that sometimes with the weather you get a bit of a whiteout and it becomes hard to see as well.
Can we have anti-lamp where we can turn the lights off?
Absolutely.
So we don't have to see. Might help us. You put snow blinders on your ship, you know, something like that. Because you're 100% right. It won't be an issue for our races, but it is obviously a lot brighter than a lot of the ones that we've been participating in today. Now, let's talk a little bit about times, how we're going to see our players today. Now, the fastest time we've seen on SCR, to be fair, in a Merlin, was 45.86 seconds. But I noticed that you have a bit of a prediction here that you think we're going to see maybe about a 54, 55 second lap time.
Yeah, so again, our racers have been practicing this track quite a lot, and you will see some of them come up into the SCR and the Arena Commander leaderboards just because they've been practicing so much. So you can imagine the global leaderboards that like literally hundreds of players are on at the moment. Some of these racers appear in the top times for this track because they've been practicing so much. So Iceman put in a 54-second lap time on scr.gg. But again, the fastest whole race time is just under about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a long 3-lap race with the laps being around 1 minute each. And yes, my prediction is definitely Iceman for this race. It's atmospheric. We talked about the drag. It's in a razor, so I think it suits his flying style, and like it's synonymous with his name, isn't it? He is the Iceman. So what else? What else do we expect?
I assume it's mostly name related, but yeah, it should be a very interesting one. Now, Iceman does actually believe this is going to be one of the best spectator sections, and I do tend to agree with him. We've got a lot of really cool, interesting twists and turns, a lot of cool drops, and very different to a lot of the other atmospheric races we've done today. The best thing, though, is it's probably going to be really hard to see the little triangles in front of you for anyone who's ahead of you against the white.
Absolutely. And it's interesting as well, because of the whiteout and because of the atmosphere and because of the ship choice, we're going to see, again, a different strategy. A lot of the strategy for this is going to be about boost management. So where do you use your boost? Do you use it on the long sweeping straights to keep your velocity as high as possible, like we saw on Spectra Ocean? Or do you use it down the tighter chicanes to rip your ship through the corners as quickly as possible? So Iceman we've spoken about. Wayne, though, is still getting comfortable with the Icebreaker, but appreciates sort of the visual style and the twisty canyons. He says that the opening gates built into the mountain walls, really, he just enjoys flying through them, especially with a pack of ships charging through together. I think this is going to be a tighter pack than we've seen before. For some, it feels a little bit slower, like you've said, because of that thick atmosphere, because of the ship choice. But it does mean we're going to get more of a cinematic, more of a spectator sport for this one, because they're going to be so close together for this. So I think the early track position and staying out of trouble in those first few corners, making sure that you don't collide with the rest of the pack, might help to determine basically determine how this race will turn out.
Yeah, it definitely should. Now, once again, I want to talk about Duop. Duop been running very competitive lap times in the low 110s or so, but says time trials don't always reflect race conditions, which, of course, that is 100% the case. We're here in front of an audience. You've got a little bit of pressure. Your competitors are literally sitting right next to you, so there's that extra pressure that gets put in there, and it's going to make it very interesting. So, with full lobby on track, spectacle is impressive, and pack racing changes everything. He notes that Icebreaker can feel drag-heavy compared to fastest canyon circuits, once again, kind of like your Snake Pits and your Yadar Valleys, making boost management crucial. Holding a clean line and keeping the TVI stable on the nose is what separates fast laps from average ones, also known as croncy laps, I believe is what they're called. For him, efficiency through each section is key, which, of course.
Absolutely. Now, the racers look like they are just set up on the grid, so we're probably going to be getting into the race shortly. But meanwhile, Mistrust says that the Razor is slow on this track specifically, and so you've got to be very exacting for it. It's very easy to fly, and I quite like this track. It's a beginner track. You can load it in the PU and not get into too much trouble. You can load it into Arena Commander, and the Razor's a nice, easy pairing for it as well. But again, it's how you manage the boost around the corners. Matterhorn probably being one of the tighter, harder corners to manage, and so you got to roll your ship 180 degrees as you come around, leading into that corner. So it depends on if you're practiced enough. Mistrust doesn't say that he is. He says that the rolling and the pitching down and sort of knowing the different twists and turns of this track is his weakness. The checkpoints can feel a little bit strict as well, because they're easy to miss, especially on the final checkpoint, where you come in as high as possible to try and keep your velocity as fast as possible. And you could quite clip the corner and then just miss the checkpoint and have to turn back around. We've seen that a few times during this event.
Yes, we have. Now, here we go. We're on the grid. I believe our other officials have left the grid, so we're getting right on ready. We've got 60 seconds, which means you've got a very, very short amount of time. Give us your prediction. You already said Iceman. Are you sticking with Iceman?
Absolutely.
All right. That's what I want.
Simple as that.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look, I have been crazy watching Duop, especially after that last performance, last race, coming back from 5th place, I think you actually ended up after missing that checkpoint. So I want to see Duop do some stuff here. This is going to be a lot of fun. Make sure at home, guys, let us know who you think is going to take this one. Remember, double points for the next 3 tracks, meaning every other race was worthless. No, of course not. It's going to make a lot of a difference in these leaderboards, how you end up here. These are the ones that really matter. So hopefully these are the ones that they've also put the most time into. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off onto our first turn here at Icebreaker.
Very interesting, creatively named Turn 1, moving up to the climb and into the crossover as you come over this sort of pitch down area, and it looks like the pack is still quite close. They're rolling into Matterhorn now. Duop and Iceman having a bit of a battle out. Iceman in 2nd position, Duop in 3rd position, and Ant in 1st. So the 3 of them staying really tight and close together. Mistrust falling behind in position 4th, followed by Blortorg in 5th and Wayne in 6th. So Iceman, Ant, and Duop to watch for this one, with Iceman really close behind his...
Ooh, interesting. Ant went very wide there out of that turn. I think is still going to end up in the lead here coming through. No, never mind. That is going to be Iceman. Sorry, Duop. No, what? They keep moving every time. Every time I look at them, it looks like Ant-Man is back in front with Iceman right on top of each other. So we've got a huge fight here in the front. Duop not too far behind. Mistrust just behind that pack as well.
Absolutely. And I think there's something happening. Mistrust is now 1st and then 4th and then 3rd. So there's a lot of battling going on. They're right on top of each other. Yeah, coming through the start-finish line, coming back to turn 1. Mistrust swooping around. Duop keeping it as close to the geometry as possible.
Very tight there. Which, get into that 1st place position, keep yourself tight, and you're going to make it through. Iceman and Ant are not going to pull up there. You can see Iceman having a bit of an attack here, but a little wide there.
Iceman's gone too wide. He's going to collide.
Oh, misses the checkpoint. Ant gets through. Mistrust gets through. Iceman get to the back of the pack. Duop still in the lead.
So this has been a very interesting back and forth race at the moment, but mostly completely disciplined. We haven't had too many upsets apart from missed checkpoints. Amp5 catching up in position 2nd, hot on the tails of Duop. I don't think he's catching up at the moment. He's run out of boost on this long straight. He's using up, going into the red. So Amp5 just exhausting his boost, building it back up. And yeah, not able to reel in Duop at the moment. Duop just taking it nice and smooth, coming into the start-finish line at the moment. So just a couple of checkpoints ahead. But again, nice and smooth. Smooth is, you know, just the way to fly this track. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast sort of thing.
Duop is going to be our first player into lap number 3, followed quickly behind by Mistrust and Ant5. Iceman a little bit further back now, heading into lap number 3. But this Ant, with that those issues before, Mistrust has actually been able to capitalize a little bit, getting a lot closer there, trying to pull back into that 1st and 2nd position.
And we can
Duop
see
not letting up.
We can see Wayne hot on the heels. Blortorg hot on the heels of Wayne as well, taking it nice and slow and very, very careful. Duop in first position, about to roll over to go around Matterhorn here at the moment. Nice smooth roll. Up pitch. Oh, it's not Matterhorn, sorry. That looks like we're in... I've lost where we are. Speed Trap. Looks like we're coming up to Speed Trap and the crossover, yeah.
Very solidly in first place here, and a little bit further behind. So it's going to take a lot of effort for that to change. Although it looks like we've got Ant currently in first place position, we might be messing around a little bit with some positioning here, possibly some checkpointing.
Yeah, Iceman's got a full boost tank at the moment. If he gets his TVI up and starts pitching up, he might be able to reel in Ant. Oh,
I believe Mistrust might have pulled ahead. No, there we go. Duop still back in first place and is going to be our winner for race number 7 as he pulls on through, followed by Ant. And then I think we're about to see Mistrust also cross the finish line.
Yeah, very close finish for all these racers, completing in a very quick time, to be honest, as well. So really exciting to see this smooth flying style, this atmospheric flying style, compared to what has just preceded, keeping their nerve, keeping it nice and steady, and just giving us basically a nice showcase of what racing is like in these thick atmospheric tracks.
It definitely will. Now that's going to make a big difference as well to our leaderboard. Reminder, these last few races are worth double points, and with Duop picking up that race, that should put him back in the lead for contention for the entire tournament today. So once again, we'll get to all those gritty details later when we get to the analyst desk as we watch Wayne and Blortog finish this one up. Blortog, our last racer on the field. Can we get a big round of applause for Blortog to finish this one up?
Yes, and smoothly come across the line, managing to maintain control. Absolutely fantastic.
That was fantastic. All right, so that one is done and dusted. Icebreaker is done. Thank the heavens that I don't have to race this one today. Like I said, that's going to be Duop getting first place in position for that one, followed by Ant and Mistrust. So very good performance from then. Let's move on to the next one, shall we?
Yadar
We are going
Valley.
to... Well, honestly, one of my favorites. I really enjoy this one. We're going to be going to Skyscraper.
Oh, sorry, I've jumped right ahead to the end when, of course, we're on race 8. Skyscraper, not one of my favorites, I must admit. Yeah.
I love it. It's not just because it's scenic. I really enjoy that awkward first turn that you've got to sort of come up, you go up the top of the tower, and then you sort of dive into the in between the first two towers. I think that's really cool. I do not love the last turn, where I collide every lap, I think, when I run this track. So that'll be a little bit interesting, but it's going to be a fun one to watch.
Fair enough. I think this is probably the most difficult ship track pairing that we've got. It is 3 laps. It's in R-Corp, and it's like this tight urban canyon course that weaves through these high-rise structures. And you can see you've got all of the bright lights. You've got these holographic 3D images that are kind of a distraction. And while you're trying not to be distracted by the visuals and by the sort of narrow checkpoints that you have to weave through, but you've got to fight the ship as well. The M50 is hard to tame, and it does fight against you. So I feel like this is going to be a little bit more punishing, and it's very speed dependent as well. In order to control the M50, for those who don't know, it's got forward-facing wings. It's built to be unstable, and that means you've got to maintain a high speed for the atmospheric drag to keep you in position, to keep your nose steady. The faster you go, the steadier you are. But Skyscraper doesn't want you to go fast. It wants you to go left and then right and then up and then down and all over the place. So it's going to be really challenging for these racers, especially after the thick atmo and consistency and the safety of a razor in Icebreaker.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, this is another community-invented racetrack that was one of the first ones I got to see from the community, which was really awesome. And when we got all those racetracks in 318, this was one of them. And it really shows off just how fun some of these tracks can be and just how awesome the community can be. And also a little bit different to a lot of our other community invented tracks, right? So a lot more fun. Also kind of has some, if you ever play it in the PU, has some actually like really cool spots to watch people race around. So definitely gonna be a fun one to watch from home.
Although don't watch it from the ground because you'll just get whipped back to your back to the hangar. So Skyscraper sort of demands a constant roll management because you've got the left and right turns as well. Most of the track is executed with the ship rolled significantly in one direction and then sort of leveling yourself so the TVI is just underneath the crosshair to get as much atmospheric boost. And we can see the audience waving. They're having a good time. Say hello, everybody. Good to see you all. Hope you're enjoying the spectacle. As I was saying, the M50 has a slow sort of stall risk.
Yep.
If you go slower, you might lose control and you might collide into some of these buildings because you are really close. You sort of got to execute these close passes. You got to fly through some letterboxes, through some of the buildings as well.
Not just some letterboxes.
Yes.
It's like half the track.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's certainly a lot of technical flying, a lot of aggressive flying that you need to be doing, especially in that last section. If we do not see a single person collide into that final turn, I will be amazed.
Yeah, and the reason this is all significant, for those who don't know, is in all of the races we've seen before, the agenda is to go sort of as carefully as possible, not to overspeed, because if you overspeed, you're going to collide into something, you're going to miss a checkpoint. Here, the M50 demands that you overspeed.
Yeah.
You have to keep that high speed, otherwise you will lose control. It's like the complete opposite of what we've seen up until this space. And we can see our competitors here waving for us in their rigs, having an absolutely fantastic time, looking like they're enjoying their day. What better way to spend like a weekend playing Star Citizen live with the best peripherals, Tobii eye trackers, the best hardware. There's Blautalk, ATMO Esports, Enter Atmosphere. What a fantastic event. Having an absolute blast. We've got our POV cams as well, you can see there. We've got our RGB to die for. I hope you've got some RGB at home, everybody, as well. Everything lights up.
If you don't have RGB, what's the point?
Yeah, exactly.
That's half the reason to have a gaming rig, in my opinion.
It's so flashy, I love it.
So, like we said, we've only got 2 races left, right? We've got this one, and then we will be going to Yadar later, which is going to be a lot of fun. But this one should be a bit different to a lot of the ones that we've experienced. We haven't seen the M50 yet today, so I'm excited to see how our races compare with that one. Now, notably, M50 has a nav speed of 425 with a boost of 555. SEM's 277. So, you know, quite a speedy little ship, and in the interceptor range. So I'm very excited to see just how much it pulls off today. Notably, if you were running this at home, probably going to be running it in the P52 Merlin, but we like to sort of challenge our racers a little bit and put them in ships that they may not be using normally for these tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to do a lot of micro adjustments. So those who are on mouse for their sort of pitch and yaw might have a little bit of advantage over the joystick players. Depends how sensitive the joysticks are. Depends how easy they are, how comfortable with it they are with the feel of the ship. Sometimes you might see, so like Iceman is kind of on his 45s. You might find him drifting through because we've seen that before, rather than pitch and rolling. Sorry, roll and pitching. So we'll see the different sort of flying styles and different approaches as well. So for me, I think this is a battle of wits. I think this they're going to find it like a real challenge to just keep focused amongst the distractions, amongst the ship that's fighting you, amongst all of the different sorts of lefts and right. It's a hard track to learn as well. If you want to get into racing, I highly recommend do not start here. Start with something like Loreville. Start with something like Icebreaker. You know, start with a ship that's either an Aurora or a Mustang Gamma or a Razor. You definitely don't want to dip into the M50 and Skyscraper. This is the peak of difficulty of racing. And so, yeah, I think we're just going to see racers just with their wits about them here.
Yep, definitely. Now, as always, let's get into some predictions. We've been seeing some amazing performances by our racers today. Who do you think, based on what we're seeing so far today, is going to take the top 3 here? We've been seeing 4 repeat names. Iceman, Ant, Duop, and Mistrust have been our top 3 for every race today, I believe, if my notes here are still accurate. How do you think this one's going to pan out?
So I'm not sure. I think Duop probably for this one. I've been sort of sticking to my guns with Iceman through this, but and for me, I think again he's used to the sort of 0G environments.
Yeah.
So I think this ship, as it bucks, he's gonna struggle. Same with Mistrust; they're used to sort of drifting around. Maybe Mistrust with his drifting style might be a competitor. So I think maybe Mistrust and Duop are ones to watch here.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that would be my bets. Iceman, I think, is used to more sort of snub ships, more like Razors, that sort of thing. So yeah, it might be a bit of a change-up for him here.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. I like that analyzing quite a bit. So we'll see how exactly this one goes. I'm keen to see, once again, what Duop can do. We've had Duop win at least 3 of our races today. Three of our tracks have been won by Duop. Iceman solidly in the top 3, almost every single race, like the last one. So, I mean, there's no ice in this one, but there's also no one named City or anything.
No,
so,
exactly.
So a little bit harder to go from that perspective. But very keen to watch this one happen. And if you're watching at home, thank you very much for joining us here, whether you're joining us on the StarCitizen channel, the ATMO channels, or anywhere in between. We appreciate you guys hanging out. We have 2 more races to go. Then we've got a cheeky little CRG panel. Then we've got a cheeky little PvP tournament going for you guys as well, featuring a couple of your favorite creators from Australia. So pretty much no one's favorite creator is how that works. So that one will be very interesting. So make sure you stick around for all that, guys.
So we've got our 60-second countdown now. The racers are on the grid. They're just doing their final preparations. I can see already just in their position as they're starting that Blautorg is in precision targeting mode. Wayne is also doing the same. Blautorg's on the slant a bit, so he's sideways. So I think he's expecting to go through the first turn on that 90-degree angle, whereas the rest of the racers are just in the cockpit ready. So yeah, again, lots of different styles. We've got 4 in nav mode and 2 in SCM mode. Wayne and Blautorg choosing to stick in SCM mode to tame the M50, whereas the other 4, they're just going to be blitzing it. So it looks like Wayne and Blautorg are going to go head-to-head, and then we're going to see 4 trying to go as fast as possible.
Well, it's very possible those SCM modes might mean that they actually survive quite a bit longer. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get excited. In
5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
go! And we are off here in the city.
Duop taking a really fine cut through the first checkpoint, cutting it as close to the edges as possible, coming through second and battling it out with Ant at the moment. So Ant's taking an early lead. Leading, oh my gosh, that was a really close pass as well.
Very, very close. Iceman also right in this pack and taking some very, very cheeky corners there. Still hitting the checkpoint, pushing himself into first, but that probably won't last long. We're having a lot of back and forth here as we begin.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. This is the sort of close quarters racing that I love to see. Very hard to keep a track of unless you're near to a racer because of all the visual distractions. So we'll hopefully try and help tell you what's going on. M5. Oh, and there's a really close pass there.
These are some terrifying turns some of our racers are doing here. Ant's going to get pushed a little bit further back in this pack while Iceman and Duop are doing a bit of a battle in the front.
So the first lap has just been completed with Iceman in first position, Ant in second and third. So battling it out. Duop now back in first position. So again, those 3 racers are really keeping it consistent and putting the pressure on each other. Where we saw the close overtakes is where they went off their line a little bit. So a little bit of unpredictability as well. Yep. Mistrust looking to drift a little bit more, being a bit more predictable. Duop nearly blacking out, having a bit of an upset here. Who was that?
A collision there from Ant. So we've actually got Duop and Iceman pretty much uncontested in the first and second position. Ant's going to have to come back. Another collision there for Ant. Duop is probably going to be our first place going into lap number 3 here as we come into these final few turns before the lap marker. Iceman hot on the heels.
Duop bravely dolphin diving, but then just colliding because he didn't tame the speed.
I told you,
too much speed through the corner.
There. Someone's going to collide there as we go into it. Iceman's going to utilize that opportunity, now push himself into first place. Duop has some work to do and only 1 lap to do it.
No,
but Iceman into the wall as well. Duop gets his opportunity out of nowhere.
This is exactly what we were expecting. People just pushing it as hard as they can, and the M50 pushing back.
Lap 3 is apparently the lap of explosions, it seems, at this stage, as Iceman and Duop are fighting it off. Ant has another collision there. Mistrust has pushed into third place because of a couple of these collisions and a bit of a tightening of the group. This is great to see between Duop and Iceman.
Yeah, Mistrust again taking a slightly different approach. Down, pitching, rolling, controlling the Gs, and losing control. Too much change of a direction in an M50 with those forward-facing wings can cause issues. Rescuing it well, but missing and losing the line to the checkpoint, going around the antennas, bringing it back in.
Sorry, once again, we're watching some other screens. Iceman with another collision right towards the end of the track, I think. That was indeed, which means Duop actually was able to get past Iceman right at the very end, claim first place, Iceman in second. That final corner is lethal.
Mistrust now again, dolphin diving, going down, pitch down, and looks like he might be lapping somebody. And coming up around the final few turns, yeah, and completed his lap. So Mistrust coming in third. So now we've got Ant5 coming in on his 45s. Oh, and yeah, just completed, finishing the lap, finishing fourth. And now again, so back to the battle of the brothers, Blortog and Wayne. Blortog slightly ahead. He's been ahead a few times. Wayne's going to be disappointed. Oh, and just colliding as I spoke as well. Maybe Blortog has got under his skin. Maybe he's sort of like been smiling at him too much today, you know, just poking him a little bit psychologically.
Sorry, I love how you called it the Battle of the Brothers. I think I've seen that Game of Thrones spin-off.
Okay. Yeah, Wayne again having another collision. Blortog still in fifth, bringing it around nice and easy. Yeah, taking it nice and wide. Oh, that was a little bit high for that checkpoint.
Yeah, I was a little concerned that he might have missed the checkpoint, but it did get through there.
Yeah.
So all good there as he comes towards the finish line. 30 seconds to finish it up. Should be able to make it on the way through, but what a race there, especially at the end of the lap 2, start of lap 3 there, where we had Duop, Iceman, and Ant right on top of each other. Multiple collisions from all involved in that situation. Tons of back and forth. And then to be decided right at the very end on the final turn with Iceman getting a collision right at the end is very, very rough there. But Duop's going to take that one. Iceman in second, Mistrust in third, Ant in fourth, and then Blortog and Wayne yet to finish, and it looks like they are not going to be able to get there. So there's going to be a round of applause for our competitors. That is race number 8. One more to go. One more
left
to go today. Now, like I said, we have one race left, and this is my actual favorite. I've talked about a couple of laps and a couple of tracks that I really, really enjoy, but by far my favorite track is Yadar Valley. I think what they were able to do by taking essentially what was Snake Pit and turn it into just a little bit more of an interesting, a little bit more of a cinematic area was really, really cool. It has some very cool technical sections, and it sort of showcases a lot of the different parts of racing, really, right? Like all of your different modes. So talk to us a little bit about Yadar.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, one of my favorite tracks as well. So just sort of repeating what you're saying, the pinnacle of track design, CIG and the community coming together to build this. They actually ended up on the same moon, on Daymar, and they had found the same sort of geometry, and just sort of independently were talking to each other and going, oh, I found this spot. Yeah, talk to me about your spot. Oh, it's the same spot. Just how weird is that? We know how vast the Star Citizen universe is. And for both the community and CIG devs to land in the same position, you know something is magic here. We've got start, finish, into tunnel vision and Drifter's hideout. This is a classic trap. You sprint as fast as you can off the start-finish line, go through a tunnel, and then generally collide straight into the canyon. So if you survive that first corner, you're going to be into a good start. Then you weave around, so turning back on yourself 180 degrees through dealer's choice. You have to avoid a big rock that gets right in the way of the optimal flight path. And then you've got a hairpin turn on fresh air where things start to open up. You go through a gate, under a canyon, up the stairway, and then into heaven. And this is what Lenz was talking about earlier when he introduced this track. You're right at the top of the sky, you're in the thinnest atmosphere, and then you've got to force your ship all the way back down, force it to the floor, and then come through these checkpoints without hitting rock bottom.
Yeah, not just that. As you come down through heaven, it's not just go through gates, slalom through a couple of gates. So you're already going through these like really aggressive, awkward movements that you don't get in any of these other racetracks. And then, oh, by the way, just do this really hard section again before doing another 180 at split decision, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Now, the great thing about this track is it is thin atmosphere. It's 0.37 if we want to get technical. Thinnest of all ATMO tracks that we've seen today. It's high-speed canyon, and we're going to be racing the Fury LX on this track. We've seen the first foray into Fury racing earlier on when we went into Kaplan, and we saw the first foray into sort of zero-G or low atmosphere tracks when we went into miners. This is a combination of the two, and the Fury has the advantage that you can hoon it sideways and throw yourselves up and throw yourselves down and use all of the thrusts, all of the thrusters, all of the verts, all of the lats, and all of the mains to weave your way around this track. Now, I've seen people get into the flow state in this track. I think this is the thing that we were talking about with Mistrust, sort of just getting into the state where you're playing music and going lap after lap after lap after lap. And this is what I've been building up to, is I can't wait to see Ant 5 race this track. Yeah. He is the one to watch. He is the one that races in a flow state that can go sideways, that knows the Fury LX. He's the PvP zero-G style pilot who can put this stage to its best. So keep your eyes on Ant 5 for this. Is there anybody that you are looking out for on this track?
We have seen Duop finish first in 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5. We have to double check one of the races, but possibly 5 of our races today. I don't want to see Duop win. There's a certain amount of time. Look, Duop's been absolutely crushing it. I really want to see Mistrust has been sort of in the back end of these top 4, has gotten a couple of podium finishes today so far. I would love to see Mistrust be able to pull this off in first place. There's one thing I want to mention specifically about Yadar Valley and the Fury LX, because I think we've talked a lot about how a lot of these tracks were community designed and then CRG sort of worked towards them and stuff. And I feel like Fury LX and Yadar Valley is fully the culmination of that, as we had with the Fury LX ad. First off, at Yadar Valley.
Exactly.
The entire ad takes place in Yadar Valley, but also featuring racing community members.
Community voices. Yeah, what a fantastic idea. I think it's just
awesome.
So brilliant.
I'm not biased. I'm not in the ad, I swear. But it was really, really cool. So it's really, I'm glad that we're finishing with this race. Really shows off what the community can do, especially at an event like this. So yeah, this is going to be a really, really fun, look at that smile. We're already excited and we're only getting set up here. So this is going to be a really fun one to watch. I love it. I got to say, we already mentioned Stairway to Heaven. My favorite part of this track, sometimes is Stairway, not when I'm flying it, but Stairway to Heaven when other people are, is Drifter's High, sorry, not Drifter's Hideout, as Dealer's Choice and Fresh Air. When you are coming out of that straight just so fast and you've got to pull yourself around, carry some G's through and get into that second straight, I think it really, really shows off just how some of our races can be the best in the world, right? So when you're checking that back section of the track, have a look at how our racers approach that section.
Yeah, and you've put on a point here as well. The Fury LX has a nav speed of 490 meters per second and a nav boost of 615 meters per second. You're going to see like the highest speeds that you've seen, apart from maybe minus Lament, in this track today. And so because the Fury LX is kind of indifferent to any atmospheric drag as well, we're going to see them reaching these top speeds and having to manage that as well. However, this track plays to the strengths of the Fury LX as well. It is about that generation of speed, and because it has those maneuverable thrusters, those gimbal thrusters, that's going to give everybody the extra boost that they need to stay in position. But because of the speed, because of the dynamics of it, because of the thrust and the boost, they're going to need to manage their Gs as well. So I really hope we don't see, secretly I do, I hope we don't see anybody blacking out or, you know, pushing their character to the limits, redding out, and then colliding into geometry because they've just gone too fast around a corner.
Which also, I do have to say, in experience, the around split decision, you often see people start to black out around there. Coming down from heaven, turning into rock bottom. So coming down from that big, for reference, the big tower that you guys are going to see right at the end. Some of our racers go through. They're going to pull some serious Gs through there. They're going to pull some serious Gs through fresh air. Once you come past tunnel vision and you're going to do that 180 at Drifter's Hideout, there's a lot of these really, really aggressive spots here that you're going to watch. Now, one thing I'd love to see as well. So Drifter's Hideout is a little weird. It's designed for you to go around the rock there and around the refinery section there. But for the most part, once you go through that checkpoint, it is often just a lot faster to just go over the top of the rock and kind of skip the refinery as you come around Drifter's Hideout. I wonder if that's mostly what we're going to see today. It certainly has been in times past, so...
Yeah, it's funny, some of the lines you can get on this track, there are some little shortcuts that you can take, some checkpoints that, like Icebreaker, you can just hit the top corner of the checkpoint in order to get that smooth flow to the next one.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see some of the lines of the seasoned racers on this track versus the safer lines of the others. So we were speaking to the racers before this event, and for Ant 5, Yadar carries a personal significance. He credits his comrade Tails and this track as pivotal in his racing development. He recalls the early days learning the circuit before even flying with a full stick setup. He often laps Yadar independently, appreciating the design and atmosphere. I can relate to this. I do the same. The Fury LX pairing further deepened that connection for Ant 5 and inspired standout runs from Echo as well. So while he isn't aiming to dominate outright, he sort of works with the community and the people who love this track to just lap it over and over and over again. He's excited to compete and to see how this race unfolds. For this round, it blends competition with genuine appreciation for the craft, and this is seen in the entire community.
Yeah. Now, we are very, very close to running this one. I think we've only got about 30, 40 seconds left, it sounds like, on our track to get going. So, let's give a big round of applause if you're here at Fortress. Hey, if you're in your home, big round of applause in your home for the final race of EA 56. Let's get a big one going. And here we go. We should have our countdown any moment, guys.
We can see two racers already is that in precision targeting mode on the left there?
Yes, we
They're
are.
trying to stay on the nose.
It's nice to see. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In
5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
go! And we are off here at Yadar Valley, the final race. And we are really off. We are very
taking an early lead. Oh, and Mistrust colliding as soon and Drifter's Hideout straight away.
As well, also with a collision there. We still have a huge fight here with Ant, Iceman, and Duop in the lead, but Ant way far out ahead. Very, very close.
Oh my gosh,
going
the
all the way.
speed. He is hooning it through here. First position, keeping everything nice and neat. Oh, cutting around to the geometry. Getting ready to pull up through Stairway and then up through Heaven. Absolutely fantastic skill. Duop bringing around, overcooking a little bit, bringing it down to rock bottom, keeping control into the slalom of split decision and following in Ant 5's lead, keeping it nice and smooth through here. Oh, just cutting through some of the checkpoints.
Indeed. Seems like Ant has been a little bit tighter on some of those slalom points, so Ant's actually going to get a little bit further distance here as Duop gets chasing up. Iceman in third position all the way back at the slalom. Ant with a collision. There's going to be Duop's opportunity to come in first as we go through the first checkpoint over the top.
Duop nearly blacking out, taking a higher line. Ant 5 needing to catch up now. He's going to be pushing himself, and he's going to be a little bit upset, so we're going to have to hopefully not see him overcook it. But this really feels like pod racing to me. This is just totally like, this is the moment, isn't it? Where Anakin Skywalker is just like thrusting through the moons.
I do have to say, this second lap from Ant, a lot more mistakes than we've seen. Likely due to the stress of that. Like, that first lap was perfect. Gets that collision, and then we're seeing a lot of overturns. Duop very consistent right now in first place. Iceman still in third, coming quite behind. And it looks like we've got our first lapping. And I am seeing over the corner, we have another collision from Ant. So this is going to be Iceman's opportunity to try to catch up and try to go for second place as Duop is in his final lap of EA 56.
So he's in his final lap and he's extending his lead. He's past the back markers, going over the pipes and then moving around the corners nice and smooth, not overcooking it, using that leadership economy. Just, I think, to be honest, he's not pushing it as hard as he could now that he knows he's in the lead. And yet, what an upset.
100%, but he made the checkpoint. That is one of the best places to collide there because you're already going to be dropping your speed basically to zero as you come around, and so you're resetting yourself. Iceman in second place and a full halfway across the map. So Duop is well and truly in the lead here, likely going to make it here. Iceman solidly in second place position. position. We have Ant in third, who is another about half a lap behind. So even though we started with this really, really tight pack, after a couple of collisions, we have completely moved all across the map.
Absolutely. Now, Iceman is coming up heaven and down to rock bottom. It looks like we've got our timer countdown for everybody to complete the track. I do think we're going to see lots of completed laps from everybody here. Oh!
Another collision
from Ant.
Duop was our first place competitor there, so Duop will take race number 9. Iceman almost at the finish line for lap number 3. Here we go to Mistrust, currently in 4th place. Unlikely that we're going to see them get all the way to Ant, who is currently in the slalom, but still trying to stay solidly in front of Wayne and Blortorg.
Yeah, this has been absolutely cinematic and absolutely brilliant. The peak of Star Citizen racing here at EA 56. Oh! And just as I'm saying the peak of racing, we have a little bit of an upset here from Mistrust.
And there we go. So, as Mistrust comes around the slalom into the final few turns, we can confirm we've got first place Duop, second place Iceman, and third place Ant. So we will see those 3 our podium for race number 9. Mistrust coming around the last few turns here as we can go into the finish line. And then we've still got Wayne and Blortorg on the track there. But what an insane race. I think it really came down to consistency.
Yep.
Duop didn't have a single major collision, was able to capitalize on, I believe it was Ant having that first collision. Iceman had a few collisions, but then was kind of just solidly sitting in second place most of the race. So it's been a very, very fun one to watch. And we'll see if Wayne or Blortorg can finish this one up, as they're in lap number 3 of 3 for Blortorg, but not much time left, about 20 seconds to get through the track. And I think we're a bit too early in that lap at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But Wayne and Blortorg had one strategy all the way throughout, whereas we saw the other 4 racers have to adapt.
Yes.
So they started off absolutely full throttle, honing it through the first half of the map, and then having a few collisions in the latter half of the first lap and the second lap. And so then changing their strategy to try and be a little bit more consistent. So it's that adaptability that gave us the sort of final result that we see here today.
Indeed it was. Now that was the final race of EA 56. And what an amazing race it was. But that is not it for us two. You're going to be seeing us two in a couple of different ways soon. So don't worry, guys. We won't be going anywhere. But it has been great commentating with you once
Absolutely
again.
fantastic.
Fox. You're an absolute champion. Yeah, we'll see you guys later in some other capacities. But right now we're going to throw it over to Crucian to talk about where everyone ended up position-wise.
Looks like they're having a nice celebration as well.
All right, welcome back here to the desk. But before I go into any more details, guys, let's give another round of applause to all of our ship racers here at Enter Atmosphere 2956, because wow, that was a show. Except in Skyscraper, that was a tough one. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But hey, congratulations to everybody. Seriously, we'll kind of go over the results, but you know, we're going to break it all down for you because it all started here at Race 7 Icebreaker. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that. But man, Icebreaker started off a very, very slow lens. What were your thoughts on that initial race to kick off the last few races of the day?
It was Icebreaker for Iceman because we were hoping that he will come back with double points. We will have some kind of mix-up happening. However, Iceman actually came third in this one. And I specifically want to point out, because their last Whistler's run to Speed Trap, that is extremely important on the boost. Because if you have 80% boost or 70% boost on the Razor, you can just boost all the way, manage your TVI, and get really good speed. On lap number 1, Iceman had 80% boost, but he didn't use that. And I want to talk to him why he was not using it, because he did use it on the second or third lap. But Dupe and Ant had the other problem of actually running very low on boost by the time they were reaching the Whistler's run. And they were just battling out who has more boost. And they were never more than 40% each, as they would sometime, Ant would catch up by the speed trap and go ahead. Why Dupe came first, you gotta go a little bit back and look at his exit speed from Matterhorn, because that sets you up for the Laguna Seca section that CyberFox loves to talk about. And he was really good with his speed management out of Matterhorn.
Yep.
That led him to the first place. Beautiful position, amazing racing by Ant as well. Fantastic management, but he never had enough boost to reclaim the first position from Dupe.
Yeah, that was some serious turns. And here in Icebreaker, race 7, we had Duop in first, Ant 5 in that second place spot, Mistrust, Iceman, Wayne DC, and then Blowtorg. But, you know, you saw a little couple of checkpoint misses there. But, man, this is one you definitely have to take slow, you know, but because, man, you can miss anything at any moment, and that just puts you so behind, especially when you miss those checkpoints. So, but, you know, this is one map I do truly like, and I think, you know, the dynamics that bring in, you know, when you're racing, especially in some of these maps, you're turning, you can really make it your own way, especially when you're racing overall. So, all right, well, Icebreaker, that's it. But, man, Skyscraper, though, about that one, you know, that one is by far kind of up there with Miner's Lament. I think probably those two are some of the hardest races. But Skyscraper, we saw Dupe, even though he had some crashes, still come out on top. But what were your thoughts on Skyscraper, this one, Lens?
Don't you think that Skyscraper is like Monaco of Star Citizen racing? But it's absolutely opposite of that we have so many overtakes.
No, God.
In Monaco, you really cannot overtake. But here, in the Skyscraper, you have so many overtakes. Delivered. Lots of entertainment. We had the most energy in the audience when that race was on. So really, really good to see that. So
just a quick point here, right? I just want to point out we got when we look at the statistics, we see 6 deaths, 3 deaths, 2 deaths, 6 deaths, 3 deaths. It's I mean, Skyscraper over Miner's Lament took some bodies with it during that moment. So.
Yeah, watching that, we almost crashed here on the steps because we were so excited. Oh yeah, put one of my deaths in there too. So Dupe was fantastic but he did lose focus in the middle of the race, if you remember, because this was, at times it looked like they were literally trying to get the control back. Because once you lose the focus of this track, you're off the line. It's very hard to get it back. We saw that with Ant. He had one crash, tried to rejoin, again crash. After 2 checkpoints, another crash.
Yeah.
And then it was just a tally of crashes because he lost the focus once, and it's very hard to get it back. The same thing was happening with Dupe, and it looked like Dupe was going to lose, but then he was able to get back. And what an amazing fight. Last checkpoint overtake to get the first position over Ice, because Ice was fantastic on this track. He actually had the least amount of crashes, and he was taking it easy. He wasn't really pushing it too much, because Dupe and Ant just kept crashing. He slid into the first place, but Dupe wasn't going to give it up, and he just took it in the very last checkpoint. That was really good. I also want to point out, Iceman had the fantastic line going through those tunnels, because you cannot take an early apex. You gotta watch this right now. There you go. Oh no, that was not Iceman. But you gotta take a late apex. If you beeline and you think you're just gonna glide through it and you're gonna take an early apex, you're gonna crash. You're not gonna have enough boost or enough speed.
Yeah.
You're just gonna hit, like the replay we were watching. You're just gonna crash into the wall. Yeah, people just dying on the screen. This was just, there's so much entertainment. Yeah. So Iceman had the best lines on this one.
Yep, and in race number 8, we saw the results again where Dupe came in first. We got Iceman in second, Mistrust in third, Ant 5 in fourth, Blowtorg in fifth, and then Wayne DC in sixth. And man, Skyscraper, that one was bloody, especially in the M52. The M50 as well. So it's not like it's a slow one, man. You have to control that drift, especially like you mentioned, having enough boost in those moments where you need to make those turns into those corners as much as you can. But man, that was overall, I would say, was like almost like 24, almost like 20 plus deaths in just Skyscraper alone, which is crazy.
Yeah, we have hit our quota, Christian. We hit our quota.
We hit our quota. Oh, man. All right, well, let's jump right over to race number 9. Definitely one of my favorite maps next to Kaplan Stadium. You got Yadar Valley, just because you have those ups and downs and those turns and those twists. Yadar Valley also did a good job at delivering, where you saw Dupe one more time drop it in first place. Iceman, Ant 5, Mistrust, Blowtorg, and Wayne DC. But I'm telling you, man, because Yadar Valley, It's a fun one. It's a fun one. But break it down for us, Lenz.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to point out something very cool for you guys. Okay, Ant was leading, because this is his track. He was leading. And let me tell you, if you were looking at our screen, the analyst screen, Chris Roberts was just right here, off our corner, watching the race, standing up. And when Ant crashed, he goes, ah! He was invested. Chris Roberts was invested in Ant when he crashed. But unfortunately, once Ant lost control, after that, he couldn't get it back. He just lost the focus. There were multiple crashes, so many crashes. On your favorite track, I would want to talk to Ant how that was, because it got to so many crashes that Mistrust actually overtook him and took the 3rd place on this race. Oh no, Ant did. But I think that will change because Ant had multiple crashes. We're going to still wait for the points tally because Mistrust didn't have that many crashes as much as Ant did. So don't know what will be the texture of that race.
Yep.
However, Dupe and Ice, beautiful race by them, but again, multiple crashes as well. Did you see how they were cutting corners and not cutting corners in a negative way, but going over the rocks and going through those flags and going very, very close to the geometry? Just look at right there. Just chasing that very tight line. Beautiful execution by both Dupe and Ice. There was only Ice had the crash. Ice had the very first crash, and I thought he was out of the race. But after that, he was able to recover. There, another crash on the screen, and he was able to claim the 2nd position. Dupe was so far ahead of the rest of the field. It looked like he was just racing his own race. He had nothing to worry about. He finished, went into the desert, had a bottle of Cruise, and just relaxed. He is definitely in the Pro League now, so a lot more expectations from Dupe, from the Australian community.
Yeah, that was definitely a good one. I like, Yadar Valley, and we should have our results here shortly. But let me tell you, Ant5, even though, he was in the lead for most of the time, we talked about, especially in the Fury LX, where he seemed super, super comfortable, still got the fastest lap overall in that map, which was 53 seconds. And then I believe you had Dupe right behind him at 54. So not only about 0.8 of a milliseconds change on just their times. That's how close they were. But still, Ant5 was able to, get the fastest lap on just that track alone, which was pretty incredible. So, yeah, I think Yadar Valley turned out to be another, of course, great race overall. And I'm looking forward to it.
We got to talk about the Battle of Brothers, though. We didn't even talk about Wayne and Blowtorch. So I think Wayne won that one.
Yeah.
Blowtorch, I don't know how he's going to take it for the rest of his life, because Wayne's not going to let him forget about that. So congratulations, Wayne DC, for winning the Battle of the Brothers. And he definitely won the hearts of the audience.
Yes.
Wayne and Blowtorch
100%.
were very popular. So representing a lot of citizens in the game who are not at very extremely high competitive level of racing, but they still love to just come there, have their Sunday cruise, and enjoy the racing. Most of our players in Star Citizen. And then again, Mistrust, low flyer. I think if you just go back to the VOD and watch his lines through all the races, you will see he was flying very distinctive lines, which are very close to the low flyer lines.
Well, here we go. We got our standings here, our official standings for all of the races, race 1 through 9. We got Dual Op in first with 100 points. We got Iceman with 78. We got Ant5 with 67. Mistrust with 53. Wayne DC coming in hot at 11. And Blowtorch, unfortunately, he's going to have to hear it from his brother for a long time at 9 points. But you see that we got some of the fastest laps here. Race 4, we got Dupe in 116. Iceman, though, in race 5 at 3:20 for that fastest lap. And then, of course, Kaplan Circuit 1:39 on that 5. So definitely a lot of great racers overall. I think they got a little bit more comfortable as they went out throughout the day. But I believe we are just about ready. We're going to be doing an interview here with Dupe here to get a word from our winner here at Enter Atmosphere 2956. So I'm going to shoot it over to Cyberfox to interview Dupe.
Hello, Australia. How are we doing? Enter Atmosphere 2956. Yeah! Give it up for our racing winner, Dupe. So we just heard our standings. We had Dupe at a century, 100 solid points. I just want to ask, Dupe, how do you feel?
I'm just buzzing. I was checking my hand. Am I still shaking? Yeah, I'm still shaking.
Yeah, this must be so surreal. Like in front of a live audience, in front of all of your sort of org mates online, in front of your family, in front of your friends, performing the way that you did. Absolutely fantastic. Could you talk to me about what highlight of this tournament was for you? So sitting here today, during these races, were there any particular standout moments for you?
Standout moment. I think it was actually when Iceman blew past me in the Gravlev. I was just like, I'm at max speed. How are you going that fast? And yeah, he just flogged me. I was just like, whoa.
Yeah, those moments are just fantastic, aren't they? I love the close proximity that you guys raced in, just going to show how much practice and effort you put into it. Were there any sort of ship racing moments that you enjoyed as well? So obviously that's a Gravlev moment. And yeah, we did have that close pass, but anything that was memorable for you? Or maybe highlight for the other reason. Maybe it was something that was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, well, bit of a disaster. I know exactly what you're talking about. That was missing the checkpoint on Kaplan and realizing just before heading down the second trench and seeing it down in my vision and going, oh, I'm meant to be there. But yeah, kept cool, got it back. I'm not actually sure where I finished in the end, but that was good. But the big highlight was actually winning Snake Pit. If I didn't win Snake Pit, I'd be pretty disappointed with myself.
Yeah, it's a classic track, and you've performed so well throughout, consistently throughout every single moment that we've had here, despite the different disciplines and throwing you from, a ship to a Gravlev vehicle to 0G to thick atmosphere. How did you find the switch and your muscle memory and the inputs in all of those switches?
Yeah, definitely. That was a big first for I think a lot of us because we've all got our little niche previously where, Gravlev or Snake Pit and a snub fighter or whatever it is. And then we all got good at the tracks by spending a whole night on it. And then we realized we got to do these back to back. So that was actually a skill I think we all worked together on. And the biggest one was the first switch. So it's Rickard with the 350R to Snake Pit in a snub. And getting that right was the biggest challenge for that.
Yeah, especially with such a weighty ship to begin with. So you spoke a little bit about how you were practicing with the other racers. Could you talk to our audience a little bit about not only what you put into the training for this event, but what it's like to learn to race in the verse? So not only what your experience is like in learning this discipline, but any tips as well.
Yeah, so learning it was great. It was great spending all the time with the guys and, as much as, we had the varying experience levels, it was me teaching some guys, them teaching me other stuff, and a lot of lines that I wouldn't have gone for. I'm like, what did you do over there? That was great. And so we picked up a lot of stuff across the board. In terms of everyone in the verse getting into racing, it's I think I said it before, just start having fun with your ship. Go out in a bit of space, switch off coupled if you're still in coupled, try some decoupled, let it really rip and put it to good use and have a blast.
Thank you. Yeah, it always feels a little bit scary moving into decoupled mode. So final question before we finish up, and congratulations to you. What are you most looking forward to for the rest of this event?
Definitely looking to see what the hell PvP is, or combat PvP. Really excited for that. Got to see what Ant 5 is all about and what his genre. And then just catching up with everyone here, CRG, ATMO. Big shout out to ATMO. Thank you very much for having us here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just having a good time now. Having a good time.
Sounds good. Yeah. So we're excited to have you back at the end of the show when we award prizes. But for now, let's go back to the desk.
All right, welcome back. So I'm here solo because Lenz is actually getting ready to have a match with his teammates down there. But we're going to close it out here for the ship racing segment. And then we're going to go into a quick ad break. And then we're going to come back here and be ready for our panel with some of the CIG staff members and special guests that are here at Enter Atmosphere 2956 in Sydney, Australia. So just want to say, everybody at home, thank you all so much for watching. Everybody here for joining us in person. Hopefully it's been an experience for you all, whether you're catching up with your org mates or seeing people that you've been playing in Star Citizen for a long time. We really appreciate it. And then, of course, our sponsors, we got Pigeon Spaceport, Corsair, Monster Tech, and Virpil Controls, which, by the way, stick around because we're going to be giving away some Virpils here after the panel. So make sure everybody in the audience is still there, and hopefully they can give me a lot of noise, which is what I'm looking for. So we will be right back. Thank you all so much for tuning in and watching Enter Atmosphere 2956, whether you're here at home, at the venue, or at home. We'll see you guys back here soon. Peace.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Virpil Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in stream deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. What you bring to the Armada, the Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone. Navigate perilous terrain and conditions.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to Enter Atmosphere 2956 here in Sydney, Australia. I think it's time for our panel, but before that, I want you guys to give another round of applause to our ship racing competitors who put on an amazing show, very patient with the issues we had. Give him some love, all right? I appreciate it. But, Australia is far for me. Not for you, for me. But we brought some special guests, and I'm very happy to introduce our first guest of the night for our panel. It's going to be Tyler Whitkin. Yeah. If you don't know, he is the community director of Cloud Imperium Games. And then our next special guest, of course, is the lovely Sandy Roberts. All right. And without further ado, I should have just trolled him, but I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. The guy who I feel like brought all of us together with his vision. We have the one and only Chris Roberts. All right, here we go. Oh, hold on, I need to breathe a little bit. That was a good one. But I want to kick this off with a little thank you to all of you for believing in what we do here at ATMO Esports. And in Manchester, I said, I hope we do it again. And we're here again. And back then, I was so tired that I couldn't even say what I wanted to say. But thank you for bringing not only us at ATMO Esports together, but everybody here together playing this game. So I just want to say thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. So you said question number 1 is good, right? No. I'm just kidding. Anyways, first of all, I would just like to know, how are you all feeling being here, the atmosphere, seeing the ship racing? We can start off with you, Tyler, and go and kind of go around. But can you tell us how you're feeling, man, and seeing everybody here?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. For me, this is my first time to Australia, and it's the absolute best way to come and visit the places with an ATMO Esports event. I mean, the energy is incredible. For me, it's awesome that regardless where you go in the world, you still get that same energy, that same passion, because at the end of the day, we all have the same hobby, the same thing that we're chasing, and so yeah, it's great.
Awesome. What about you, Sandy?
Well, I've come home, right? So
yes.
So it's nice to be home. Brought the good weather on Wednesday when I arrived, and I mean, like Tyler said, this is just incredible what you've created and the races. I can't believe Duop got 100. That was kind of wild. Yeah. And just seeing all the things that the community does, and seeing some old faces, some new faces. What are you doing, Chris? And I'm just blown away. Really, I'm just speechless. I've got a shirt. I've got a VIP thing. It's amazing.
I appreciate it. Chris, I mean, the founder of StarCitizen, I mean, you probably feel the way I do, like seeing all of this. How are you feeling seeing everybody here?
Yeah, I mean, what Tyler was saying for me is definitely, I mean, I have to pinch myself because I sit up there and I'm watching all this and I'm like, this is in the game that we started 14 years ago. And I would never have guessed there would be like an event done to this level of profession. I mean, this is like watching a proper, like a real TV sports, like the Olympics or something. And we're here watching. Oh. No, it's no, seriously. I mean, like you guys is crazy. It's like, this isn't like, normally when you think community event, you think, like, yeah, it's nice, a few people get together. But this is spectacular. And just also, talking about the fact that the game has so much things you can do in it, and just say for instance the racing and the PvP stuff that we'll do later, it's just a small aspect of it, but just that part of it can create such a huge engagement and following and specialization. I mean, it's pretty crazy how good everyone is. I'm definitely not as good as anyone racing here. It's amazing to me. So for me, I'm blown away, and I think the thing that makes Star Citizen special is the community. So
Yep.
everyone that comes out to do it here, that adds their dreams and their enthusiasm and their friendships to the group is great. And so I'm just glad that we've built a community like this.
Yep.
And so thank you for putting it on.
No, I mean, it's one thing I want to say is a big thank you to our team. Oh, man. This team is incredible. That's all I can say. This team,
I agree.
Thank you. So, Chris, I'm gonna keep you here with me for a second, right? Because I know the vision, and I've seen over the years, been playing this game since 2015. A lot of people don't believe me. Somebody asked me, "Do you even play?" Yes, I do. Okay. Yes, I do. Okay. I was in that hangar module. I couldn't even get out. I blew up, and then I exit the game. So it's tough. So
sounds about right.
Yeah. But have you ever thought seeing a game in a competitive spirit? Was that in your vision, or was that something that was?
Honestly, that's what I was saying. The racing aspect of it sort of grew out of. Yeah, the Arena Commander stuff. We're like, okay, we can't have the full PU yet, so we're doing these game modes. So we'll try out the flying around. Obviously, sort of Wing Commander, Privateer, Freelancer style, space combat. So we put that in, and we said, oh, let's put in a few racing modes, and then everyone really just starts to engage in it. And then on top of that, when the PU comes out, especially when the planets start to happen, and people are sort of creating their own courses, because some of those courses that are in Arena originally was someone just found a cool place on Daymar or Delamar or wherever it would be to race around and say, this is a really great place to race. And then the dev team took back some of it and put part of it into Arena Commander, and we built it out in the PU. But that's an example of the community and the devs sort of vibing off each other and adding and creating something better. And so for me, I would never, if you told me there would be a whole thing about people training to race in the way that we've got here, I would be like, really? Does that stuff happen? And it does. So for me, it's great because I just sit back and I watch this and I go, that's why we're making this huge, expansive sandbox, is for people to enjoy and do what they want to do inside it. And that is, like, for me, I don't know, like a proud father or something looking at it going, okay, this is very cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It kind of brings me back to the interviews we did with the races. I'm not sure if you guys saw those, but Blowtorch talked about how much he loves racing, and then when he just wants to hang out, he just goes mining on his own, out lost in the wilderness and in space, which is awesome. How about you, Sandy? Like, seeing this whole competitive spirit and everybody come together, we got flags, we had signs of Wayne DC go, like how does this make you feel?
I mean, I talked to Duop before I came out here, and he said that he had joined because of the Next Great Starship, which was a very, very long time ago. But that was something that we that was community created. And so just seeing this now, how it's expanded and grown into something so professional, it's just amazing. It's like, I went to, next to our old offices in Los Angeles, where the League of Legends, where they do. I mean, this is just as good.
Oh, well, that's...
And the other thing I'll also say, that because Sandy doesn't toot her own horn as much as she should, but when we started this a long time ago, Sandy told me, before we did our crowdfunding and Kickstarting, said the key is going to be putting the community together. And that was one of the reasons why there was the website that was done before we even announced the game, where it had the golden tickets, and I think we had about 40,000 people sign up with it. And so the building around the community was very much Sandy's idea at the beginning. She says, that's where your power, that's where the strength's going to come from. And so it's been in the DNA of Star Citizen from the very, very beginning. And I think that's what gives us the longevity. It's what, we're going strength to strength. Last year, it was more people playing, more people joining than we ever had before. And that the strength of the community is really the superpower of Star Citizen. So, my beautiful wife was the one that was like, that's what we got to do. So there you go.
TMI.
Let's give Sandy a round of applause. Man, that was good, Chris. Points for that one.
Trying to get some brownie points.
How about you, Tyler? Tyler, you are the director of community, and you spend a lot of time. I just want to say that I don't know how he does it. This is one person that, I respect everybody, but, for myself, I do a lot. And it's because I love this community, and that's why, Tyler does so much behind the scenes. and coordinated with Chris and Sandy to bring him out to Australia after like 12 years, and we were pushing for it so much. But Tyler, I mean, you've seen our events, you've been to our events, but like being here in Australia with almost 500 people here, I mean, how does that make you feel?
I mean, it's incredible. I mean, you probably can relate to this because I know you work your ass off. It's that it doesn't feel hard when you're surrounded by this much passion and this much camaraderie. Like I know how much that you put into this event, and I know every moment was worth it, and that's how I feel with everything that I do. I think it resonates with the entire team at CIG, not just the community folks. Everybody, is building this because it is the game that everybody's always wanted to play. I think that doing it alongside the community is just a gift that we're incredibly grateful for every day.
All right. Well, I'm going to go into some game questions. I think that's what, some people want. Don't worry. I won't ask when it's coming out. Don't worry. I got it. I won't ask.
By the way, that was the first. He was saying, question number 1, he said, hey, can I ask about Squadron release date?
Oh, man. As you guys know, I got the same answer, soon TM, so just saying. So, but no, yeah, cool, thanks. My bad. Yeah. So this was I like this question because obviously, the game, man, how do I say it in a positive way? It's amazing, just not fully polished. So my question, and you guys can answer, or both, or anybody, but if you could wave a magic wand and solve one of the community's biggest pain point, what would it be?
Could tell me, Tyler, what you think would be a big pain point.
I mean, I can just tell you as the community guy. For me, I'm most looking forward to everything surrounding social tools. I think the universe is better experienced together, and.
Yeah.
I will second that.
Yeah, I think everything related to grouping, to being able to communicate, to being able to, get to your crew quicker. Everything related to that, I think, will not only help events like ATMO, but just bring people together. And for me, it's all about making friendships and connecting. And social tools are top of list for me.
Awesome. Any other answers, or you guys want to?
No. And we are. The social tools are a priority, and we're working on them this year. It's Benoit's #1 project on his team side. So,
awesome.
Yeah, I would say that's probably. I mean, it's kind of hard. I mean, there's a lot. I'd like the game never to crash. I'd like to have more players playing online. The dynamic server meshing will happen a little later on this year. So there's a lot that I'd like to do. Yeah. We want the performance to be better. Yep. Which is something that we're working on. It's actually a big push on Squadron, and the gains and benefits of that also will trickle down onto StarCitizen. Will help. But yeah, I mean, my list is very long of all the things that can be better. The new player experience should be a lot better than it is too. That's always a difficult one, right? So well, the inventory they will drop with 4.7. So you will have a new inventory, and you'll have crafting, the first version of crafting in 4.7. So, and the new inventory is significantly better than the old inventory, both faster, more responsive, and it gives you a lot more options in terms of managing and sorting and filtering. Nice. So, yeah.
I just want to say, more than anybody else I know at CIG, Chris reads everything. Like at all hours of the day, like page 38 of Spectrum or page 9 of Reddit or whatever, he'll post in chat, hey, what's going on here? So just know that, as far as getting things fixed, if there's anybody who you want to be reading all the feedback most, it's him, and he is.
Well, there we go. So we talk about, that was a good one. So thanks for letting them know. I mean, a lot of people are really excited for so many things in the game, but with features like refueling, exploration, longevity of combat encounters, and other core mechanics still evolving, how do you guys currently prioritize, refining existing systems versus adding new ones?
Okay, well, I'll take that. To a certain extent, I will say that we're using Squadron is a bit of a test kitchen for some stuff. So one of the things that is hard to do in Star Citizen is sort of experiment and play around with stuff because it's an active live game. So if we change something, there's usually, there's people that like it and people that don't like it. That's just the nature of the beast. So there's a lot of stuff that we're balancing, like the new flight model, the atmospheric flight model that happens, with proper aerodynamics, is in Squadron, and it will come across into Star Citizen. Same on the FPS. There's a lot of improvements through FPS, feel, play, everything that will come from Squadron into Star Citizen. So that's part of what we do, and not all of it obviously will be in Squadron, like things like the crafting.
Yep.
The inventory stuff is much more Star Citizen specific stuff. And it is a challenge of delivering the full featured system and not a partial one. Because part of the problem sometimes is you deliver things like engineering doesn't have all the things that it will in the final version. And so not everyone can see the full context of it.
Yeah.
And so that makes it a bit more challenging because you're like, oh, this doesn't work because of this. And I'll be like, yeah, I know, but when these things come online, then it will all make sense. And so that is actually that is one of the biggest challenges we have on the Star Citizen side, is how to roll that out. So we're trying to make sure that we cook it a little bit better going forward. But I'm sure we'll get called out on Reddit and everywhere else.
Shout outs to Reddit. Yeah. Any other comments from Sandy or Tyler? No? Okay. All right. One thing I want to talk about that you guys really surprised us, because we have in the Daymar Rally, we actually have multiple teams that race in VR. And these guys are like, they take it serious. They're like, they have a whole cockpit with VR, and they're literally racing Daymar Rally, which is in the truck division, which is like a 7-hour race, depending on your experience. And they're in VR the whole time. But you guys did a great job just kicking out VR. And how is there more coming for VR in Star Citizen?
Yeah, there's definitely more. I mean, so for a start, I mentioned it before, but Squadron will be fully VR supporting too.
Oh, wow.
So you can play that, which is going to be pretty cool. Yeah, it'll be very cool. You can reach out and touch Gillian Anderson. Not inappropriately if you want.
I just want to be sure we're live, right?
Yeah.
On the internet.
But so we're pretty committed to, making the VR implementation the best that you've seen in gaming for any game. I mean, I think already, even the experimental mode,
Yes.
just the nature of Star Citizen, the fact that it does so much detail but also scale, VR is kind of perfect for it, because you can walk up and actually feel the difference of an Idris compared to just getting into a Hornet or something like that. And you also can get up close and sort of see all the detail that the ship artists have put into the ships, or the environment artists have put in the environment, in a way that on a flat 2D screen you can't. So that part's really great. We're going to be supporting more VR specific controls, so VR controllers as well as the general control stuff we do at the moment. So it is an ongoing project, and one of the other aspects is the UI side of things, which still has to be dialed in. It's sort of improved from the experimental release in Christmas, and 4.5, 4.6 has a few improvements, but it's still got quite a long way to go. But it is definitely on our plan. And so when Squadron releases, it'll be full featured, and the same parity will be in Star Citizen. But I think as headsets become lighter, and you've got a little more power on your machines, then VR becomes more viable. Because doing it now on a high resolution head, like an OLED that isn't too heavy,
Yeah.
it's a totally different
They're all
experience
heavy, yeah.
than doing it on a VR headset 10 years ago. Because we actually had VR in the beginning, like in the very early stages, and then we disabled it because we were rewriting the graphics renderer and the engine, and so all that had to change. And so now that we've sort of got the next gen renderer in, which is in the Vulkan stuff and the other stuff we have, and it's also in, with ray tracing is, will be coming to Star Citizen because it's in Squadron right now, and it will come across into Star Citizen. That's enabled us to be able to do the VR support. So it'll be good. And we got some passionate people in our dev team like Sylvan, who was one of the main drivers of getting the VR to work, but there's quite a few other people in the engine team and the graphics team that were also helping out behind the scenes and doing a lot of stuff. So yeah, we think it's fun because, you know, at the end of the day, Star Citizen is a universe that you just, you know, need to plug into. It's going to be like Ready Player One, so that's what we're doing.
Okay. All right, some next level. Any comments? I mean, have you guys tried VR?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes?
I have. I thought it was really incredible. I wasn't such a fan of the FPS part, but the flying was second to none. That was...
You know, I'm a big VR fan, so I jumped on it pretty quickly. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, yeah. I know you own like the Quest 3, I think is what it is.
The day before I landed in Australia, I walked all the streets around the hotel in VR just so I would know the neighborhood.
Oh man, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I think VR has been pretty great. I don't have a headset yet, but I'll definitely get something soon. So, thank you, appreciate it. So, well, let's kind of move into some other foundation questions. You know, I kind of want to get back into some more of these event questions, but I know you see a lot of ship racing and dogfighting, and the reason why we do that is because it's easy to kind of switch things out, especially in a land environment. But is there anything that you, Tyler, Sandy, Chris, that you guys would like to see outside of either dogfighting or racing here in land events?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you would be able to do in a sort of short, like game mode setup is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Huh. I mean, there's a few. I mean, it's still kind of dogfighting, but I kind of wanted to. You know, we pitched a capture the Idris mode that we were going to do in Arena Commander a while ago, and I'd like to try to get some more combined stuff where people can, you know, fire the fighters, fire the big ships, you know, be a boarding party and do that and all work in concert. So that is something that we've talked about, and we're building systems to help enable that. I mean, like for instance, you know, just even on the engineering, which is still very basic, but you know, what you should be able to do, and these are plans that we have, is that like the hollow globe in your Idris, you could have someone be sort of the combat information officer, and it could be like, okay, click on this enemy ship here, click on this, and then you in your fighter would get the target on your ship, and you would go, okay, this is what they've told me to go and attack, and you'd be able to sort of direct your fighter group, and you'd be able to specify, okay, go over here and board, and so have a whole sort of combined like kind of arms game mode, which would be very, very cool. And then you can either do it in the PU, just acting naturally, or maybe have also a sort of supported game mode in Arena Commander.
Funny enough, we had an event called the Hearst and Hurt Locker where we put everybody in a crater and they just go free for all and just shoot each other. Last person standing wins.
Well, I have debated that, like, you know, I've kind of thrown it around internally that if, you know, when people are like cheaters or we've then doing bad behavior, that we do a sort of, you know, a moon, a sort of prison moon that you just go thrown on, and you got to figure out how to get out there. So it's not one step more than Kleisha. It's just there's like crazy, you know, creatures, everything. It's you know.
You want to send them to the
it's
Shadow Realm.
There was a movie like that. I can't remember. I think it was maybe No Escape or something like that. It was where you just get dumped on the planet, and then you got nothing, and you've got to survive to get off.
Oh man.
So we may do that at one point, but it's long, you know, it's on the list of a million ideas that we have of fun things to do.
Oh man. Look at sending people to the Shadow Realm. That's good to call it. How about you, Sandy or Tyler? Any other like modes or events you guys would like to see outside of dogfighting and racing?
I mean, it's not underneath the ATMO banner at the moment, but there are some other stuff going on. Like I recently attended an in-game fashion show, which was quite interesting.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
That's a real thing. There is a community for that. I mean, it would be cool to see it expand into the industrial field eventually. I would love to do like an in-game fishing tournament someday, just saying.
Okay. I did say fishing's after 1.0, but we do have fishing on the list. Otherwise, I get blamed for feature creep. I mean, honestly, it's you guys, or every time I go, someone goes, how about some fishing? Or how about this? I'm like, I'm not the only one that's guilty of feature creep.
It's relaxing.
How about you, Sandy? Any thoughts come to your head about any other events?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what other. Yeah, these guys kind of went for it.
Tyler took the fashion one.
Yeah,
sorry. I should have left that one for you.
Oh, man.
Did the fashion one include doing makeup and stuff, or was it just?
Oh yeah,
It
they
was,
had
yeah?
like categories. It was themed,
Oh,
like
wow,
hey,
cool.
come out and be spooky and come out. It was like,
Yeah.
I didn't win.
All right, well, I'm going to get into a fun question. So, what is one community meme that you never expected to still be around since the beginning of Star Citizen?
I mean, soon. TM.
No. I mean, there's a lot of stuff around, but is there any like of course soon TM is a big one, but if there's anything that has like stood out to you guys that's still here or that pops up once in a while and you're like, how do you guys know this? You know, like
Redacted.
redacted.
No shit, Sherlock or whatever.
This is bullshit.
All right. I'll go into the next thing. So my next question would be, what is the most unexpected item that someone has brought you to like a meet and greet or an event?
Well, I can certainly tell you that CitizenCon in Manchester, that we had the live one. I think there was more than one, but someone printed my head on a big pillow thing. I don't know if you saw. And they were waving around.
Yeah.
And then so, I don't know, I think I took it home.
Yeah, you did, and you put it in the
I
closet.
put it in the closet.
And then I opened the closet and started screaming.
Yeah. But I also, occasionally, I was like looking for stuff. I opened the what the oh, no. It's my own head. So that, I would say that probably is the one that takes the biscuit for the, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like if you look at the CitizenCon footage from 2014, I think you'll see someone like waving around in the front row and stuff. It's like my head on a sort of round pillow thing. And I think there was more than one, too.
You're just lucky it wasn't a body pillow.
If you want to get rid of it.
just gave you an idea for the merchandise store, Tyler. I'm just kidding. How about you, Sandy or Tyler? Anything unexpected that somebody has given you at an event?
At events, nothing really as weird as a body pillow. If you, by the way, if you made it and you're here, I'm just apologies. I think for me, I've had to get used to larger items because we have such a creative craft community. So I often will travel and we'll receive like a massive 3D printed Kraken, you know, that's the size of my desk, and they're like, "Hey, this is for you to take home," and I'm like, "This is amazing, thank you. How am I going to get this home?" I mean, other than that, we've had some weird packages sent to the office, you know, that were gifts, but not safe for stream. So.
What have we had? I've had calligraphy tools. I've had
oh wow,
fans. I've had all kinds of clothing given to me. I had every brand of vodka bottle given to me.
We had like I can't remember. I think Aaron got it. It was like a massive box just filled with meat. It was like a whole leg of a cow once. It was on Twitter. I'll dig it up. But that was an interesting one.
I mean, we got a survival cooking kit in Italy. What was that?
Yeah.
That was a weird one.
Oh yeah.
was,
We've had 50 Philly cheesesteaks show up to the office because I said I'd never had one, and so then there's just this whole office.
Wow.
Yeah, no, shout out back to 2015. There was a guy who delivered a keg every week to the studio. That was appreciated. He doesn't do it anymore, so the role is open if anyone's looking.
Oh man.
We tapped it. Yep.
All right, you got a couple of questions left. I just want to talk about just community, like, you know, these community-driven events. Like, how has it been seeing this evolve from, you know, since, I would say, 2014 all the way to now in 2026? Like how has the whole community event evolved, seeing this, you know, blown up so much more, and how does it make you feel?
Well, amazing. I mean, I will say that I think the first time that we really sort of realized it was when we went to Gamescom and announced the hangar module. I think that was the first one where we really sort of got a bunch of people together, which was, when was that? Was it 2013?
Is that when I organized it under the train station?
It was under the train station. and we'd done really well on the crowdfunding, but it was still, you didn't have the same sense of this was 400, 500. I can't remember how many were at it was quite a lot of people at the.
No, we pushed 1,000.
Okay, 1,000 then. Yeah, exactly. So then I'm like, holy shit, 1,000 people. Like, we're like, you sort of felt like, oh my God, we're like a rock band or something. It was very different than like I'm used to, because normally as a game developer, you make the game and it gets put in a box and goes to the stores, and people like it, or you see reviews, or it sells well, but you don't get the connection with the people playing it. And this was the first time that I really got to feel that, and it was intoxicating. It was fantastic. Wow. And we sort of went from there. We were organizing events at Gamescom, and then Sandy had the idea to sort of do the CitizenCon, which I think the first one we did in Austin, and that was just at the Alamo Draft House, if you remember, and we did the Hornet commercial.
And we were sharing it with this finance group or whatever.
It was very weird.
That was weird.
And then it's
StarCitizen?
it's grown to like what we had in Manchester with 5,000 people, and and the thing that's amazing about it is the ability to meet everybody that's so passionate and loves the world that I'm building, the rest of the dev team is building, and honestly for me it's the sense of a shared passion, because I know that everyone here they have their idea and vision of themselves being in the world the same way I do. Because when I'm making a game, I'm normally making a game going, this is something I just want to play, something I want to be inside. I'm not making a game going, this is the 5 things I think should be in the features, and this will make sure everyone likes it. I'm just basically making a game that I think is cool, that I'm going to be in, and hopefully other people do. And so it's very, very rewarding to just meet and be around everyone else that's sharing the same passion for the world and the universe and the excitement for it, and the possibility of not just what it is now, but what it's going to become. And so that, as a developer, is intoxicating. I think when we do the live events, whether it's StarCitizens or the CitizenCons or an event like this, and developers outside of myself or Tyler or Sandy get to come, they get to experience, and it gives them energy, because pretty much everyone at CIG is incredibly passionate about making StarCitizen and making Squadron and making the best they possibly can, and they love it, and it's great for them to feel the love back, and the people that are already enjoying the work they're doing, even though it's not quite finished yet, but it will be, down the road, getting even better and better. But there's an immediacy for it that you just don't normally get as a developer, and that is pretty awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Such a detailed question. Any other comments? Yeah, go ahead. Give him some love. Give him some love. Well, we do have to close it out, because we have to get some dog fighting happening here, which is my favorite thing, because that adrenaline is amazing. I will tell you, when we did Fight or Flight, we do a big online tournament. We do regions. We do Asia, Europe, and the Americas. I will leave casting, and I still have that energy going, and I just run around my house with my kids. It's so fun. But PvP is so fun. So if you haven't watched it, it's going to be incredible. But thank you all for coming here all the way to Sydney, Australia. It's so appreciated.
Love it.
But I want to give you guys the last word. Is there anything that you guys would like to say to the community here, those watching at home? I want to leave the floor open to you guys.
I'll go first then. Yeah, we'll wrap it with you. I guess one question that I have for you guys, because we talk a lot about how these events are an opportunity for us to connect with the community. Raise your hand if you got to meet someone today in person for the first time who you played with online.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's everybody.
So for me, one of the privileges of coming to these events is just knowing that everyone raised their hand in case the camera wasn't on them, that's happening at events around the globe. And for me, that's what these in-person events are so special for. I mean, you play online for years, that's all compressed into one weekend, and it's all about the connections. Nothing that we can do at this entire project, is possible without all of you. And I'm forever grateful, and I appreciate you all, especially, you and the whole team. I don't know if everybody realizes there's that room up there is filled with people. There's people all over the building at ATMO making this possible, and thank you.
Thank you for that. Sandy, you look nervous.
No, I'm good. I'm also very grateful to the community, and it's just, I've made many friends over the years, people who have helped me through the more difficult times that I have had throughout a decade plus doing this. And I probably wouldn't be back here again if it wasn't for the community.
Wow.
So thank you very much for that. And it's just great to see how it's grown from an idea and thinking, oh yeah, the very first Bar Citizen, this could work. And so here it is. You know.
Amazing, amazing. That means that you'll come back sooner, right? This time. I'm just kidding. But I think Australia has been amazing so far. But thank you so much, Sandy, for coming as well.
It's me.
All right, Chris, release date. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I mean, for me, I have to say that, you know, I feel incredibly humbled and privileged, and I feel very lucky because I think I'm in a position as a, you know, a game maker that pretty much no one else is in the industry, is being able to make something that's so ambitious and so bold, so far-reaching, with the support and the energy and the love from this huge community. I mean, if I was doing this in the old days, if it was Electronic Arts or Microsoft, there is absolutely no way that Star Citizen would be where it is now. I mean, it wouldn't get this far. No one would greenlight it. It's, you know, it's a moonshot. It's basically trying to be the everything game set in this futuristic universe. It's incredibly ambitious, and it wouldn't be possible without all your guys' support and the passion and the love. And so for me, I every day feel incredibly lucky and thankful for all of that from all you guys. And it really is, like I said earlier on, the secret sauce that makes Star Citizen so special is all you guys and your love and passion for the shared universe that I believe we're all building together.
All right, let's go. All right, well, all of you, after some PvP, we're going to have a meet and greet where you'll be able to meet, you know, Tyler, Sandy, and Chris. You know, hopefully you don't bring weird items, please, okay? But thank you all so much. We're going to go into a quick break right now. While we're doing the break, we're going to give away some prizes. And after the PvP, we're going to go into the meet and greet with our special guests. And yeah, so for those of you guys at home, I don't know where I'm pointing, up there probably. So thank you guys for watching. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll be right back soon. Thank you, guys.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar. and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Virtual Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a single creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
All right, welcome back to Enter Atmosphere 2956, where we're about to get on with some PvP action. But before we do that, we got the incredible Vit and Gimmick here, who are Australian natives, who's going to be our PvP analyst this weekend. How are you guys feeling today?
Oh, it's been amazing being here at this event, seeing it all come together. I've been here since Friday morning, and you know, seeing everyone put together this show from the ground up, it's just been incredible. So, yeah.
Awesome, awesome. It sounds like you're ready for some PvP action right off the bat, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Gimmick, how are you feeling, man? How's the event been for you so far, especially coming to your hometown?
Yeah, no, I mean, we did this in Manchester last year, and now when you called me and said we're going to do it in Sydney, I was like, no way, that's sick. And what a venue to do it in too.
Yes.
Awesome venue. And yeah, like Veet said, to see it building up from the ground up has been, seeing that swell has been awesome to see, and being part of it, very grateful.
Well, I just want to say thank you and to the rest of the Zap guys who's been here representing, showing out and
Zap
helping
guys
us,
are all here. Yeah, look at the flag. Zap's everywhere. Zap's up and down. And I think we're going to hear a lot of Zap here in this fight because we've got a lot of guys on the stage, and yeah, it's going to be good.
Well, I mean, just so you guys know, these two here are the finalists of the Fight or Flight Championship back in Manchester in Inter Atmosphere 2954. And they took third place. I mean, I'm just going to blame it on jet lag. But, I mean, third place out of all the countries and all the regions that you guys place against. You guys, it's a great spot to be in. And I know you guys had that whole first initial experience, and now you're here as the analyst. So thank you guys so much for joining us on the desk, man. Appreciate it. But we're here to talk about PvP. And our first team we're going to be talking about today is going to be Team Bland, which is going to be consisting of Calibarn, Croncy, and Reed. So, Gimmick, tell me a little bit about this team.
Yeah, so Reed and Calibarn are two of our best pilots. They have absolute beamage on them. When they line you up, they're going to do a lot of damage. Croncy is, Croncy's Croncy. We all know Croncy is good value. I don't think he's practiced very much, so Reed and Calibarn are going to have a job to keep Croncy going. That's going to be interesting to see. That's going to be the same with all of the teams, right? Like, some of the streamers have practiced more, some haven't practiced so much, and seeing what goes on there of how they keep their streamer alive is going to be fun to watch.
Awesome. Any notes on there, Vit?
Yeah, I played with those two guys this morning and afternoon while they're warming up and getting their setup done, and those guys are deadly. So anyone who tangles with these three in the middle of them is going to get shot really hard.
All right. Well, we're looking forward to that. Our next team is going to be Democracy Manifest. It's going to be Gondor, Lens Nation, and Pialo. So, Gimmick, break this team down for us.
Again, Gondor is one of our best pilots. Is very good, and Pia also is no slouch. He's very strong as well, and they work very well together. Lens. We've all met Lens today and love Lens. He's been practicing a lot, actually. He's been doing one-on-one trainings with Pia, and Pia's been getting him up to snuff. So I think they're going to have a pretty strong team. We'll see how it goes.
Awesome. Any last thoughts there, Vit?
Yeah, so we got, from the Zap side, the contrast between a new player and a veteran. Gondor, he actually taught me how to fly initially, many years ago, all the way back in HVC. Whereas Pierre Lol's a bit of a newer face, so we got that combination of two great players who are spending a different amount of time on the game. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we have our next team coming up, which, by the way, I just want to say, Gondor, that guy's a gem, man. Wait till y'all see that interview. It's going to be a good one. Yeah. But our next team is going to come up is going to be Team Aftershock, which is going to be Torch, Meth Bushwhacker, and Yogan. So, Gimmick, what about this team? How you feel like they're going to be doing in this tournament?
So the most interesting part about this team is Mev, because when we tap Mev on the shoulder, Mev will tell you himself he wasn't that good. But over the past 3 months, he has trained really hard, and he is actually as good of a lot of pilots who are here in their own right as PvP pilots. So he is going to more than carry his weight as a pilot. So this team is going to be a complete team. They're going to be very strong. I think solid chance. I mean, on an individual skill level, there are teams that have pilots which have higher individual skill. But I think if you call it the average, this team is maybe one of the strongest because of what Mev's bringing to the table. Torsh is a great pilot. Jorgen is an excellent team player, and I think they'll be also very strong.
All right, Vid, any last thoughts on this team Aftershock?
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how a team of 3 balanced players measures up against 2 really deadly people.
All right, all right. Well, our final team that we want to talk about is Macaz Runners, which I'm not sure if you guys know at home, but Macaz is how they call McDonald's here. Apparently,
it's Macaz.
Oh, it's Macaz. Macaz. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah. We'll figure that out later. But we got Crazy Sig, Wertho, and Jen Desperado. So, Gimmick, how are you feeling about this team here?
So this is interesting. Wertho's the one pilot here that's not from Zap. He's from Shadow Moses. He's one of their newer members.
Okay.
So that's interesting. Crazy's also, Crazy's. Everyone knows Crazy. Crazy's a great pilot. Crazy's one of our strongest, and he trains a lot of our fellas too. Jen, I think everyone knows Jen as well. Jen's pretty tired today. I know. I was talking to Jen earlier. He's had a big week at work, and I think we'll see how Jen goes. They're going to have to keep Jen alive, and Jen's going to have a lot of fun with it. We know Jen like that. So this team will also be very strong. Wertho is probably he can disappear somebody in seconds. Like you can go from 100 to 0 if Wertho gets a beam on you. So. We'll see how they go. Yeah.
So, I mean, any last thoughts on Team Macaz? Sorry, did I say guy? Yeah? Macaz. Okay, we'll work on that throughout the day. Vid, any last words on this team?
I think for the 2 pilots, their reputation blinds me to how they play.
Yeah.
Wertho from Shadow Moses and Crazy being a strong personality. So we'll see how that converts into combat.
All right. I mean, it's going to be kind of a little bit of protect the creator, in this kind of moment. So
absolutely.
That's going to be interesting. Well, to introduce your teams, we're going to shoot it over to our stage host. We got Cyberfox and a mic who's going to be bringing these teams down for our first matchup of the day. We'll be right back here on the desk after this first initial match.
Yeah.
Are we ready? So we got 4 teams joining us today, and for round 1, let's meet Team Bland with their interview video.
I'm Crunchy. I've been playing.
So for Team Bland, we have Caliban, Reed, and Crunchy. And while they get seated, let's give it up. Let's make some noise for our second team, Democracy Manifest. We'll bring them up on stage and we'll do the videos after. Give it up for Pialo, Gondor, and Lens Nation! Okay, so we're going to go with those intro videos one more try while the PvPers get set up and get locked in.
I've been playing StarCitizen since early 2020, I think technically late 2019.
My name is Reed, with 8 E's. I've been playing on and off since like the hangar module era.
My name is Caliban, and I've been playing since June of last year.
We are a group of extremely uncreative PvPers.
I'm on Team Bland. We like our rice white and our chicken unsalted.
So I had a kid 4 months ago. So the training has consisted of 2 40-minute sessions. Now, the good thing is my teammates are cracked. They are fantastic, they're amazing, and they're looking to carry me.
So my favorite combat ship is the Cutter Rambler. I just really like the fact that it's got 2 size 2 guns and it does VTOL mode and, you know, like you can live in the thing. So yeah, like it's got everything that you really need.
Combat ship, gotta be the Sabre.
My favorite combat ship is probably the Blade. Quite like it.
I'm not really like nervous for like how the thing is going to go itself. I'm more just nervous about the fact that I'm actually standing in front of a lot of people that over something that I never really imagined I was going to get myself into. Like only last year I was asking people like, oh yeah, how do I fly? How do I, you know, use these sticks that I spent a lot of money for and all that. And then here I am talking with you about how I'm feeling for a tournament that I never imagined I would be sitting and broadcasted to a lot of people in a community.
A bit nervous and excited, and hopefully we can use it when we get on the stage and come through.
I have one goal, and I explained this to my teammates immediately as soon as we found out who all the teams were, which is beat Gen Desperado.
If they want to get into PvP, join an org, join a Discord.
If people are interested in wanting to pick up PvP, it's going to be a slope of a battle for them, but you need a lot of patience. You're going to get your wings clipped off and all that sort of stuff. You're going to have a lot of trouble flying and all that sort of stuff. But it's a lot of patience, a lot of perseverance, and also it's a journey when you meet new people and they teach you along the way. And at the end of the day, you just try to have fun with it, right?
Come join us up.
My name is Lance Nation. I've been playing Star Citizen since 2018.
I'm on the team Democracy Manifest.
The only team which matters. Okay. And I really hope my teammates are good because I'm not.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. We don't really see that a lot overseas, but we're here to represent Australia and of course New Zealand if you want to. But everyone knows Democracy Manifest, right? If you're an Ocker, like you'd see it like, yeah.
I'm a PLO, or you call me Pia. I've been playing Star Citizen for quite a long time. I pledged my first pledge in 2014. The person who actually got me into dogfighting is probably Reed in Zap. He beat the shit out of me and then like convinced me into like, oh, okay, I need to get better.
4 weeks ago, when I found out that, okay, this is the team, this is what I'm doing, 4 weeks ago, I kid you not, I couldn't kill an NPC Cuddy. A 9-tail Cuddy, nah, I can't kill it. I will just run away. I never engaged. Now, 9-tails fear my name.
What got me into shooting spaceships? That's a great question. Look, maybe I'm an adrenaline junkie. Maybe I've just been addicted to murder. Like, it's hard to tell.
My favorite combat ship in Star Citizen is undoubtedly the Gladius.
Look, as part of the light fighter mafia, many people would say the Arrow, but those who know me will know it's the Perseus the whole way through. Big triangle, flies really nice. CIG Montic did a great job on the handling of that thing. It's phenomenal. And it's very rare to fly a ship in combat that, as a pilot, you're in service of somebody else. You know, you've got a turret gunner, you've got 2 turret gunners with big guns, and their accuracy and how effective they are and their enjoyment, it comes down to how do you fly? Like, how well can you get them on target? How well do you line up those shots? It's a really rewarding experience, and you know, the light fighter mafia internally agrees that it's actually the highest skill ceiling in the current flight model.
I primarily do machinima, even though most of the community know me from my artworks.
Competing in front of a crowd's going to be a different feeling for sure. You know, usually at home, I'm in my underpants.
Oh, it's 100% both nervous and excited at the same time. More excited than nervous because most of the people I'm fighting is the people I've been fighting for a long time. They're all my friends. I know them. I've been fighting them, and I know exactly who I might win against and might lose against. So it's more excited than nervous.
There are 2 messages I'd give to the community. One, obviously, I hope you enjoy what we do here and you know, you find it entertaining and enjoyable, and maybe next time in your hometown you're keen, or in your next country, you know, you're keen to go and have a look. And the other thing I'd give is some tips to people on just wanting to get into PvP. There are only a couple of golden rules. Number 1 is aim better. Number 2 is don't get hit. Right? You do those 2 things, you'll be really good at it. So
this community is very tight and it's very family oriented. It is just the place to be.
Get good. That's it.
we're not on.
All right, here we go. I think we're on now,
Yeah.
I believe. Okay. Anyways, welcome back. We got Team Bland versus Team Democracy Manifest. We got Calabar, Croncy, and Reed versus you got nope, that's Team Bland. Sorry. We got Calabar, Croncy, and Reed, which is Team Bland versus Democracy Manifest. You got Gondor, Lands Nation, and Pialo. But you want to know what's funny, Thunder Lake? We just talked about when we saw in the interview, Pialo said, Reed whooped me.
Yeah.
And that's how we got into PvP, and now they're going against each other.
Excellent. Well, you know, it's going to be very interesting. I think that Pialo might be shooting for Reed. It's going to be challenging because you have Lens Nation there and Croncy talking about how they're not very practiced. So it really comes down to team synergy and what choices are they going to pick for their team that's a little bit weaker, right? Are they going to put them in a forward position so that way they can bait a strategy from the opponents to attack in, or are they going to put them in the rear and come attack at a third party when the engagement starts? So it's going to be absolutely wild. I'm liking Team Bland for sure, but Democracy Manifest definitely has a lot of gusto. So we're going to see something come from them. I'm interesting to see. We have a lot of different ship choices, and a few new ones are available, like the F8C and a couple other ones that weren't available for fight or flight. So some of these teams could be practicing with those. Earlier today, we saw a lot of teams practicing with each other, against each other, and with other groups in the public area. So it's definitely going to come to fruition. Is the synergy on each team going to overtake some of the opponent's strategies, or will individual skill capitalize? If these teams can stick together and focus targets well, we're going to see a very quick fight. But if people separate and they start engaging different targets, you know, it could drag on for quite some time.
Well, teams are going to be combating or dogfighting in the SPK arena in squadron battles, which I'm excited about. So, SPK is one of those, probably one of the best performing AC maps right now in the game. But, I want to go back a little bit to Fight or Flight, because when we did 3v3 in Fight or Flight last year for the first time, we saw a lot of different ship compositions. Obviously, you got Lens Nation and you got Croncy, where most likely Reed, Calabar, and Gondo Pialo have to kind of train them and communicate with them and strategize during these matches, so they can hopefully stay alive. If not, they're going to go down quick. What do you think they're going to strategize, and what ships do you think they're going to use?
Well, I'm definitely thinking that we're going to see a lot of arrows, blades as well, because ballistics right now are not allowed in this exhibition fight. True. So without ballistics, the blade really comes in because it has some high DPS, and it really did well with a lot of teams in Fight or Flight. So we're going to see the blade, I think the arrow as well. I saw multiple teams practicing with a Scorpius as well, maybe for that individual that might be less practiced, because it may not be perfect when it comes to engagements and turning. Its pitch and yaw are a bit slow, but when it is engaging, it can chase. It has high SCM and boost speeds. So we're going to see probably some Scorpius choices. And you know what? I bet one team might be even picking our favorite ship, the Santuck Yai.
The Santuck Yai!
We are going to be definitely seeing that ship come out to play, I think, today. I'm not sure exactly by which team or who's going to take it out, but it definitely has those size 2 shields. 4 size 3 battle Panthers typically coming out for that. So it's going to be a blast. We're going to see these teams coming in. The Gladius also will be a popular ship. It's a very good ship because obviously it's quick, it's maneuverable, it can put out some DPS, but it also doesn't fall apart like some of the other weaker ships. So.
Yeah, we're already seeing a little bit of a combo here for, looking at some of the team's picks, but we're seeing some arrows. We're seeing some Gladius. I mean, in the recent patch, Thunder Lake, have you seen any really big meta changes from what we saw in Fight or Flight, last year?
Well, yeah, with the ballistics coming into it, especially with the mantises, and there's a little bit of hull punching because each one of those actually does has mass on it, the ballistics. So you'll see people using the ballistics in game. It obviously they punch through shields a bit, so oftentimes it's difficult because in Fight or Flight, when there's no ballistics, you can disengage, regenerate those resources, get that shield back, and then you have almost a second life going back into it. With ballistics, you don't. So in the PU and other things like that, a lot of people are using ballistics, but I'll tell you, if you're fighting a long-term engagement and you're destroying multiple ships, if you're using ballistics, you actually have to go out and rearm. So it's a strategic choice. A lot of teams will pick ballistics to get those quick kills, but after a while, you can only last there for so long before you got to switch ships or potentially go and repair and rearm. So it's a bit of a different situation in the PU with the meta shifts, but oftentimes the arrows coming in clutch. It's very maneuverable, very dodgy. We saw the Fury a while back for quite a while,
Yeah,
but then
we did.
that actually stopped coming out because now with the mantises and the hull punching going on, the Fury just spins and spins. Razors too. Any little scout ships that are being sent in, it's very difficult for them to get any ground. So there's big meta shifts for sure. Scorpius, we haven't seen too much of that. People have been using it, but it's been a while back. It was the Buccaneer and Scorpius.
Yes.
That was big with the intercepted tunings. They were able to work good in the team fight. But with the ballistics, now the Buccaneer loses its ability to get away, regenerate its shields, because every damage it takes is permanent.
Yep. I mean, that's such a good point. And also, just to kind of point it out there, not only are ballistics going to be banned for this tournament, we also got mass drivers that are going to be banned as well still. But I'm excited for some PvP action. I've been pumped. Like, I've been out all day, but I'm just excited to get this rolling. I want to see some action. I want to see some pew-pews. The thing is that the dynamic of throwing in a content creator that, that a lot of the guys from, whether they're from Zap or Shadow Moses, they had to train up. And in that moment, you have to figure out a strategy at that point. But even in full competition, even at the higher level, all these teams have to strategize every moment, every positioning. If your team goes off on their own, they're going to get picked off super easily. That's going to be, having one person down, it's a massive deal.
It's a huge, yeah. The DPS on each ship, you need to be engaged with the fight. When you coordinate fire, you can take out one of these ships pretty quickly. The Scorpius and some of those tankier ships like the Santek Yai might be able to outlast for a period of time, but it's only a matter of time if your team is not with you. If they over-disengage or are not able to re-engage fast enough when the enemy team switches on another opponent, they're going to be done quick. So if you start that engagement, your entire team needs to be locked in. Otherwise, it's going to go disastrous for you. You start losing that first player, now you got a whole ship down. And, it just adds up over time. I've seen some people turn around, right? We've had the Santek Yai turn around and do that 2v1. Luckily, their teammates were able to do a lot of damage beforehand, helping them out. Now, in this, it's going to be difficult. If one team is not actually going for it, they are going to be, if they don't have all individuals firing at the same target, and they're trying to pick their different targets, you'll see that a lot of teams will disengage, re-engage, and it might be back and forth.
Back and forth, yeah.
Yep.
All right. I mean, let's take a quick look at an SPK map that we have. This is going to be what we're doing here in coming up in Squadron Battles. Which, by the way, I got to give a shout out to DJ Button. Thanks for putting, thank you for allowing us to turn off those resources in Squadron Battles, and he increased the time as well, so we can get more action out of it. Squadron Battle is going to allow people to kind of see each other a little better. The enemy team is going to be green, the other one's going to be blue, etc. So a lot of people, especially you in the stands, are going to be able to kind of get a bit of an ease. But let's talk about something that that happened in Fight or Flight, and that I'm not sure if it's probably going to be picked in this tournament. I don't think it will. But let's talk about that. Every team is only allowed one snub ship. So I know the snub ships, their strategy is pretty much hit and run as much as possible, try to pick somebody off that's trying to run away. But do you feel like we're going to see some snub ships today?
I actually don't think we're going to see a lot of snub ships today. A lot of people haven't been practicing with them, and frankly, they are a bit small, and the only one that you might see without the ballistics might be the Fury. Obviously, the 85X was chosen in Fight or Flight as well, but you really need to have a team that's really focused and has good synergy using those ships. They're very fragile. If someone gets a good merge on you, you are done, and you can't put effective DPS in. So the snub ships, I don't think we're going to see very many of those. The Archimedes and those other ones, they're just not really chosen because they're not the fastest ship, they don't have the highest boost pool and or the full shield strength for the other, or the much DPS. So I think that if we're going to see a snub ship, we'll look at the Fury, maybe the 85X, but probably not see any other snubs. I'll be honest. I know that you can only bring one, and each group will be bringing multiple ships. I think we're going to see a lot of tanky ships, a lot of ships that can stay together, because those small snub ships are quick, especially when you start using boost. So if you can get away too far from your team, then you're not effectively applying damage. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of snub ships today, but anyone could change it up. We could see a group that does one snub and a couple other interceptors. That would be a pretty difficult team to attack, but if the group of three goes together and tries to engage them, it really comes down to ship synergy and the team, how much teamwork they have together.
Yeah, I'm excited because I always love to interested, because normally when we do Fight or Flight, we get some of the team comms, and we kind of understand who's the leader and who's going to be kind of moving everybody. Hey, let's reset, let's get together. But also using these tanky ships, I think a lot of these teams are going to be, this is not going to be a quick dogfight. It's going to be something that's going to be that is going to not be too prolonged, but it's definitely going to last longer than what a lot of people think, especially like, in a 2v2 scenario.
Yeah, we heard from the analyst desk that there's a lot of shooters here, right? Aiming is really important in this meta right now. So we have a lot of individuals that once they're locked on, if they're not evasive or your team's not able to disengage, we're going to see some people drop pretty quickly. It's really going to come down to, can they focus fire quick enough to get those shields down, not allow them to disengage, get that merge, and predict when they start disengaging. Now, if they go and use nab mode, they can get away a little bit, but then you're risking, the further you go out, now you're leaving your teammates alone in a 3v2. That's not a very good situation. So I think some of these fights, like you said, will go pretty long if the teams are working at it. We're going to see a lot of those pre-skirmishes as well. So when they're moving in, a lot of teams will likely be coached not to use boost in the initial engagement, maybe to move in, try to get those trickle damage in, a couple pecks here and there to get that small advantage. Every shield health matters, right? So anytime you take a damage, and if the enemy can capitalize on that and use their boost to push in, it can be pretty difficult when the entire 3-man team dives on that person, pushed ahead. If your team's not jumping in together, it's going to spell disaster.
So Thunder, like, you do a lot of training and working with a lot of people, especially in dogfighting. Like let's say, Karansi and Les Nishes, this is one of their first times. Like, what advice would you give to these guys going into a, kind of a big matchup like this? How would you give them, what kind of strategy would you give them that can hopefully work along with their teammates?
Yeah, I mean, what I would probably do, I really appreciate that, would be just talk to them about, I think, just sticking with the team, engaging when we're engaging, make sure that when you're not effective on a target, if they're 1.5 to 2K out, just ignore them. Fly back to your teammates, focus up, use your radar, and ping for enemy ships. Cycle target attacker is a huge keybind that not many people understand or utilize. Being able to see who's attacking you, if you cycle that and you see multiple ships on you, might be time to get out before you even take a shot. And that premonition or that pre-knows that to just disengage out of a fight before it gets too hairy, because you can die, you can make a choice, and your ship will be destroyed 20 seconds before you actually do. So it's really about engagement distances, working together. If these individuals, for strategizing, utilize ships that they can get in and get out quickly when they're in trouble, that will be very beneficial to them. Any ship that is very high risk, so anything like an Arrow or even a Gladius too, when you have 3 or 4 ships targeting you, you're going to go down pretty quickly, especially if you lack evasion skills or that intricate knowledge of the team fight where you understand, all right, these 2 guys are merging on me, I've got to leave. I only have 12 seconds to fight. If what these 2 people need to do is they need to get in a ship that either has tanky health or they can get in and get out quickly.
One thing that we see too much, we see a lot of people chasing, specifically like when somebody see their shields down, but that is exactly what a lot of people use to bait to put him out of position. Hey, I'm going to start using boost. I'm going to go from SCF to nav and get out of there quickly. But then at that point, that's where they catch you off guard. And then if they got a faster ship that is somewhat relevant, then all of a sudden you're going to be getting off guard right at that moment. So, there has to be a discipline where you need to disengage. And if you don't listen to your teammates, that could be that last life that you won't see anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Baiting some chases from other teams is going to be huge, because if you can separate that team, then their DPS is effectively going to go down. If they've got 2 ships trailing you behind 2K while your team's waiting in a position, you go in, angle out, and just head over to your team, and that one person over chases, and they're not synergized with the other team who's backing off, holding, you could get baited into a big trap, right? There's a lot of individuals that'll focus you, get their nose on, they'll fire like they're shooting at you, but all they're doing is they're kind of disengaging and floating toward their teammates, baiting you in, kind of almost egging you on, like, come get me. And like you said, we see a little bit of that. I think a lot of these teams, though, are pretty trained in that aspect. I don't see that happening a lot, and I think if anyone comes out, they'll try hook their teammates back in and say, hey, get back to the team.
Back to the team,
Exactly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just have a couple of game issues, but don't worry about that. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we should have Team Bland versus Team Democracy Manifest ready to go here shortly. So thank you guys all so much. Sorry for the other issues, but we'll go on a quick ad break. We'll be right back. Thank you.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Virtual Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. What you bring to the Armada, the Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Verbal Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Virtual Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
We are ATMO Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. that is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are ATMO Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. Will you bring to the Armada? The Armada shall bring unto you.
Enter Atmosphere 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Virgo Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
ATMO Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system from the isolated...
Welcome back. Well, okay, here we go. All right, welcome back to Enter Atmosphere 2056, everyone. I hope that you guys are hopefully having a good time with your org mates and your friends and everybody, but we're going to be kind of running down about what's going to happen for the rest of the night. We've been having some type of technical issues throughout the night that unfortunately hasn't allowed us to finish the dogfighting portion of the tournament, but which is tough. But the reason why we need to kind of cut it is because we want everybody to definitely, you know, it's been almost 12 years since Chris and Sandy came, so we want you guys to meet them. So what we're going to end up doing really quickly is going to be our trophy presentation for our ship racers. We're going to do a trophy presentation for our PvPers as well. Even though they didn't compete, we still got everybody a medal because we want them to remember the event. And then, Corsair, you want to talk about what we're planning to do for the PvP portion of it here in the future?
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for listening and participating today. We really appreciate it. So we obviously are extremely disappointed. We put a lot of work into this, and we really wanted it to be the best thing that it could be. But this stuff happens. We all know, you know, what it takes to work with Star Citizen, even though we think it's the greatest game on the planet. But in the future for the PvP teams, because they did not get a chance to compete today, which we feel, you know, bad for them because they have put in a lot of effort to practice and be here and put in a lot of their time too. So we are going to hold Enter Atmosphere 2956 in a little bit of a different way, and we're going to have a second day basically in an online tournament for them. We will do a full online tournament for them so that they can compete. There's still a trophy to be had for those guys. So we had a bit of a meeting at the back there with them. We're going to get them sorted because they've put in a lot of time and effort. So give a big round of applause for all these guys.
By the way, that means that the content creators that didn't practice enough get to practice now. So Croncy doesn't have to, you know, make excuses. So
yeah. Croncy won't be fourth. I think that is the running joke. So yeah.
Yeah. So what we'll do is that we'll bring up once again. We're gonna bring up Sandy and Chris Roberts, and then we're gonna get our ship racers up here. We're gonna crown their medals, and then we're gonna give, of course, our winner Dupe. He's gonna get his trophy, and then we'll bring on the ship racers as well. So. Of course, if we can get Sandy and Chris Roberts on the stage, please. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. And of course, y'all gonna get to meet him and give him all your weird gifts. Don't worry, all right? And then we're gonna get our ship racers up here as well. So come on up. So we got Dupe. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, we got Blowtorg, Wayne DC, Mistrust. We got Iceman and Ant 5. All right. Do medals first, yeah. So, all right. Let's first get Ant 5 up here. We're gonna get you your medal. Pass it on to Chris here, and thank you so much, everybody. Ant 5 put on a great show today. Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. There you go. Congratulations. All right, Ant 5, thank you. You can go. Ants. Look, man, Ant 5, thank you. All right. All right, we got our next competitor, Mistrust. Come on up. There you go. Give him a round of applause, everybody. All right, for our next incredible competitor, we got Wayne DC. There we go. By the way, those medals are heavy, so if you guys see them, touch them. You know, don't touch them, but touch the medal. All right, there you go. All right, for our next competitor, we got Blowtorg. There's a light there, bro. Okay, yeah. And then for our Enter Atmosphere 2953, no, 56. Yeah, 56, my bad. It's been a long day. Our 2956 champion, we got Duke. Yeah, let's go. All right, guys, thank you so much. One more round of applause for our ship racing competitors.
Can you get them together with Chris? Get them together.
Yeah. Let's get everybody together here with Chris and Sandy for a photo. Come on. Oh, really? Why, was he in the back? Oh my gosh, man. You had these incredible, yeah. And we got Iceman. Sorry. You were hiding in the back. I'm so sorry. You were hiding back there, man. All right. Let's get them all together here. Get a photo. You guys don't want to go up? You guys don't want to go up? Yeah, we're going up. Apparently some people don't want to go up. Well, that's their problem. My bad. All right. So we're going to get all of our racing competitors up, all right? So let's start it off. Come on, you guys can start walking out. Mev Bushwhacker, let's give him some love here. We got Croncy, we got Wortho, we got Reed with 8 E's. Let's go. We got Caliborn, then Desperado. We got Crazy Sig, Jorgen, Gondor, Lens Nation, Pialo, Torch. All right, my bad. All right. All right. You get to practice more, like I said. Yeah. Well, to take on Jen Desperado, I think you do. Oh. Okay, I'm trying to start the story for the online portion. So, yeah, we can go ahead and start giving them their. Yep. All right, Mev Bushwhacker, everybody. All right. Just come on. Yep. Just come on up. No, you're good. Don't go anywhere. We're going big photo. Big photo. All right. We got Croncy, Duck. Here we go. All right. Just stand behind where Mev is. All right, next, we're going to have Wortho. Wortho, thank you. All right. Next is Reed with 8 E's. Now I got you, Jen. I know what you look like. Jen Desperado. Now we got Yogan. I said that right, by the way. Yeah. We got Caliborn. Don't do that. We got Pielo. We got Gondo. Don't, he's a nice guy. Who's booing him? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. We got Lens Nation. We got Crazy Sig. And last but not least, we got Torch. All right. Thank you guys so much again for your patience. Remember, we will be doing an online tournament to make sure that we get these guys, a full tournament. We'll give more details out on our socials. We'll post it out. We'll make sure that you guys know. But for their efforts, their hard work, can we give them one more round of applause, please? Okay, Zap, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. You got the, where's, John, bring that? Yeah, bring that. All right, thank you guys all so much. We have one more thing. So thank you all so much. We will keep everybody updated. We'll work with you guys to get that online tournament going. But we have one more thing that we got to do before we start the meet and greet. So if we can get the rest of the competitors, you guys can, drink some me and Corsair after this. So yeah, you guys are good. All right, thank you guys so much. Lens Nation, stay up here real quick. You guys are good. Yeah, you guys are good. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, so there's a story that I'm about to tell. This is going to be short, don't worry. All right? So Lens Nation here has, we brought him on. He's been doing a lot of work with us behind the scenes to put on this event. He's been doing a lot of the artwork, doing skits, doing a lot of fun stuff. He drew, if you guys had a poster of it, he drew an incredible piece of art. And right here, we have the original one that he drew by hand, by the way. This is by hand. And Lens Nation, I want you to please give the honor to giving this to Chris Roberts himself. And that way, Sama, come here. And then, and of course to Chris and Sandy, that you guys can put it up in your house if you want, or your offices. So this is Samar, who's Lens Nation's son. So we want to present this incredible hand-drawn poster to Chris and Sandy Roberts. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Stay. All right, so as I mentioned, we're going to be getting ready for the meet and greet after this. So I'm going to give the last word here to Corsair. He's going to kind of remind you guys how this is all going to work one more time. And Corsair, take it away whenever you're ready.
All right, guys, thank you very much. So, yeah, you guys... What am I doing? Yeah, sorry, guys. So we're just finishing up here with this, and then we're going to do the meet and greet. So Sandy and Chris are going to just head out to a spot in the tavern there. We're going to get the VIP people to head in first. So on your challenge coin is a hand-numbered position number. So just check that. We're going to try and run it through with that for VIP first, and then we'll call in general, and we'll call in tavern after that too. So just trying to reduce the amount of congestion in there. So we're gonna take Chris and Sandy over there now. VIPs, if you just want to follow in a minute, and then you'll be able to go down the back of the tavern. There's a meet and greet sign. There's just a booth there. We're going to do that there too. There's also your digital posters are available there as well. So just if you want to get that, that's where it's going to be delivered as well. So yep.
We also are going to be having a new in-game item, too, that I believe Tyler is going to be passing out as well. So if you've never been to a StarCitizen, these are pretty rare in-game items, kind of like the Wicklow in-game items. So we'll have 2 in-game codes for you guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you. And we'll see you at the meet and greet. All right?
I've been playing StarCitizen since early 2020, I think technically late 2019, and I've been in love with it ever since. So I was a huge MMO player for the longest time. And I'm a huge fan of sci-fi and really anything astronomy. You talk about space and I'm into it. When I started hearing about Star Citizen, I had a friend who got really, really into it, was original Kickstarter backer, and was telling me about it every year. It's like, oh, here's this game, space related, it's cool, check it out. And I was like, oh, I'll check it out later, check it out later, check it out later. 2019 comes around. There's the, the CitizenCon happens, IAE happens, the Kraken comes out, and they've got all these awesome videos about, here are all these cool ships, and here's what we want to do with the game and stuff. And so I decided to check it out. And I think I've played it every week since. I don't think there's been a point where I haven't been playing it. It just, I don't know, one of those games that sort of hits you in the right spot. If you're after those sort of right things, if you're after that MMO space sort of thing, there's nothing like it, right? So, yeah, so it kind of always started with, I was a big fan of really anything tournament related. I'm a very competitive person. Whenever I am not myself being competitive, I love watching competitive things. And esports obviously lends itself very heavily to that. So around just before COVID, started to get into content creation, started to get into a little bit of that, including running my own tournaments for different games and sort of working through that. And then decided to try to do it through Star Citizen. Eventually, I discovered ATMO Esports. It wasn't the demo rally, it was the System 7. Back then, the Stanton 7, the OG Stanton 7, was about to run. I heard that there was qualifiers for it. Started practicing and found that my times were doing a lot better than some other people's times. And the whole time, I was streaming. I think at the time of that Stanton 7, I was like 15 average viewers or something like that. So I was very early on in my content creation journey. By the time that the tournaments had finished and I'd sort of been in that world for a little bit, I was getting 60 average viewers, 70 average viewers, and it's the racing community had sort of accepted me as one of their own, and I was able to join around with them. So it started with wanting to do my own tournaments and stuff, and then through ATMO Esports, it actually kind of accelerated into being a lot bigger of a thing and letting me expand a bit more. There's so much I wouldn't have done in the last 5 years without this community. Including working here, probably wouldn't have been a thing on the journey, honestly. Being able to go to Manchester and LA and do these events and meet all of these community members who are all just good lads has been so cool. The entire community is, I don't know, it's one of the most friendly communities I've ever met. And through talking to other content creators in other spaces, very possibly the only one that exists that might be that way. So might have chosen the right game. If you take any sport and esport, really anything where commentators are involved, you'll notice a lot of them are kind of washed up. They used to be really good way back in the day. They know a lot about it. Their reactions aren't quite there anymore, or their athleticism isn't there anymore. That's kind of what happened to me immediately. I had a really great appreciation for all the other races and even the PvP community, all the people that were in their own little communities, and the efforts that they were putting into it. And I got a lot of, I guess, inspiration from them of wanting to tell their stories a lot more. And that sort of lent itself through commentating and participating more in the back end sort of style of this. As well as I have a history, the last 15 years basically, I've been running tournaments for other non-esports related things. And so there was a bit of a connection there that I could take some of that experience and, push it together with the StarCitizen stuff. Feels like a long time coming. No, the community in Australia is so committed to this game that it feels like they've sort of deserved something like this for a really long time. And it's been awesome to see that this is the opportunity for that. It's been really, really cool, right? We, in every aspect, Australia sometimes get the short end of the straw. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Anytime there's a large convention for any game or anything, you are forced to go overseas. And so it kind of sucks. We're used to it. We understand. We get it. But it makes it that little bit more special when it's like, you know what? No, this time I'm going to treat you guys right. We're going to come to your hometown and do some stuff. Community thing that I've done in StarCitizen has either been a small bar citizen in Australia with maybe maximum 70, 80 people, or it's been the huge conventions, but once again, overseas, right? Really, really big travel, turn it into a holiday kind of thing. So for it to be basically almost that size in some aspects, but here in the hometown, it's really cool. One of the best things so far has been, some of these people who I've met through ATMO Esports coming and visiting my country for the first time and telling me how much they love it and how much they want to come back. There's this really cool thing about that, right? So it's so cool. I really want to just say thank you all for participating in Enter Atmosphere 2956. It has been an absolute honor. We filmed this the day before. It's very, very cool to have you all participate in this event, especially in Australia, in Sydney, where we have the best community in the world. So thank you guys, and we'll see you next year.
Beautiful. Auto crash.
Yes, yes, go, continue. Go, continue.
Right. This is crazy.
2 laps, guys. Another 2 laps.
This is mad. Yes, bang. Auto crash. Just not working. Oh man, that's not happening.
Focus.
Nothing's working. The controls are not going.
Check your frame, couple more. Focus. 80 seconds, please. Let's go. Come on.
right close to each other. That's crazy. Got the Migos on the bait, we'll be running Got the Migos on the bait, we'll be